won't try for YouTube. And so people on YouTube's not working at all well. So if it works, great. If it doesn't, great. I mean, not great, but still, I'm just going to go on with it. All right, so today in RimWorld, we're going to be getting a brand new run, because we did finish the last run, all that stuff. But what we're going to be doing is we did bring in a new mod called Ruthless Faction Pursuit. That basically means we are going to be chasing. It's been a pain on the watcher's side, too, the infinite loading taking over all of the videos. Yeah, it's been annoying that YouTube can't get their shit together. It needs to be reliable, but it's always been a thing that on the YouTube side, the live streaming aspect of YouTube has basically felt like something that YouTube includes as an obligation that they've reluctantly accepted. It's definitely a much worse implementation and functionality than on Twitch. Like, even like having to fight to get live over there is just a pain. It's only been the last couple days it's been really bad. So that said, let's go ahead and create a new colony. So I don't see anything new listed here. Let's see. Right, so let's go to where I started, Naked Brutality, no research, they're chasing us. Alright, let's go to editing this scenario, so we can remove the mechanoid signal and the mechanoid pursuit. No possessions, that's all fine. So I did not research this ahead of time. Yeah, so we could do Ruthless Faction Pursuit and Ruthless Omni Pursuit. So the Ruthless Omni Pursuit is any faction that we are hostile. Any faction that we are hostile with will chase us. And then they have, like, their variants. I have no idea what these are gonna be. And yeah, the idea is if they catch up to us, they will raid us endlessly. They'll keep sending in another wave and another wave and another wave until we go. So we cannot stay and hold our ground. Well, that's the thing, is I did disable the permanent hostile factions from this. So Fractal being a sponsor, since you're going to go buy a case, is there any way for you to refer a link? So I don't have a referral link, but I do super duper appreciate that consideration. So, like, it's just a thing they're sponsoring. Like, it's not an affiliate thing where they give me a kickback. They just pay me a base rate. I do appreciate that, because a lot of things are affiliate. But, yeah, no, it's one of those things that you click and all that kind of stuff. And all that. So, I do appreciate that, but, like, you know, it's not necessary. Yeah. But that's, yeah, and I believe, like, that link they'll see that you clicked over kind of thing. But yeah, no, it's appreciated. Yeah, so this one, anyone who's hostile with us will chase us. We are going to turn off the permanently hostile factions, though. And the reason for that is they'll just get obnoxious because there will be no beating it at any point. It's also supposed to give the enemy factions a main base, that if we defeat that main base, they will stop pursuing. And so our goal is just going to be to survive. We will have our semi-random research going. We will start with no research. This is a Naked Brutality start, so we are going to get bullied and have to leave again and again. At some point, I probably will try and do the grab ship thing, but I'm not going to just enable it where we can go with that. So this is going to be a fairly nomadic run, which we will see how that works, because I've never done it before, and this is something I really should have tested ahead of time. But, you know, as the youth have said historically, YOLO. Pursuit. Alright, that's fine. And Pursuit. Alright, so we're going to do Strive to Survive, Commitment Mode. Anomaly will be on its default settings. And so, like I said, there are some factions that are always hostile. And so we don't want I don't want the permanent hostile ones. So the Wasters and them, those are going to go away. The other ones we can befriend. We are going to add a bunch of other ones. Yeah, I want to say the Rough Outlander Union, I want to say those start as hostile. And they get a bunch of guns, and they're going to be a mix of a whole bunch of things. Cool. So we're going to add a whole bunch of these here. They should all start hostile against us. And they are well equipped and all that, so it should be comparable. To be fair, I actually find the Neanderthal group, the Impid group, to be less interesting than the ones that are a mix. It is a bum. Well, are we gonna even have Impids in our world because of this? Because unfortunately, the Impids are all trapped behind, like, the pirate permanent hostile groups. We'll figure it out. The strange thing is that you've never heard of you say YOLO, and now it's too old for the new youth. Yep. Yep, that's the best part, is being slightly out of date. It's far more upsetting than using new terminology. No, the rough... I didn't see, No, it was the pirates that have the Impids. The rough ones, I didn't see Impid listed on... Not that I couldn't have overlooked it, I very well could have. It's fine. We could always get genes from other means. We don't necessarily need to gene steal people constantly, because that ends up being a thing that can be very tedious. And we're not going to be able to consider the gene stealing at all until we get the grav ship. So we're basically, the way I see this playthrough going, is they're going to end up being very nomadic in the early to mid game. Eventually we will get the grav tech, and when we get grav tech, we'll have to try and rush build the ship between waves of hostiles, like from the initial attacks. And all that. So that's interesting that they're just all blue. So we're going to need a very large area we can move around in. Oh, let's toggle on the points of interest. We're going to want a big area we can move around a lot in, because we are going to get bullied a lot. We don't want to go through... Yeah, so year-round, so that's probably good as anywhere else. And then I'll have all this area we can relocate in constantly. But we're going to definitely need to get caravanning animals very, very early. Otherwise, I'm just going to be abandoning our stuff constantly. We're going to start with Prolicizer. And the reason we're doing that is because I'm going to be a Naked Brutality. It'll be very difficult to bring people over. I'm going to change that to frequently. Normally, I don't change anything here past removing the clothing requirement, because I find it obnoxious. Because then you get to the end game and they're like, no, I want to wear this terrible hat. Alright, so our venerated animal is mastodons, that's fine. So yeah, so the only things I really changed is I took off the clothing requirements, and then I also told it to be a frequent Prolicizer. And that's just so, again, we can potentially recruit people to our ideology in not terrible ways. I'm not going to change it, but let's see what we even have. So we have a drum party, which will regenerate Psi Focus. And we've got a lamp party, which does give me a random chance of a random recruit. A 50% chance on success. And it's on a calendar date, so I can only do it once a year. So that's probably fair. Okay, so we're going to try and stick to the whole thing where I have to choose between these 10 people. So Great Memory's not bad. So I'll pop that up there. Undergrounder, Quick Sleeper, who's pregnant and going to have that. The problem is, with these slowing her pawn and being pregnant, she's going to go into birth and probably die, or the first raid's just going to catch her and probably die. So she's actually probably not going to work. Very neurotic I can live with. Industrious Kind would be great if you weren't a pacifist. Wait, you're incapable violent? Oh, never mind, this is the work type. Soul Survivor. Because this wouldn't be bad with the cooking and plants together, but that's probably going to be a no. Just a generic undergrounder, that's fine. Depressive nudist who's very neurotic. Depressive can go die in a fire. Pyromaniac who can't doctor, that'll literally die the first time someone gets sick. We got very great... Yes, those ones are all there. Body purist sickly, so sickly's getting out of here. They'll just die the first time they get sick. Okay. So, out of this one, we have someone who's got great memory, not bringing much to the table overall beyond great memory. They've got some melee combat skills, and they got cooking, but great memory is a pretty strong benefit. There's some wild ritual cheese today you learned. If you cancel the effigy burning ritual, it will roll like it normally does, to fail or succeed, but with no cooldown. Interesting. There's very neurotic. This will make it so we're more likely to have a mood break, but we work substantially faster. That one's got very, very high medical, which can make thing. Oh, we won. We won the last run about a week ago. We also have decent plants. The cooking is terrible, and the no range, so that's gonna be a little rough, but worth considering. The mining construction is nice. Undergrounder's not gonna do a thing. Maybe make another command along the previous one, on how to opt out in the viewer side. Yeah, what I can do for that's not a terrible idea. Let me grab a link. So copy. Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna grab a link, and instead of doing a command, I'm just gonna pin it to the top. Copy link. Oh, actually, let's not do it that way. Then grab here. Is there anything the viewers can actually opt out? You can. It doesn't matter though. Opting it out on the viewer side doesn't do anything. It's based on your channel. And thank you, Way Jaguar, for the Prime Gaming sub. That's 19 months you've been subbed to the channel, and I really do appreciate it. It means a lot. Yeah, so let's go ahead and we'll do, See, the only reason I don't want to give the misleading impression that you opt out on your end and it does anything other than in your own channel. Like, that's the only issue, is because I don't want people to, like, have the false impression that by opting out of it, it does basically anything. And then also, like, I know I don't want necessarily pin to the top because I need to pin other stuff for the join and all that. I do think it's good to be, like, we want to build awareness for creators to disable it, but it is on the channel side, not on your end as the viewer side. I'm the one who decides whether or not you're getting fed into generative AI or not, and I have opted no. You turning it off does absolutely nothing unless you stream. What you said is that we need to do things stop trading them, but I'm gonna give a message of analytics wise. I mean, there's the fair thing that if enough people opt out of it. Yeah. Yep, we've already got turned off. We've been discussing that a lot at the beginning stream. You can't... Like, I do agree I want to build the optics. I'm trying to think about how I want to approach it. Because, like I said, my only concern is that people feel like they need to opt out on the viewer side. And like, they should. But, like, that by doing so, they have opted out and they're good, which they're not. That's my only hesitation, is how I want to approach, like, the wording on presentation, and also having it as the banner at the top. I am going to want to do the join banner, and I can only have one. You're wondering if you played Grounded? Yeah, I played Grounded. I enjoyed it. Where's the opt-out? The opt-out is there. It's under, like, the generative AI thing, but it is the channel side that matters. Right, because, like, what it's saying is it's the channel side. Like, if I toggle it on, it's on for all of you chatting here. If I toggle it off, it's off for all of you here while you're here. But if you're on a different channel, it's opted in. Yeah. I'm going to leave it. Like, by all means, during the stream, we could be like, hey, get rid of it. I'm not sure I want to pin it, knowing I'm going to just take down the pin. Like, I'm literally going to take down the pin in, like, 5 minutes. Like, we turn off in 5 minutes when we go to name the person. So it's going to be a thing that I don't have a good place to do it. Actually, you know what? Maybe 1 second. Hold up, that's not true. What I could do is I can go to my FAI command. And I'll probably only do this temporary. Disable Gen AI, or disable collection channel side at not so. The problem is it's the creator side that determines this. This is the issue I'm running in. It's creator side that it happens. Doing it client side, viewer side does nothing. Like, literally doesn't do anything other than the analytics. And then the problem is, it is one of those things that you're, like, very limited on space, that you, like, if you have too many timers going, too many commands going, it becomes overwhelming to the channel. And so I kind of need to, like, get rid of something else to make room for it. And that's the whole thing. We could just have it, like, during the stream if someone brings it up where it can happen. Yeah, it should be just turned off anyway. So, like, I'm down with, like, for like, the mods when someone pops in and, like, it comes up, because it's going to come up as a discussion point all day. Because everyone's going to pop in and be like, did you hear? That we can drop the link in and be like, hey, the mods will have to do that, though, because we have links disabled. So I do want to, like, advocate to get that out there. I just don't have a way that's going to not be disruptive to the stream in itself, which is going to be the catch. All right, so with that said, we're back down to figuring this out. So we got Industrious and Kind. This is really good, but being a pacifist is a really big deal breaker because it means they can't hunt or anything like that, and then I will have to rely on traps. But they also do have the only one with the passion for cooking. Well, I mean, they have Medical Zero. They probably can go die in a fire. We've got Great Memory with no real stats. And we got Very Neurotic with no cooking, but plants, and Medical really high, but no shooting. So we're looking between these two. Both of them are, like, in their early 20s, so age isn't a consideration. You're probably far more well-rounded to be adaptable into anything with a little bit of a rougher early game, especially with the bad medical, whereas you're going to have a much rougher time fighting and their food poisoning and keeping them happy. I think we're going to go with Great Memory. It's a more benign, neutrally just good side of things. Whereas this one, I've got a little bit more passions to deal with. But Great Memory will probably carry the day. I think I've talked myself into Great Memory. So we're going to do that. And so for those who missed what the setup here is, we are playing where we have the pursuit thing. I don't know where that's going to show and all that, but you'll notice everyone here hates us. Oh, that's an interesting thing. Okay. Yeah, no, I could fit the link on there. Like I said, my concern is by providing the link, people will think that they have disabled generative AI from tracking them, which is not the case. And I don't want people to feel like, oh, I've ticked my box, you know, I'm good to go, when it is channel side. I do think it's good that people do tick it off. I just don't want people to get the false impression that they resolved their problem. So here's the issue we got going on. I didn't catch this. It made everyone automatically max hostile, including the Empire, which is freaking scary, actually. Like, at this stage in the game, the Empire can show up with, like, proper nasty weapons. Okay, so they are going to come after us after a little while. So the things we need to do is we need to try and get ourselves set up as much as we can and move. What we're going to end up needing to do is very early on get some type of caravanning animal. So we might go after these donkeys once they can get some amount of food. Because the caravanning animals, I can bring stuff with me. The Empire is hostile because you didn't pay your taxes of the land you claimed. Look, man, I had a guy. He said it was fine. He said they'd never actually go after you for your taxes. Alright, so we're going to start by planting some rice. And meanwhile, we're going to go through a bunch of random assignments and all that, so drop this to herbal, change default to herbal, okay. Change our lavish meals here so that they do not eat corpses, and they won't eat rotten anyways. I still don't actually know why that tick box is there. Do not eat baby food, so we got that set up. We'll change the apparels policy here. They will not put on tainted clothes, so that's that. Switch that to herbal. You'll carry 3 herbal medicine with you if you can. And I think that's it. We need to deal with all that real fast. And we will go here and get the queue started. So if you'd like to be Liara, whatever this person's name is, who we're going to get rid of the name almost immediately, you'll do ! join, and you'll be our colony founder. Research, or that there. We'll want to go to furniture. Oh, sorry, recreation. We could chuck down hoopering. Just out here somewhere. we'll put it down here. That's fine. So we have some type of recreation available. And then we can go to your work assignments, do this. Firefight at 1, patient at 2, doctor at 1, bed rest at 2, childcare, basic and all that at 2. Cooking will be at 2, followed by growing and plant cut. Hunting will be at 4. Handling will leave at 2. Those can all be 2, that's fine. Smithing and all that will be at 4. Fishing at 4. Hauling and cleaning we leave alone. Those are at 4. It's not going to matter. They're not going to get over to this area. Cleaning will be at 2. So go ahead and get a bunch of that. Let's see. If we win, can you choose your own name? She-Rud it is. As long as it's reasonable, I don't have a problem with people getting to name themselves. The one thing I won't do that I used to do is I used to let you, like, be like, hey, you know, I want, like, it used to be not like the queue like we had here. We used to have people, like, one by one be like, I would like to be this person, or, like, I would like to be this kind of person, I would like to be a guy, I'd like to be whatever. I used to let people be a little bit more picky-choosy, but what ended up happening in practice is I had to keep a spreadsheet of, like, what everyone's conditions they wanted and who was first and all that, and it very quickly became, like, unmanageable. Alright, so we'll double time this. We'll let the name queue run for a little bit. We are going to want to craft a bow fairly early on. Oh wait, you got hypothermia. Is that continuing to climb? No, it's staying static. Just in case it becomes a problem. We make a little box here, and the idea behind the box is if this hypothermia starts to build up, we pop in here real fast and just warm ourselves up. Like, and it might be fine, but at least that gives us the option. I'm really worried about this bear just camping out on my face. Okay, so in a pinch, I can step in here. And like you see here, it pulses and it goes stupid hot, but it'll cool off. But that should be enough if we start getting proper hypothermia. I can take 2 seconds to warm myself up. So what we're going to want to do here is pretty quickly, we're going to want to try our best to get, you know, our food starting to stabilize, that kind of thing. And then we're going to get ourselves like a little box, and we're going to try and get some research going as fast as we can. Which, our first random research is carpet. Sweet. Freaking carpet. Well, we'll get that out of the way. Alright, so let's draw Lyra's name here. And Lyra henceforth shall be known as Remain Nick. Alright. So welcome to the colony. I'm also making sure I got like the capitalization right. Yeah, I did. I figured it's Remain Nick. There's been times there's been a name like that will be like Remain Nick. Or whatever, like that capitalization. So just double check, make sure you got it. We got our resource priority straight. Yeah, you gotta have a lovely carpet. Okay. Okay. Then production. A topic but wanted to tell you finally made your first time ever 14 days, and you're so proud that you didn't see the stairs at night. You went inside a house and fell to the first floor and died in 2 seconds. Ah, that sucks. You must have, like, broke your leg and bled out kind of thing. Alright, so we're going to smash mechs forever. Make a bow. Make tribal wear. And make a wood mask. I don't know when you're going to get that done. But that'll be a whole thing. And then production-wise... honestly, for this one... put a fire down for cooking. And a butcher spot. And then if we get some metal, we can worry about this. And we can start with all this. Alright. Let's have you eat real fast. Hey, Annabella, how's it going? Need to harvest another one. So dumping stockpile up here. We will allow all, low priority, do not allow rotten or human-like corpses. We're going to start trying to build ourselves a place we can sleep, interior area. I really need to prioritize this crafting spot. That way, if we get raided, we'll be good to go. Because a crap bow is better than no bow. Normal quality, honestly, considering your crafting skill, I'm pretty content with that. Worry about eating and stuff like that. I don't need you to try and make the mask yet. Alright. Because we'll need to be a certain amount of, like, just hammering research. We'll need a certain amount of hunting to get ourselves some stuff to wear. If we're lucky, we'll down some of the first people who raid us. Alright, so bills, add. Cook meals in groups of 4 until you have 4 meals. Okay, so where is more berries? Try again. Okay. Now keep in mind we are doing the Ruthless Pursuit mod. So, just like the mechs chase us, we'll have the same exact concept, but it's anyone who's hostile with us, which, because of the mod, is everybody in existence. So I don't actually know behind the scenes how that rolls, if, like, each and every one of the factions rolls independently to know when they are going to attack, or if it's like, okay, we're rolling that you will be attacked, this will be the group that attacks you, and this is how long. Like, under the hood, I don't know how that works. Because if it is all of them, it means it will have a tendency to be on the lower end time-wise. Oh, I haven't updated the command yet. Let me go ahead and get that updated real fast. So commands, we'll need to go. Let me check what the mods command gave out. Yeah, so it's... I believe it was Ruthless Pursuit was the name of the mod. And if I got that name wrong, please someone correct me. Okay. Let's see. Mods. Edit. Here. RimWorld. The chat command for RimWorld. Ruthless Faction Pursuit. There you go. Thank you. There we go. Save, save, save. Good. Oh, we can put YouTube chat back where it needs to go. Good old Gym World. The world of Gym. Alright, I'll need you to go over here and harvest some more berries. And we're already past the days of 8 without table. The other thing I'll need to do is recreation. Put a game of there. So we're probably going to get our first raid relatively soon. Okay. So we're grabbing a bunch of the heal root and the berries and getting all that sorted. And just cleaning up a bunch of this so we don't clean up the fire much farther than we have to. Alright, so here comes the first test. We've got a Mad Rabbit. You do have 6 shooting and a normal quality bow. We haven't built any traps, so this will be a straight up, can I manage to hit the rabbit and or kill it before it closes in? There is a good chance we will not hit it because you have an accuracy penalty on rabbits because of how small they are. And it's unlikely we'll be able to kite it or anything unless we hit it. Come on, you broke its nose. You broke its tail. Finish it. Okay, one nibble. Just one nibble on us. So all in all, that could have gone way worse. Now the concern here is if we get an infection. This seems as hard as cozy as Product Zomboid. Yeah, no, absolutely. So that's effectively a calculated risk at this point. Let's go ahead and butcher that rabbit before it spoils. Because I will need that little bit of leather here and there. So I'll let you rest until you recovered your energy. But we're not going to wait till you're fully healed unless it happens relatively quickly. It's only 2 damage. Very genuinely, you're probably going to wake up around the time it's healed anyways. Yeah, it's fine. So, not the maximum efficiency it could have been. That's fine. At this point, you'll start playing every game you play on stream. That happens to a lot of people. We do have that quite a bit as a thing that occurs here. Do I not have cooking set high? Oh, am I out of wood? That's fair. I also need to mine up a couple pieces of steel. I don't need a lot of it. Like 3 is probably enough. But yeah, where people mention the trade caravan, I think you're right. I'm probably not going to see any trade caravans at all. Okay, that's officially indoors now. So what we're going to want to do is wait till we get that steel pulled up. And for the steel, we're going to go and grab the research bench and get that done. I'm going to tunnel just a little ways in here to make ourselves a little storage room. Yep, Space Faction hates us as well. That's actually the scary thing, is the Space Faction and the Empire starting as hostile. They tend to show up bringing some serious firepower. You play Zomboid while watching RimWorld, or the other way around. They don't get distracted by the zombie noises from the stream when you're playing Zomboid. Yeah, no, I've made the comment that I do that before. I don't tend to watch and play the same game at the same time, just because that can screw with you. Okay, so we're getting our first rice. So no orbital trades either? No, there'll be no trade at the beginning. We are going to have to make friends. Part of that is when we get raided, we should capture people and release them to recover faction standings. Eventually we'll get peace talks will show up. We want to go out of our way to do the peace talks. Like that is a thing we're going to want to go out of our way to get handled. Why are you not cooking? Oh, it's because this isn't technically in storage yet. Oh yeah, if you've never seen RimWorld, RimWorld's an excellent game. Definitely one I highly recommend. But yeah, so as quickly as we can, we want to get set up in here. And ideally, what I'll probably do here is like enclose this just a little bit here. So that I can effectively farm inside my base perimeter. Alright, so we've got our first raid is attacking immediately. Don't be a jogger. So they're iron-willed. They're way better at fighting than we are. They do have a peg leg, though. So it is going to work very heavily to our advantage. They are attacking immediately. So this should be a fight that is ours to win. Or, that basically this should be a very easy fight. They move slower than we do. We have a ranged weapon. They have melee. If they do survive their attack against us, we're going to make that into a prison. It's a shame we didn't get one. Oh, no, we actually did get enough tiles. So, if they do survive the fight, we'll make that into a prison, patch them up, and release them. That way we can slowly start eking a friendship out so we don't get pursued by as many people. Alright. Alright, you got a hit. Where was it at? A neck hit. You're going to bleed out in 9 hours. They're only a little bit faster than them, but that's plenty. Worm switched off trying to come after me and is going after my base. There we go. Okay, we got another hit. How bad is it? Looks like it's massively slowed them. So they hit the other leg. Another hit. That one being to their arm. So they're in rough shape. They're definitely like, I could just walk away at this point and I will win. Let's try and get some XP on our shooting real fast. There's another hit. They're barely able to move now. Another hit. Are you wearing any clothes? You are not. Okay, so what we're gonna do here, we're gonna go furniture. You are now a prison. We're gonna try and capture you and patch you up as fast as we can. There's a good chance this person's going to bleed out long before we get them saved, but we'll see. Worst case, we get a little bit of medical. Best case, I can capture this person and release them because I don't want them in my colony. You need to go way faster, man. Yeah, I don't think this one's getting saved. Still, getting a little bit of medical out of it before they go. Alright, well, they're dead due to blood loss. Also go way up here. Dumping stockpile, clear, low priority. Only human-like corpses, zone. It's not a home zone, don't care about it. I figured when it was a neck hit, it was probably not going to be one that was going to come back. So haul that one out of here, because if we wait till that corpse starts rotting, he's going to get upset from seeing a rotting corpse. We'll just chuck it out there and not deal with it. Why not tend first? Oh, you mean before I carried them? I've had a lot of issues where I'll start tending to them while they're out there and they'll pop back up. And then, you know, get into a melee fight. That one is probably more than safe, but I just didn't want to get, you know, have them pop back up. They're probably fine. They're already at really high bleed out. Usually it's the Neanderthals that I run to that one more than anything, where they're bleeding out. They've got like 1 hour, so you try and patch them out in the field, and even though it was that kind of thing, that they do manage to pop up and get you. I'll switch you over to potatoes after this. Alright. So. The doors on both sides here. And then we are going to turn this into our grow area. What melee weapon do they have? They just had a club. We have ranged. For what we're dealing with, I'll definitely want to prefer ranged. Let's put that over there in the corner so that you don't try to open a door. So don't allow sewing. And do not build a roof over this. You feel like RimWorld needs mechanic where patching up someone you were fighting will make them non-aggressive. If so they pop up, they'll just try to leave. I'm actually okay with it. I do think it should be a little bit more clear that when you're gonna patch someone up, the odds that they're gonna pop up on you. Because like you'll look at someone and they're like bleeding from every orifice of their body, and you're like, okay, cool, they're at you know, heavy blood loss and everything already. You know, they shouldn't get back up. And then just because they happen to be like inhumanized or whatever, they pop back up because they can just shrug it off, and you're like, okay, come on, man. Or like the idea that you have some way to kind of restrain them as you bandage them up. Because if they're down, they should already be like kind of on the edge of what they can facilitate handle. Then you punch them once and they die. To be fair, when they're like borderline on the edge of bleeding out, and they manage to narrowly stand up to punch you and do a terrible job, and then you hit them and finish them, it's because they're already at the, you know, death's door and all that. Usually the thing I've had where it'll be like, you know, it'll be a Neanderthal who's got like tough, and then they'll have, you know, brawler, and their melee skill is like 12. And it's my poor little genie trying to pass them up. And puts like one bandage up there, and they just walk up and they just murder the genie while everyone else watches. Okay. We're definitely already behind where I want to be with this. In the long term, we probably want to be over on corn, not this, because it lasts way longer. Yeah, their blood loss is above 60%. You don't tend unless their pain is extreme, or below, I guess. Yeah. Because the corn will be the lowest labor, it also lasts longer in storage. So very genuinely, it might be a good idea for us to have that going. I'd probably need more space than this, but I really need to get Remain Nick on the research here pretty soon. We're already behind where I want to be. Will it be able to go? Ah, that's fair. That's fair. It takes a long time. If I have, like, if I plant it right away on a, on rich soil, we could definitely get the corn. But at this point, it'd be way too late. And like regular sand or short growing season, probably not worth my time. Okay. Alright, so at least your cooking's coming along. And hopefully we get pemmican pretty early, because if we get pemmican pretty early, that gives me something I can bring with us for food. Meanwhile, I don't think we're ready to tame animals yet, but I will definitely need caravanning animals. I'm a little disappointed the only options I really have here are the donkeys. But that is certainly worth something considering. You just realized as well, unless you get a ton of tribals meditating constantly, sidecasters aren't going to happen until you ally with the Empire? Yep. I'm not too worried about that, though. Sidecasters are extremely powerful and useful, but I don't tend to run them very often. Like, and again, it's not a consideration of, like, how good they are, I think. Sidecasters could be absolutely broken. But at the same time, you know, work with what we got and all that. I want to get this enclosed, and I'm hoping that'll be enough to keep Remain Nick fed. In the meanwhile, we'll carve just a little bit of spot in here for some storage so we don't take the penalties. We have nothing but, like, there's so many dangerous animals. We got a warg, we got a cougar, we got 2 grizzly bears. Hey, Sim, how's it going? For those who don't know, SimCopter, one absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Been doing a lot of Project Zomboid recently. Before that, I was doing a bunch of retro games and all that. Does a lot of like simulation strategy and all that stuff. Really, really excellent creator that I highly, highly recommend checking out. Oh, already got it for me, thank you. But yeah, definitely someone going. But I'm doing pretty good. Toom got to get home early, so rather than take like the break 2 hours into stream to welcome her home, started just a little bit late. Ordered pizza and all that, which I'll probably sneak in during one of the breaks. But figured I wanted to do a little RimWorld today, because I've been doing a lot of Project Zomboid recently, and I know if I just keep going hard on it, I'll end up burning out, and it'll be no fun for anybody. So, gotta keep that variety to keep things interesting and fun. Yeah, like, Zomboid's a great game, but after thousands of hours, you gotta mix it up. Alright, so we got that pulled up. So let's unhome zone that, and we'll unhome zone this, and we'll unhome zone this. Just have a little teeny tiny bit of home zone around the outside of my base. So that way when fire spreads, we can deal with it. Can't wait to coming out DLC soon? For which? Speaking of DLC, I can finally talk about it as of today. Planet Coaster 2 actually has a DLC. So I was like, oh yeah, we're looking forward to checking out the free update. There was also a DLC coming that I knew about, but I wasn't allowed to talk about it because of embargoes and all that garbage. But they got the new Silver Screen DLC coming out. So you can go do a very Hollywood Studios-esque park. A nimble psychopath who is really good at construction, social, and crafting. And it's a Starjack. So Starjack will be bad at animals, mining, and melee, which is fine. Very heat tolerant and all that. So not super worried about that. Now the problem is we need 7 animal taming to bring them in the fold, and they have 3. So it's very unlikely that person is going to be our friend in the near future. If we get lucky, we'll get the like random auto tame thing to kick in. But that'll be a whole consideration. Okay. Wild humans can auto-tame? Yeah, they're eligible. At least I believe they're eligible. So we just want to make this large enough that we could chuck random bits of leather and wood and rice and all that in here. And then once we've got that, I need to get on that research bench. Because right now, Remain Nick is the only one here. And so, unless Remain Nick does research, research doesn't happen. Heat stroke. Oh, well that's... Okay, stop, in fact, deconstruct that fire. So we can build a copy of you, copy, paste those recipes over, deconstruct you, production, fueled stove. Okay. So I wasn't going to prioritize doing that, but heat stroke is a concern that I can't do much about, because we are no research, random research. So if it's too hot for us to do without a passive cooler, then we just lay on the ground and die. It's just the way you live sometimes, I guess. But that was the reason I was going to switch that over to a fueled stove, is the fueled stove only generates a bunch of heat while it's, like, kicking off. So the fueled stove will be 80 steel. We've got 70 down there. We'll have to do those things. Is there a way we can have a tune named after us? Yes. When we get a character available to be named, I will do a thing where you can do like !join to get your name in, but it does not open up until we have someone to be named. Because otherwise you can put your name in the hat and then Nick dies and then, you know, a new run starts. Oh, I'm sorry. That's not supposed to be open right now. Yep, that's on my fault. Yeah, we keep the naming, like, we used to leave it up all stream, but we found it was disproportionately making it so people who are early in the stream got their people named. Whereas people later in the stream almost never got their people named. So now we only open it up as people become available, because it seems to kind of spread out, like, who's there. And then plus it also favors people who tend to hang out more and all that, versus when someone hops in, they join the queue and then they leave. Because we actually had people doing that. And which isn't a call out to negative. I understand everyone has different viewing availability and that kind of stuff. But you get the idea. And a tomb named after you in Long Lives Mannerlord's game, and you died in the first battle. It happens. That's, I haven't had to say it in a while, but it's like in RimWorld, usually what's naming people, you're like, just so you know, you're getting yourself named in RimWorld. Whatever happens to you, it's probably going to be upsetting and tragic. Whether I try to avoid it or not, it's still RimWorld. Okay, so we'll open up that last little bit. Then they'll be able to bring in the rice and all that. We'll need to go down here and mine that steel, get the cooking bench done, because they still have a couple of meals left. Unfortunately, the meals are only good for a couple of days before they go bad. We are running random research, so I don't control this. So where we're being actively pursued by enemies, i.e. everyone in the world, we are focusing on carpet, which I can't bring with me, which is certainly a choice, but hey, when you hand the keys of the research over to Randy, then he talks about something about asparagus squid, which really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But, you know, it's probably fine. It's Randy. Blight on potatoes. Immediately at the start of the game. Thanks, man. Oh, don't bother sewing yet. It's just all gonna get diseased. Yeah, we're actually running Cassandra, but yeah. Same difference. I've noticed lately as I've been playing RimWorld, I'm running in a lot less of, like, just being taken out by, you know, straight up your normal, like, oh, I just gotta throw a bunch of raids at you. It almost feels like the storyteller just really wants to push, like, the logistics victory, where it's like, okay, I'm not going to raid you. I'm just going to starve you out by just blighting and toxic fallouting and cold snapping and giving you gut worms and all this until you finally buckle. And then I'll raid you. You know, I'll wait till you're at death's door from just trying to stay fed as I keep screwing your food. And then I'll raid you. Surprisingly, we actually did get a couple of the potatoes survived. Well, you learn about carpet, yep. You know it's going to be carpet, then electricity, then water wheel. Yeah, because actually looking at the possible researches, tree sowing won't do us any good. We probably won't be on tiles long enough to get our stuff out of there. Recurve, stone cutting, pemmican, grapo, passive. Those are good. Devil's Strand probably won't do us any good. It takes way too long to grow. Fishing's good. Beer brewing doesn't... I don't really care about it. Smithing would be good. Complex, either of those would be good. Heavy bridges would be good eventually. So really, the only ones we don't care about is probably tree sowing, carpet making, Devil's Strand, and beer brewing for right now. And then I guess Psychoid brewing and the drug production are probably no good either for us. Okay, we're almost done with this. The rice is going to go bad out there pretty soon, and our meals just went bad, so we are taking a risk of food poisoning here, which is real bad at this stage of the game. But with us getting so hot in there that we were facing heat stroke, we need to switch over to the oven. First thing. The other thing it could do is it moved the fire outside, but then we'd be taking penalties. Okay, if it's 32, and that also gives me 32, that'd be 64. I think we needed, what, 50? 80. So I would need one more mind there. Okay, so some of the rice is only half gone. It's not as bad a thing. Do you get a warning like Odyssey? I'm supposed to. I was going to do tests with this mod before I jumped in. Unfortunately, like, Twitch did a whole AI thing today, and so I had to, like, scramble to go through and get all that turned off and, you know, reach out in some of the other areas I know with other creators who are very not on board with Gen AI and, you know, kind of go, hey, here's what's up. Expect this to be, like, half of what people want to talk about today. So just, you know, like, mentally prepare yourself for dealing with that whole basket of worms. But, it's a whole thing. Oh, also, I have joined another stream team, so Halcyon Frequency is still my main stream team. But I have hosted, or I have joined another stream team with, like, Molly Berry and a couple of others, like Misfit Ams and all that. That is the 0% Gen AI team, that basically we're very... Okay, everybody is going to be showing up. Alright, let's go ahead. And it looks like 7 days is the first one. 9 days, 15, 8 days, 6 days is there. So it looks like we got 6 days to get out of here. And move on to the new one. I was trying to do my job, but AI happened. It's going around a lot. A mad donkey. Look. I'm just trying to live my life right now, game. Where is this mad donkey? You're over here. Because of course you're on that side. Why? Oh, there it goes. I was like, you're not moving, and I'm not sure what to make out of that. Nice hit. Get in. Get in, get in, get in. Close, 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 close. Ooh, okay. Open the other door. Could you not keep hitting the door? Starting to sneak into hardware engineering? Yeah. Nice timing, Rawlbot. Being like, Halcyon Frequency was founded. Run. There you go. So normally you just camp outside. But I really need to deal with this donkey. Because if in a couple of days badness is happening. So what I needed to do is I needed to get far enough away I could poke the door. That's too close. This is gonna be messy. Come on, don't get down. Finish it. That's good stun. It's already got a lot of bleeds on it. Just knock it down. Good head hit. Come on, more. It's not looking very good for Nick here. Nick is down. Luckily, not much in the way of bleeds. There's a good chance Nick gets back up if Nick doesn't starve first. Which is not great. Alright, so I just need the pain to abate enough. The problem is once we go malnourished, we will start to heal slower. So I just need the pain to die just enough for you to get up, and then you'll be able to bandage yourself. Meanwhile, the donkey did go after her, who then went down due to food poisoning. Don't dry thunderstorm me and literally burn me alive. What is the message? Disturbing vision. I don't care about disturbing vision, man. What? Okay. Stop triggering stuff. Oh, this is perfect timing. Let's see. So we got a refugee who showed up here who's gonna be able to save the day. So you should name the settlement. It's time to run. And then hopeless pursued. For the record, this isn't a permanent colonist. This is a guest, so we won't name this person. So you're a kind, psychically deaf hussar who's got really decent medical, which is just pretty much what we need right now. And honestly, just clean and haul for right now. Let's see. Appreciate the bot comment about your generative AI. About the generative AI, as well as your blue post in Blue Sky. How's everything? Rimming's going good. Yeah, I'm just trying to like help inform people what they can do, because I know a lot of people are not okay with generative AI and all that stuff. Can you let's feed Nick right now. Continuing to banjo will be good, but we need them to not starve. Because they only got 5 days to get out of here. Okay, and hold that inside real quick, so we don't lose our only ranged weapon. And thank you, Liam, for the tier 1 sub. That's 5 months, but sub the channel. And I really do appreciate that, and thank you so much for that. Yeah, no, and it sucks on the content creator side, because I expect it to have a chilling effect for a bunch of people since it is channel determined on whether or not the generative AI thing is on, so you as a viewer have no idea if it is or isn't. I worry it's going to chase some people off the platform. It's definitely going to make a very negative impression on a lot of the stuff here. And it's one of those things kind of happening to creators, not really with creators. And it's going to do a whole thing. I suspect there'll also be a lot of pressure where people be, you know, assuming correctly or otherwise whether or not people are using it, or whether or not people are allowing Gen AI and a bunch of stuff. And from the creator's perspective, it's going to be kind of all bad news. There's no anything good from it. Whether you disable it or not, it's going to be that kind of negative thing that keeps popping up again and again. So it stinks. Which, for the record, that opt-in, opt-out, it's only channel side. So, like, you as a viewer disabling it doesn't really do anything. By all means, disable it to give Twitch the analytics to show that everyone's turning it off and that's unpopular. But, it doesn't change anything, really. It's on the channel side, on the content creator side. So if you're worried about it, it's going to be a thing as content creators. We need to disable it. And if we are worried about, we need to be vocal that we have disabled it, which is why I have the bot thing going on now. It's like, hey, just so you know, we have all this stuff turned off, and I will continue to turn off anything else they put out there. Okay, so one thing we're definitely going to want to prioritize to make this not a nightmare is we are going to need to prioritize becoming friends with some of these people, where absolutely everybody is getting ready to show up. It is a little on the spammy side. But yeah. Hey, Agatha, I read about you in Dungeon Crawler Carl. And I'm thinking here that those clothes, they seem awfully worn out. Maybe you should put those down. And don't worry about it. Remain Nick is just going to go ahead and grab those for no discernible reason. But we wouldn't want you running around in tattered clothes. Alright, so we got 5 days till the party shows up, so we have to be gone before that happens. Don't bother sewing anything else. It's not going to be ready in time. So we have gotten 0 points of research done. Now, if we're lucky, what I'll be able to do is pick up the research bench and the stove and walk off with it, and then some food. So we don't have to rebuild any of our stuff. Agatha ran with a shopping cart. She knows what she's doing. Absolutely. Major break risk on you because you are in intense pain. You ate raw food. The barracks is awful. You're hungry. It's an unsightly environment. You're sweaty. You're slept in the heat. You slept on the ground. And your sleep was disturbed 3 times. And your apparel is ratty. In other words, you're having a bad day. So one of the dangers we have here is as we're getting closer to when they show up, if we have a mood break right by the end, it means I might not get control of my character in time to leave, which is kind of your biggest concern there. So I'm just having you try and rest to recover from your injuries, because that donkey beat the crap out of you. We're going to have Agatha try and hold down the fort for a minute. Okay. It's also funny that because the text is covering, I can't actually click on those. How long are you here for, by the way? 18 days. So you're gonna haul stuff in so that when we go to leave, it'll be easier to grab it and go. But not a great start for us. We got no research done at all before we've had to leave. We didn't gain another colonist that's actually gonna stick around. And what's the next thing? Cargo pods. Oh, good. Thanks, Cassandra. You dropped off a bunch of skulls for me. Major break risk on you, because intense pain and all that. That's a threat of yours, son. That's a warning from her? Yeah. To be fair, that is a very Cassandra-coded thing, being like, hey man, bad times are on their way. Okay, so we're down to 4 days. And you're getting pretty... Oh, man, actually, your ribcage... Oh, sorry, your arm is in bad shape. The rest of you is almost recovered. Okay, so you're only up to minor break risk. You're getting there. So Agatha will wake up and start working on that, and then it'll start researching. Was it you who's talking about how doctors should urgently tend wounds like firefighting? You finally found a mod that does that. You haven't tried that yet. Yeah, there's definitely mods that do that stuff. But it is kind of one of those things that I personally am one who feels that if you've got doctor set to 1, it should be just like firefighting, where they drop everything and they will prioritize doctoring unless they break or are no longer capable of doing it for whatever reason. But they should just keep that doctoring going. And at 2 days, we just leave regardless. Stop stealing my berries. And I believe after that berry bush, we'll stop for a moment. These meals are unfortunately going to go bad relatively soon. It is what it is. Well, at least we're getting a little bit of research in here. Okay. We're getting close on a lot of these recovery things. Doctoring priority based on their relationship. That can get grim pretty fast. The relationship's bad enough they just won't. Okay. So we're down to 2 days. What we're gonna do is we're gonna uninstall this, uninstall that, uninstall this, uninstall that, And we're doing that so it's eligible for caravanning off the tile, and we'll just see what we can get out of here with. I don't expect to be able to carry it all. Alright, so with that said, we got 2 days to get out of here. It's time to get out of there. And what showed up now? I won't be able to do anything with that. Alright, so world map, form caravan. I don't remember how far we have to go. The remain Nick is going to go. And you can carry the fueled stove or the research bench. We're gonna carry the stove there for trade supplies. Bring all of the food. I mean, bring the game of and this, and then carry as much of the steel as you can. All right, get out of here. Goodbye, Agatha. Unfortunately, the game won't let me take you with me, so I hate to see how this is gonna last for you, but it's not gonna be the best of times, friend. Yeah, so I can't settle there. Yeah, I thought we had to go 2 spaces. It's all good, Liam. I hope your insomnia settles. Okay, so what's the next event here? Join offer. I shouldn't, but we are. Because she is eventually going to die due to not having a source of go juice. So with that in mind, though, we're going to immediately go here and start a second caravan. Form a caravan to go down here, except Agatha's going and bring the stove and what supplies you can. Alright, so with that said, we're going to have, so if you want to be Agatha, you can be that. So you are a kind, psychically deafened, and capable firefighting hussar with ridiculous combat abilities, a little bit of medical and cooking, but you have a go juice dependency I cannot facilitate, so there's a very good chance you will die due to go juice deficiency. I'll try to keep you alive, but we don't have the research for it, and I can't trade for it because everybody hates us. So it's pretty bad odds you make it. I'm gonna try to keep you alive, but it's not gonna be particularly encouraging, because I want to say go juice, don't you need Nutramine as well? Alright, so let's go ahead and look for the good soil. So some good soil down here. So we're gonna pop down here. We'll plant rice. You do. Uh-huh. So needless to say, the odds you make it are they're really not encouraging. Okay, perhaps ambitious? Alright. So with that, so we don't end up with lag problems, we are going to abandon our old colony because it's just going to be destroyed anyways. Then we can go here. There's our actual stockpile. And there's a dumping stockpile, which allow all at low priority except human-like corpses and rotten stuff. What I'm going to try to do here is we're going to... I wonder why you're not planting. Shouldn't planting... Oh, construction's a higher priority? That's right. Let's lower the priority of construction for a minute. Okay, so with that, you stop worrying about that. Put you over here. You here. You there. Oh, we can go to production. Butcher spot right there. Put that down. Furniture. A 1x2 table. Stool. Stool, stool, stool. Alright, so we can give you a very low priority on construction. You can focus on growing things and all that. We do have a couple of meals. They're not going to last very long. But then we should be able to start getting this little production room set up. Then the intention was that these are going to become the bedrooms. Okay. So you're almost fully back in action. That'll be good. I can work on getting all that pulled up. We'll also need to hit a bunch of berry bushes. You feel like we'll be reliant on pack animals for a while? Yes. That is an intention, is to get ourselves some pack animals. So we're going to need to get something like an alpaca or something like that. We wanted to get the donkeys on the last tile, we just didn't get a chance. So if we're lucky and something self-tames for us, that'd be great. But being able to do that would let us load up the pack animals with all this stuff and a bunch of food and all that. Then we're going to have to like rebuild the base each time we go from tile to tile. Which is kind of the intention behind this challenge. Is that we don't get the time to set up. But the goal would be to eventually get to the point where we can make and fuel the grav ship. And once we can make and build the grav ship, then we can start running around. Cut wood, we're stuck waiting on it. Everyone's sleeping and all that. You're about to fully recover. But once they wake up, they're going to start ripping down a bunch of this other stuff. And getting all that set up. It's going to take a little while. Because there'll be a little bit of delay each time we move maps. Did I already set you not to build a roof? Yeah, okay. Because unfortunately we are going to lose the food we brought with us. Oh, right. And so for the person who's going to be Agatha, who hopefully lives here for a while, but it's not looking particularly optimistic, is going to be Teddy FL. So welcome to the colony. We'll go ahead and close that queue. Because they did join us, but they have a Go Juice dependency, and I don't have a source of Go Juice. We can't trade with everyone because they all hate us. And we're incapable of making it ourselves, and even if we could, it requires Nutrimine, which we would normally trade for, but we can't trade for because everybody hates us. So, it's not that it's impossible for us to get Go Juice, but it's going to be hoping to get lucky that, you know, a waster raids us and drops their Go Juice or something like that. Which, hoping for RNG to carry the day is not likely to be a particularly reliable thing. Okay. Well, not here for a long but a good time. Well, I can't quite offer that either. You'll be present for a time, and that's about the most I could promise. And let's be honest, I probably can't even promise that much. Even a time is a pretty high bar. This is RimWorld. That's already way more than I should be doing right now. But if I move this into our room, it could be a barracks, which can hopefully improve our moods. Okay. A time measured in hours. It shouldn't be that bad, but it's definitely not gonna be great. Alright, so Nick is all recovered. Oh, the other thing we're gonna end up needing is production, crafting spot, make tribal wear, make mask, smash mechs forever. Okay. So basically, if we get a hand of any leather or anything, try and make tribal wear and masks and all that so we have at least some clothing coming in. So Nick here should very quickly be able to get like the last of the rice planted. And then Nick's going to run around and start picking a bunch of berries and heal root and all that stuff. That's going to get piled over here. I'm actually curious... Okay, I was going to say, Teddy hasn't been building any of the walls, been like hauling everything, which is certainly nice. And you did remember that. We're going to get there. So, honestly, Remain Nick is being so aggressive with the recruiting. We've almost got Teddy converted, which is honestly way faster than I'm used to it going, even with Prolicizer maxed out. Oh, right, you're kind. And kind actually makes it so you're easy to convert. I forgot about that. Okay. So the good news is once you get all these trees cut down blocking the way from planting or building stuff, Teddy should just fly through and start building the walls real quick. The downsides are going to be vulnerable until it's done. This is bigger than I should make the place, but it's fine. Okay. At some point, we'll hopefully be able to get some pack animals that when we go to leave a tile, instead of just going on to the next spot, we can grab a bunch of extra junk and just run by another faction's place and just drop it all off in like one big gift to slowly win them over. Because once they start getting at least some of the factions to neutral, so they stop hunting us, it means it's less likely we'll have them roll on the low side. Because with all of them rolling at the same time, it does just mean we're almost guaranteed to get kind of on the minimum bar on how long we can stay someplace. Because at least one of them is likely to roll that low, by just sheer number of rolls. Okay. Oh, I don't have you set up to do recreation. We need to fix that. That's a long hang time for that? Oh, Ship to the Stars loading. That's fair. Can you actually gift like that without drop pods? When they're hostile, you never tried. Yeah, you can run a caravan to an enemy location, and I believe just drop off stuff that way, if I remember correctly. I might have out-of-date information on that one. Well, also, let's go to assign. There we go. And once you're done with that, you should be able to start getting our stuff done. You use pods? Yeah, when you have pods, you can. But if you don't have pods, those aren't an option. Okay, so we've got a Dark Scholar has arrived. They are a psychopath who is psychically hypersensitive and an occultist who's covered with surgical scars. So, more psychopaths for the colony. But in this particular case, I can use the extra person. I'm going to go ahead and have a conversation with Graves, and we're going to allow them to join. So the Dark Scholar slouches in place, lifeless and silent. Only her eyes seem alive, as if she could look inside you. She says that this is where she belongs and asks to stay for a while. Her tone indicates that she will not take no for an answer. She is deeply knowledgeable on all things related to the Void. She can study unnatural phenomena faster than others and also teach others when she gets the chance. She may be useful, but you sense there's something that she's not telling you. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you already end. Yeah, so the queue's open. This person is going to be named. They might betray us. We don't know what their deal is yet. They might betray us. So this person, even though they're capable of medical, we shouldn't be eligible for a metal horror nearly this early in the game. But I'll just treat it as if that is a concern. And we're just going to have it so they can handle animals. What's your handling? 4? Still not good. But that gives us a dedicated researcher for the time being. Okay. And I don't expect to be able to tame those at any point, but we'll put that in the list. Alright. So that'll be good. So we can take you off of research for now. We have you filling in on construction as an option. I'm trying to remember what Hussar penalizes. It does not penalize construction. Okay, so you are going to get to be construction as your next priority. We will put a bow on the list there. Okay, so we actually have research happening by someone who's arguably competent. And so we'll go ahead and we'll get that in there in a minute. Now, they could have a whole bunch of things going on. They could have crumbling mind. If they do, they're out. They can have the organ failure thing. If they have that, they're probably out. They can just outright betray us, which point they'll be murdered. They can just leave, and nothing more to it. They just leave. I don't think I'm going to fight to keep them if that happens. They can have a thing where if they get friendly fired, they cause sight stealers to show up. They can have a thing where they will randomly do a psychic scream that knocks everyone down nearby and causes them pain. It's involuntary, not a hostile thing. It's just a weird thing you have to put up with. And so there's all that. Yeah, so you're getting upset because you don't have your go juice. Alright, so we've got Teddy is now converted over to the same ideology as Remain. So one more person and we'll be able to get our moral guide. That mink will die. Okay. I'm gonna bump Teddy up on the prioritization for construction, so we actually get these built before the first raid happens. Okay. I'm trying to have multiple ways in and out just so we can get around. Alright. But the good news, as long as Graves is here, that should help us with our research. Alright, so let's go ahead and draw who is going to be Graves, who may or may not stick around. Alright, so that's going to be probably Bunny. Welcome to the colony. So we've got our group of misfits here. The occultist, the just pretty standard starting colonist, and the hussar who is likely to die from go juice deficiency because I can't help them. It's definitely going to be one of those things that when we get the opportunity, we need to go for a go juice anytime it comes up if we're trying to keep Teddy around, which I'd like to, but it's also only if RNG gives me the opportunities to deal with that. But in the interim, Teddy's going to work on trying to actually do the base building. Yeah, and you're both set to prioritize cooking. Oh, I see what's happened here. This is the problem, actually. I need to unassign that stuff. Because I need them to go after the berries to keep us fed while we wait. All right. Okay, so this we can start pulling up medicine, harvesting berries and all that. Okay. Just botching one construction after the other. That's always a rough thing when you start with someone who has no construction skill, just try and make it work. I'd like that to get done before this bear decides to try and eat someone. Pretty much hoping for Raider to drop it, pretty much. Apparently there's a Twitch tag going around to opt out Gen AI. Honestly, with everything going on, it's not a terrible thing. Basically to let people know that your channel has opted out of Gen AI. Because like I said, if you join a channel that hasn't opted out, you're feeding Gen AI. It's not like I'm going to stop watching Twitch and all that. It's just kind of an annoying thing that on the viewer side, you have no way of knowing unless the creator says they've done it. Transport pod crash. That you're a hostile person. We got one minor cut. We're definitely not going to want to recruit this person long term. I can't keep them here. But what we can do is I can try and go here and 10D real fast. It'll practice a little medicine. Seeing if there's a ruin or anything here that's got a enclosed room I can use. No. So we patch them up. They might get up on their own. They might not. We'll see. Actually, for that matter, go back up there and strip those clothes. Because those are some downright actually kind of nice clothing you got there. So regardless, at least we're getting clothes out of this. I'm really worried about this grizzly bear. We need to get this place enclosed already. Teddy's trying, it's just taking time. Doesn't help that he botches like every third construction because he's still learning. Let's see, what's the situation of Gen AI and Twitch? You're very tech blind, so you'd love to have an educated side. As an artist, you don't want to support AI. So basically today, Twitch introduced a thing where you could toggle off saying, hey, I don't want to be trained on generative AI, but it's on the channel side. And so it takes stuff like your channel title, chat, you know, a bunch of other stuff related to your channels, like stuff going on, and it'll train generative AI. But you can opt out of it. But it is opted in by default. So that's just broken today kind of thing. So it is just the problem of like getting the news around to a bunch of the creators to be like, hey man, opt out of this stuff if you don't want to support generative AI. But from the viewer perspective, like it's just kind of one of those things that there's not really anything you can do beyond ask if someone's running that deliberately or not. And there's not really a reason as a creator to support it. There's just nothing to gain and everything to lose kind of deal. And so it is just kind of one of those things that it's hot news right now. But on your side as the viewer end, you can opt out of it, but it's for your channel, not where you're going. So if you hop into a channel that someone has not disabled it, you will be feeding the generative AI data source. Whereas if you're in a channel that someone has disabled it like we have, you will not. But you can go in there and toggle it off, but it's kind of one of those things. It's fairly irrelevant unless you stream as well, because it's just in your channel that it collects data. Alright. Let's see, temporary. Let's see, mostly temporary. That's the name of the colony here. But yeah, it kind of sucks. It was a opted in by default because very understandably, and by Twitch's own words, if they didn't make it opt out and made it opted instead, no one would have opted into it. Which is kind of the whole thing. It's like very, very clearly, broadly speaking, people are very hostile towards generative AI on like the big umbrella. And there's people who are supportive of it, but broadly speaking, a lot of people are very, very negative towards Gen AI. So we got Nimble with nothing wrong with you. And so it's this kind of things like no one really wants their data scraped for it and all that stuff. And so more and more companies are just kind of shoving it in there. And all that. I really needed... You just get back to whatever you're doing. You can't do anything for this fight. But it's the same thing as anything where you're using Google products and AI is just rammed in there whether you want it or not. You know... Which is funny because they're openly admitting it's this hated creators do not benefit. Keep in mind, a lot of the rank and file at Twitch genuinely have your best interests in mind. Where a lot of people are, that's not what I wanted. Like, where you have a lot of really kind of not great decisions happen from time to time. That, like, genuinely a lot of the developers are kind of on your side with that. But, you know, when Daddy Bezos says this is the way it's gonna be, you get the idea. Alright, so unfortunately, I could patch you up, which is a little risky. because you might get up. Yeah, that was the chief product officer. Yeah. No, that's the thing. Even as high as that, a lot of them, they get kind of marching orders down, and your choices are you do what you're told, or you probably don't have a job. And that's not a comment. Well, I tried to help you. All you had to do was not get up and then punch me. I was gonna patch you up so you could leave. Alright, Mad Rat. Yeah, because I've met him before, and he seemed like a pretty stand-up guy. But it is just kind of one of those things. When you're acquired, if your parent company says these are what you're gonna do, that's your choices are to do it, or you don't have a job, and you have to be willing to say, like, I'm gonna give up my job for this. And there's times where you do that stuff, but it can be very difficult, especially right now with the situation in tech where people are constantly being laid off. It's real hard to take the risk of losing your livelihood to, you know, stand up against stuff. At this point, you just assume the C-suite all has AI psychosis. It's just one of those things that for a lot of, and this can even go outside of AI. I've had plenty of experience where, like, whatever the current tech buzzword is, you know, blockchain, crypto, whatever, you know, it starts to pick up popularity and all that, and the investors start demanding it because, you know, it's the new thing. Like, you know, what are you doing to leverage the new technology, whatever it is. And so you get pressured as an individual company to ram it into your stuff, whether or not it makes sense, because your investors are demanding it. And if you don't do it, you don't get the investor money you kind of need to operate. And it can be a whole mess. Because I definitely know when blockchain was the big thing of the week, that it was kind of the thing of the company I've been working for. It's like, we need to use blockchain. And I kind of stares like, but how? Like, it's not relevant to what we're doing. Like, I can put a library in here that we call for no real reason, which is ultimately what we did, is I put a separate thing off to the side that technically did a blockchain that immediately verified the thing that I had just generated was valid, so we were using blockchain. And then the moment it wasn't the flavor of the week, we ripped it right back out. I deliberately stuck it off into its little corner so nothing was tied in for a dependency of it. And yeah, it's just one of those things. Yeah, you've been watching the cycle for 15 years. The cloud, 3D printing, SaaS, IoT, blockchain, AI, NFTs, crypto, all the same thing. It's just the flavor of the week. Generative AI is the same thing. Will it go away when the bubble pops? No, it won't. It'll still be around. It won't be prolific in absolutely everything. But it's the same thing like NFTs were the whole thing, you know, a couple years ago, where NFTs were being shoved in everything. A bunch of games were implementing NFTs. You know, you had different, like, streaming platforms were implementing NFTs. Like, you know, the whole Web3 NFT nonsense, you know, play to earn, all that garbage. And, you know, that, just like that, you know, once it got to the point where the investors were like, hey man, we need to see results, and the results didn't come to fruition, and the investor money got pulled out, NFTs basically imploded. They're still technically out there, but they're not relevant. No one's really pushing them on a real level anymore. But if you dug deep enough on LinkedIn, the weird booster posts are probably the same guys, all of them. They usually have a lot of ties between the different groups. There's a lot of people who make good money on whatever the tech buzz of the week. And for the record, that happens in, like, the startups as well. There are certainly startups who see whatever the next tech buzzword of the week is. They'll start up a new startup, you know, do whatever with the new thing, get a bunch of people to spend money on it, and when the floor drops, they'll just shut their door and go on to the next tech buzzword. I've seen those companies. It's similar to where we had the dot-com boom and bust. There's like, so like for generative AI, it doesn't have as many valid use cases. It's not that there's none, there's not many, but like machine learning is a good example of one. It's a technology that does a lot of really cool stuff, a lot of really good stuff. But we won the last run. We rolled credits. We took down the mech hive. That was about a week ago. So we did a win. But yeah, so with machine learning, it was a weird one that's a very powerful and useful technology that also sort of lived in the tech buzzword side. It's very, very like .com boom bust, where like the internet was going to be a big thing, and people realized it, but at the same time, there was like the frenzy to internet everything for the .com boom, where like very famously there was like a hair salon that was going to be the online hair salon. No one stopping to go, wait a second, how are you going to cut people's hair online? Needless to say, that product never actually did anything, but a bunch of people threw money at it because, hey, a hair salon online clearly makes sense. You know, why would I want to leave my home? I don't know what the marketing was around that one specifically. But then, you know, after a little time passed, you know, they're like, okay, we need to see results, and obviously you couldn't get results out of that, so it imploded. And then we had the .com bust, which was all those ancillary things that didn't make sense for online to do, or the technology wasn't there yet. It all imploded, and, you know, really, really knocked things down a lot. But machine learning had a miniature version of the same thing, and machine learning is a good technology. But they were, again, applying it everywhere no matter how much or little sense it made. And then ultimately the floor dropped. And it... Again, it's a good technology, so, like, it didn't fully implode or anything, but it did have, like, all these, like, you know, mom-and-pop shop websites that had machine learning bots and all that on there. You know, where they had a total of, like, 5 products on their entire website, and then had machine learning attempting to figure out what product to advertise you next. It's like, dude, it's 5 products. Just advertise them all. You don't need a whole, like, server cluster behind this thing to advertise your single-digit number of products. You're not Amazon or something where you've got literally catalogs of millions of items to sift through to try and figure out what to market people with. But yeah, you can't remember all that stuff where people claimed you'd be able to 3D print. Like it's gonna be Subnautica. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. 3D printing is also one of those technologies that does have a lot of good stuff going for it, but it is a whole thing as well that it was the same thing where it's like, we're gonna 3D print entire homes. And then there were startups who did that and went for a while, and then ultimately didn't pan out because it really wasn't saving any money. Let's see, you're currently listening while playing Product Zomboid, but you're wearing armor, so many armor, your character is uncomfy, but you want to be extra safe. Does uncomfy lead up to crazy negative side effects, or... uncomfy will gradually make your character depressed, which will cause action speeds to be slower, so fighting will be fine, but stuff like crafting weapons will go slower. Generally speaking, in Project Zomboid, armor is a new player trap. On paper, you're like, I want the armor to protect me, and in theory that would be good. But a lot of times the armor will cause you to overheat as a character, which will cause you to dehydrate faster, which will cause you to overheat more, and it can become a vicious cycle. And once you start to dehydrate too much or start to overheat too much, it'll start penalizing your movement speed and attack speed and stuff like that, which will make it far more likely that you are going to get hit. So it's kind of one of those things that armor looks good on paper, but in practice can get you in a lot of trouble. It's better to learn safe modes than extra armors, right? And it's not that you don't wear anything, it's you be sparing. Like, in the past, one of the go-tos was wear a bulletproof vest and, like, jeans, and then boots, but nothing more. So you had, like, your one piece of good armor, and something okay, but was not to layer. The layering is the thing that really got you in trouble. The worst offenders being, and we're probably in trouble here with this heat wave, the worst offender being stuff like wearing the firefighter suit. That is one that it almost feels like deliberate entrapment. That you put on that firefighter suit, and your character can practically just stand out there and bake alive. Does it offer you a ridiculous amount of protection? Yes. You're also going to be, like, basically heat stroking at any given moment because you're standing out in 90-degree Fahrenheit in a firefighter suit. But yeah, generally speaking, it's not that you don't want to put on any armor, it's you want to go very light. If you ever look at the top right and you see like the little sun icon, and you haven't been doing like a ton of fighting, it means you're probably wearing too much. That you should shed some layers. There is some cheeky stuff you can do to help out with that. So like for one example of something you can actually do is there's the oh, I forget what they're called. The long johns. You can get like the long john underwear that covers just about everything but your head. You can get that, and if you get your tailoring up, you can put patches on it. And if you use leather patches on it, it gives you a little bit of armor everywhere without the extra installation. All right, so the very next technology we're getting, the very next technology we are getting our hands on is electricity, which could potentially be good because we can get electricity and then the ship stuff going. Then we have the opportunity to potentially build a ship and use the ship. Yeah, no, the jeans is relatively decent. A pair of jeans gives you a little bit of protection. If you can find leather pants, which are very rare, they're pretty solid because they only give a little bit of extra insulation over like jeans, but they do offer relatively decent leg protection. So I'm trying to keep an eye. Right now, Remain Nick is the only one who's getting hot. Oh, this should also be 10 meals by now. Just the number of botches I'm watching. I get it, they're starting at 0 construction, so a ton of botched is to be expected. But it's just saying botched. It's like, come on, man. Yeah, leather jackets are great as it gets cold, but remember, you start in July. Yeah, so that is a good, fair comment, that as you get later in the year and it starts to get colder, that you get a lot more leeway on armor. Because, like, once it starts getting down to, like, 20 degrees Fahrenheit, you can afford to put on an extra layer or two. Like I said, kind of the big thing is to watch in the top right. If you see the sun icon coming up and you haven't like really pushed your character, you're probably wearing too much. If you see the cold icon, that one's a little trickier because it's okay to go a little bit into the cold icon. If you do have your character fighting and you see the cold icon, then you need to put more clothes on. Or if you see it start going like pretty far into cold, you probably need to put more. But just dipping into like the first layer or two of chili, especially if your character is very sleepy, not really that big a deal. If you let that cold icon go down too much, that is also super dangerous. Let's see, in your firefighter noob phase, you almost died from taking a nap in a hot car. Oh yeah, the cars get wild hot where you jump in, it's 120 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah. And they have a heater. I always forget to turn it on because every time you turn on and off your car, it turns off or on the it turns off the heater or AC. But yeah, so it is very much in RimWorld, for the most part, armor is a trap. That it'll get you in more trouble than it'll help. There's a lot of things like that. Like Product Zomboid, even with the new stealth mechanics in Build 42, these stealth mechanics are very dangerous. So normally I'd be like, oh no, I should be careful. I'll make an enemy of the Empire. They're already maxed out. We're taking this person. Alright, so you have joined. What's your deal? You are a neurotic, delicate, psychically deaf pawn who has extremely good shooting and melee. You are also a Hussar, which means you're going to be short-lived probably. So, what I might actually do here is something perhaps less than ethical. What I might actually do is have them come over here, drop all their equipment on the ground, and then banish them. Because we already have a Goju's dependency we can't meet, and that's going to be a problem. So, Alright, there's the loyalty squad following. So you're jealous, steadfast, wimp, delicate, depressive. Okay. Oh, you're gonna prepare a distance? That's even better. Well, that's the thing, is I'm not gonna keep the second one. That's the reason I didn't open the naming queue. I already know I'm banishing this person. They've got really good combat abilities, but you already got one Go Juice dependency. Well, I had hoped they would survive, but that's okay. Alright, so Eber here. Like I said, I'm going to run them in here. I'm going to have to drop all their armor and all that stuff. So I go drop you, drop you, drop you. Yep. Yep. Because this person, we're not keeping him. I was hoping for a better pawn. I'm not dealing with delicate on a Hussar, though. And banished. So now you're gonna run up here. Actually, it should probably be Teddy, right? Nah, we're gonna have Remain do it. Okay, and then you can grab that bow. All right. So you're at minor heat stroke with the heat wave, which I'm not loving. We'll work on it. Okay. So what I'm trying to do is keep an eye on them. If it starts to build up too much, I need to caravan them off the tile. Enough for them to cool off, and then they can come back. I was kind of hoping tossing all that flak armor on them, getting them basically better clothes and doing so, was going to be enough to mitigate the heat stroke, but it doesn't seem like it's really helping that much. Okay. And you're digging a mountain and sit too. It helps a little, not as big as it used to, and there's not too much, so I could like go up here and make a pocket, but unless you're like digging in proper, it's not as powerful as it used to be. It used to be you could go just about any tile, and if you could get inside the mountain, like super frozen place, that's fine. Dig in the mountain, put a little fire by the entrance, and you're pretty much set. Really hot tile, dig into the mountain, you're probably in relatively good, shape. Maybe you gotta put a passive cooler. But I really don't have that big of areas. Like, maybe I could dig in there and it'd be okay. But all the others of these are too small. Initial. You're still at minor. Okay, and we're finally starting to close this off. Yeah, so we got our first research done. We're working on the next. And my expectation is during the night, the temperature's probably going to drop enough that we drop off that. Otherwise, like I said, we might have to caravan off the tile. The good news is the heat waves don't tend to last super long in the game, just a couple of days at the most. So it shouldn't be particularly unmanageable. Yes, it's already down to 100. It's dropping below 100. 98. '95, '94, '93, '92, '90. All right. Cool. I'm actually surprised that got down to 88 and your heat stroke didn't dip. That's a little concerning. Okay, it did dip. All right, yeah, it's going down. The heat wave's probably going to end any time now. But pretty soon, we should have this all enclosed. And our colony is growing. It's a shame that we have a psychopath and... actually, no, you're kind and psychically deaf. Yeah, so you got a psychopath here, which isn't great. Yeah, there's the heat wave over, so that's good news. Honestly, most of the time, if you're not playing in a particularly hot tile, quite often you can just choose to endure the heat wave, and it won't tend to kill you. It's just one of those things that it can get nasty depending on, like, exactly when it happens, what your overall situation is. And if you're on a particularly hot tile, it could definitely push it over the edge of what you can handle. Okay. Now we're slowly wearing probably Bunny down to our ideology. Now all the bedrooms are valid bedrooms. But they're all going to be terrible bedrooms. Yeah, so awful bedroom is -2. If we can manage to get the bedrooms to be a little bit nicer, that'll help. Same with this room. And unfortunately, about the only way I'll be able to do that is build a bunch of fancy floors and all that on there, which has the negative consequence of if I build a bunch of fancy floors... Ooh, alpaca. We can actually make alpaca happen. Misk, caravanning point. I will just pop it down here, I guess. And we can go down here and say structures. And go Misk and a wood pen marker. Because we can get the alpaca to join us. That gives us caravanning animals. That also gives us a source of fabric. So that would be really good if we can make that happen. Like, very genuine, I'd actually like to have the alpaca over the muffalo. Quest available, Solitary Predator. How's that work? You hate us. I'm gonna just say no. It's like, we're at maximum hostility on this one. Maybe we don't see how that pans out? Okay. So I've got that ready. So we go to our assignments. We can clear forest schedule. Sorry, work. Let's go to the handle. It's already set to 2. So we definitely want to try and bring those alpaca in. If we can get a breeding pair of alpaca... Why are you sleeping there? You've got a perfectly good bedroom. Oh, that's not what I want. Hang on, that's on me. It's okay, you'll just botch it like 4 times before you can go to bed. 3. We're gonna get 4. What? 5? There you go. Come on, alpaca. So it's a 1 in 5 chance, roughly, each and every attempt to tame. So hopefully, like I said, we get a breeding pair. Because with that, like, we'll be able to potentially caravan a lot of stuff with us. And that can help a really big deal. At that point, once we got the electricity, I'd be down to do the grav ship thing. And just load all the grav ship stuff on the alpaca and just drag it with us everywhere we go. Until such time we can actually build the ship and do the chem fuel and all that. Okay. Forced weather for pay. You're going to give me Glitter World and a little bit of goodwill. I don't plan to stay here super long, so I will gladly take your Glitter World, your tiny bit of jade, and all that to make my accuracy a little worse. Go haul that back, and go haul this back. So with that, we got a little bit of friendship with the Empire. Not a lot, but every little bit helps, that if once we can get them to be neutral, they'll stop hunting us. Double checking what you can put for the title. Naked Brutality, on the run from everyone. Fix our title actually accurately, because we were going to do it where it's just the mechs, but with the mod we did turn it on so everybody despises us and is hunting us actively. So we're going to try to win them over. And then as we can reduce the number chasing us, we're likely to get more opportunity to not have to run immediately. Okay, the next round, cargo pods. Alright, we'll take a bunch of face masks, that's fine. Give me alpaca. Hey, we got our first one. So we got a male alpaca. Now if we get a female alpaca, we have the potential to start getting a bunch of alpaca to become our means of moving more and more stuff. As well as the alpaca wool being our source of clothes. Have we had to jump map set? Yes. This is our second map. Which we just moved 2 tiles over and set up again. Cool. What are you grabbing? Oh, you're grabbing the stuff over by the monolith, maybe? Okay. And so Teddy's gradually getting more and more upset because they are Go Juice dependent, and we don't have a means of getting Go Juice of any capacity. It's strictly hoping a raider shows up who has Go Juice, and that we down them and take their Go Juice. So realistically, we will be losing Teddy. We're gonna try and keep Teddy along for as long as possible, though, to help out as much as we can. If we can get some Go Juice, we can do that to help things out. Alright. So worry about the 2 female alpacas. Yeah, no, it's very genuinely. That was the reason why when we got a second Hussar showed up to join us, we just we took their stuff and banished them immediately. It's just one of those things, like, there's not... I don't realistically see a way we can get through the other side of this. Like, one is probably not going to happen. Okay, cool. We got a breeding pair of alpaca. Is there a drug stockpile nearby? No. Like, there might be one, but it'd be at least a couple days caravanning away. Let alone are we in shape to fight a stockpile. Stuff like the explosive traps and like hunter traps and all that can be really hard to deal with without shield belts or any meaningful armor. Or like numbers to help out with it or anything. Or like bionics to outrun them or like having any tools to leverage. Okay. And we're getting all our face masks that we're putting on. There's not really a big reason to grab components. I'll just have to leave them behind. Well, I won't have to leave them behind. It's just that I won't likely be able to do much with them. I'm going to mine just a little bit of steel. There's uranium ore, which could be useful for a bunch of things. But again, hauling that stuff behind me. What are you going for this run? We are using the Ruthless Pursuit, or Ruthless Faction Pursuit mod. So think about like the Odyssey start where the mechs chase you, but everyone who is hostile for you will do the same. And by default, we have set everybody to hate us. So basically, some amount of time will go by and they'll be like, ah, we don't like you. Okay, well, we just got a bunch of alpaca. You know, we don't like you. And then they'll all chase us, and we have to abandon our tile and run. So we're doing that. We're just trying to get ourselves going, but it means I have to like break down the base and then haul off the tile to rebuild on another tile and try and get that going. And that'll continue until we start befriending people. And then on top of that, so you want 3 herbal medicine? I can accommodate that. That's fine. Incoming. Okay, so those 2 are going to come after us in 18 days. So that's plenty of time. And I'm down to give him... Incoming Fallen Empire in 19 days. So it looks like over time they're going to get kind of spread out on... what they've got. Alright, so let's go ahead and have you grab the medicine. Cancel join. They're 68-year-old. The answer's no. I can't accommodate you right now. Incoming of the space people in 16 days. Mad Hair. The good news is those are rolling high, because the last one we ended up having to leave where one is only like 5 or 6 days. If it keeps rolling pretty high for us, that means we don't have to leave our tile for a good while. And one stuff you don't even have? Well, the thing is I actually do have it, it's just in people's inventories. It's also a thing where you can have them show up and then you use the item while they're showing up. Alright, so 15 days. That's all fine. So we're doing pretty good where we're rolling high on all those. At least they're leveling at each spot. New spot gets easier. Yeah, that's the idea. Alright, we got Mad Gazelle. Come on, man. I wonder why it's just like triggering like one manhunter thing after another. That's fine. So Eclipse, that's one we don't care about. That's the other ideology. Okay. But yeah, that's the idea, is we should be advancing our technology a little bit on each tile. Which will help getting some caravanning animals, so we get like a bunch of stuff to bring with us, all our crafting benches and some of our supplies. Our people will level up their various skills and get a little bit better. So it's going to be a very rough early game as we're being forced into a nomadic play style. If we can manage to get the grav ship up and running, that'll dramatically change things, where at least we can go from place to place. I had to pack it all in real fast. But we are running random research, so we can't just beeline to the grav ship. If we get it, we get it. If we don't, we don't. I am thinking I'm not going to send the grav ship down until I get chem fuel refining. Yep, we got a group of alpaca we managed to tame, which is honestly my favorite of the pack elements. Alright, so that one rolled 7 days. That one's not nearly as good. So now we have a 7-day timer till we have to go. Because when they go in, that isn't just a raid. They will endlessly raid you again and again and again in, relatively quick succession. I think it's like 12 in-game hours, so half a day. So if you try and hold your ground against it, maybe you can knock out a wave and then boogie out of there between the waves. But if you try and hold your ground, even if you got like a total cheese base, you'll eventually probably start running into mood breaks because you don't get to stop fighting. Just harvest anything and everything. But yeah, so we'll do like the other one. We're going to get down to 2 days. 3 days. Well, that screws us. I think 3 days might actually be the shortest it can be. So 2 days, we pack it in and we leave. So that sucks. Because I don't have a whole lot of food set aside yet. So we're gonna have them pull up berries, try and get them in here and all that. Get what rice we can. Don't bother sowing, none of it's gonna be done in time. Go ahead and cancel all these trees that I told you to cut. Just get the berries you can. Then we'll have the others like haul and research. Okay. Leave those doors open so it doesn't slow them down as much. But yeah, so what we do is when it gets to about 2 days, I'm going to tell them to uninstall all the furniture we care about, load up the animals, and run to the next tile. Because we got to be careful, because if we hit a point of people having a mood break, and they're like wandering randomly when this time runs out, they get left behind and they die. Because, okay, 11 days. But yeah, that's kind of the catch with this, is because it's all of these rolling their own dice, the more factions that hate us, the more likely we will have at least one faction roll badly, like this one did. Because if this one didn't roll badly, I would get a whole extra 3 days to work on research and all that. But that rolled worst case scenario, because there isn't, like, at least, unless the mod has it, there isn't something where they instantly show up, because that would be run ending. There's apparently a setting where you can set up where it doesn't warn you that they're coming. Which seems horrible. It feels like that would be counterintuitively the one time you would want to build your base right on the edge of the map as close as you could. So when they ran in, you could just run off. Yeah, so you only had 2 that rolled badly. One rolled at maximum bad, and the other one rolled okay bad. Alright, so it's unfortunately time to uninstall all of these. Because they'll need to caravan off the tile in the next 24 hours. Sorry, the next 48 hours, but we don't want to wait till the last minute and have someone take too long. Alright, get him off the bench. Okay, and with that, it's time to abandon. Form caravan, go over 1 tile. All the alpaca, all the people, travel supplies. Bring it all. Items, bring the light leather. We want the research benches, the stove, all our various furnishings. Grab the little bit of uranium, grab the steel. So the good news, it looks like we actually could carry quite a bit. If we had managed to bring more in, that'd be good, but that's kind of the hope and why we wanted the caravanning animals, is so we could do that kind of thing. So we need everyone to load up as fast as they can. Incoming mechanoids in 2 days. Okay, so we have learned something new. It can roll 2 days. Where I thought 3 was the shortest, apparently 2 days is the shortest. Or 2 days is, I can't actually confirm it's the shortest, but 2 days is... Are you not bringing the rest of the food? It's only 2... Oh, you must have cooked those 2 meals while I was waiting. That's fine, just get out of here. Alright, and then we go world map, and abandon, and settle. Wait until you see it's 1 day? It could be. If it's 1 day, it's just literally you stop everything and go, just run. Go for the hills. Alright, so new tile. So do we have anywhere with good soil? Not especially. Like, there's a little bit over there, but not especially someplace I'd want to try and exploit. Alright, so same plan. We're gonna go here. All right, Greg, you have a good one. So let's go here. We can go rice. You can allow that. Structure. And then we can go to this side. We can put doors up here and here. A door on this side. Actually, let's put the door way up here. That's fine. We'll put a door there. Put you here. Put doors. Put a door there. All right, let's. We can leave the doors there so we have areas to kite around. So put a door over here. And do not put a roof over any of this. There's the caravanning spot, and you. There's the rice. Okay, so let's go over here. Okay, so I'm trying to really quickly get this all sorted out. Alright, so we got a bunch of those beds all sorted. I will deal with that in a minute. And likely I'm going to want to go ahead and put you here. Needless to say, this is not optimal in any rate. Okay, so I've got all that, so hoopering thing goes over there. There's the table. You can plunk it down here. And grab the game of put you down there. Research bench. Research bench. Stove. Chair. 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 Alright, from here we need to go production, butcher spot, crafting spot, butcher everything, smash mechs, do forever, tribal wear, tribal mask, do until you have one. Alright. You love this game so much. Yesterday, your 34-year-old construction worker who designated sort of your main guy beat the crap out of a 63-year-old doctor for making fun of his hairy legs. Stuff is wild. Oh yeah, no, you'll have some like truly unhinged nonsense go on in this game. Okay. Alright, so it's gonna take a while for them to get stuff built and all that. That's fine. Psychic drone low mail. That's not gonna be great. Wielding a short bow, -5 mood. It is what it is, man. You're just gonna have to live with it. You're the one we don't know what your deal is. I'm certainly not going to be giving you better stuff. Oh, I didn't make a storage room. So no human-like and no rotten. Okay, so just do your best. Everyone else is going to try their best to get things built and all that. Alright. Yeah, so Bunny's going to run around just hauling everything over here until we start getting, like, workbenches put up and everything. They'll chip in where they can chip in. And then Remain is going to try and secure future food. Teddy's going to do the base building. And unfortunately, fairly soon, Teddy is going to start not being able to participate. At 30 days, Teddy goes in comatose. And at that point, Teddy's basically dead. No, the PZ run's going. I just don't want to play nothing but PZ endlessly. PZ is a fun game, but playing just one game all the time will burn me out. So I wanted to get, you know, something else going on. And I've been debating what else I want to do for the other game. So I just wanted to hop back into RimWorld because I liked the idea of being pursued in the early game. And so we did get it set up where that's actually working now. Versus our last run, it was falling to the rules where we had to have a functional ship that landed on the tile and blah, blah, blah. Now we are being actively chased by everybody on the map. So not just the mechanoids, literally everybody will hunt us down as long as they're hostile. Yep, variety is the spice of life. We are probably just going to lose that glitter world between the moves and it getting left out on the ground from time to time. So where normally I don't like to use the holy crap crows just sweeping in and just a whole flock of them eating my stuff. Disease, malaria on Teddy and probably Bunny. Well, you're getting the glitter world. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't hold high hopes for either of you making it. So there was our one and only good medicine. You bought this game a few years ago and didn't like it. You weren't a fan of the pawns, traits, and weaknesses. Picked it up again on a whim, and it's like crack now. That happens with a lot of games. I didn't run into that one with RimWorld, but that was me with, oh, it wasn't Product Zombie. What? Oh, it was Path of Exile. That the first time I played it, and I was like, this is a dumb game. Why doesn't why would anyone like this game? You know, and then came back years later and I was like, oh, this game's amazing. It happens. That happens a lot to Product Zomboid as well. A lot of people jump in and be like, this game's stupid the way it handles all this stuff. I'm not having fun. Like, it's just brutally hard for no reason or whatever. And then, you know, you take a little break and you come back and go, actually, hang on, this is amazing. Do you have any good doctors? Yeah, they have malaria, though. Dude, it's the same person. Literally, this is the same person who tried to join us before, and I'm like, look, man, I'm not taking a 68-year-old with what my situation is. Things are bad enough. So you're at Go Juice dependency. You're at 22 days. What if he is a good doctor? Well, I'd have to go and rescue him, so it wouldn't do us any good either way. Like, they could be a good doctor. I don't have the resources to go rescue them anyway. Would you, like, tend to them? The odds that they get through this are pretty bad as is. Much less if you actually don't do the doctoring side. Yeah, no, there was one, the first time he came by, he was just going to join walking on the map. But it was one of those things like, okay, like, I don't know about this person, they're 68, they're bringing a skill I don't have much use for yet. Food is not exactly in a great place right now. And you still have all those stuff set to do. It's not going to be good with this cougar chilling with no other anythings nearby. Okay, that was the last of the food. So disable sewing for just a minute. I need you to go grab berries and medicine for a minute. Okay, allow sewing of that again. Alright, so you got about 2% lead. And you actually have a decent lead. Unfortunately, you are the... I mean, that's 0%'s not going to help that. Because you are a Hussar. I want to say a Hussar, you have a bonus tier? No, you just have fast wound healing, not the immune thing. Like I said, again, the downside is in 8 days, they're comatose anyways. So you're super upset because you're hungry, you slept on the floor, your recreation's unfulfilled, all sorts of stuff. So you're 3% ahead. You're about 0.5% ahead. Yeah, getting knocked back down to 1 pawn would be pretty bad. Actually, you're starting to get way more of a lead on that 0% 10, which I'm really not sure. Oh, we just got done with a psychic drone. Okay, you're officially losing now. It's a bit of a better tend. So it does look like, at the rate things are going, Teddy will probably make it through the malaria before ultimately succumbing to Go Juice dependency. And probably Bunny, it's not looking good. You're a little bit over 1% behind, so you are losing ground to the malaria. And that be what it be. Let's bump you up to have a slightly higher construction priority since you've already got a bunch of berries and all that set aside, and you're going to have to start taking over responsibilities of other people. To be fair, probably Bunny was a creepy joiner that could betray us anyways. So, while I don't really want them to die, there's always a chance they might just betray us anyways. And let's just go ahead and do this for no discernible reason. It's okay, Bunny. We're just proactive in making a grave just in case. You don't have anything to worry about. We'll definitely get you to the other side of this. Nothing to sweat about. It'll be fine. I mean, you're getting better tens. I don't know if it'll be enough to catch you up because you're losing ground on it. The medical emergency on Teddy, of which Remain was like, not my problem. Could you... Oh, you developed immunity. Okay, so Teddy has gotten through their malaria. The place with malaria. So we can have you drop back down on your construction again and let Teddy focus on construction. Yeah, you're like 2% behind. Unless we get a really solid tend on you, I don't foresee you making it. Either we'd need to have a delivery of Glitter World, or just a really good tend on you. Like a good 70% or more. And it needs to happen on the next tend. Even that might be too late now. Which will mean losing our main researcher, which is a bummer. Yeah, you're over 2% behind. I think it's just too little too late, even if we got a good tend. Alright, Ted. Well, alright, I want to see 90%. 100%. 31% ain't gonna do it. Probably is dead. Probably is certainly dead. That's okay. Teddy probably won't be very far behind you. Because that Go Juice dependency, they got 5 days till they're rendered unconscious. Going great. We got 2 additional colonists, and neither of them are going to make it. There's a medical emergency. And you're now about 4% behind. Yep. We'll just pre-assign that for no reason. Don't worry, it's fine. You sucklings. It's pretty rough getting a malaria that early. Especially without us needing to bounce between tiles. Well, that's gonna go real bad for us is what that is. I don't even have an enclosed room. And they did the Psychic Scream. So we're gonna go to you, assign, attack, and honestly right now, probably just defend yourself. There's no one to run to. So prioritize burying them. Never mind. Draft. So you run over here. Stop being a jerk. Focus on the one actually shooting, or actually trying to hit you. Don't scream again. Don't scream again. Just be perfectly content only being a one and done. Okay, it didn't scream again. That's good news. That means we only had the one. Well, the one wave. There might be another one still working their way to us. So, small favors. Okay, so fairly minor injuries. That's good news. Alright. We need to get these walls up. I'm just watching these crows. Each time I get food, the crows just fly to the field and eat it all. There's just like a group of 8 crows over here just going at my food again and again. Just watching them botch it like 5 times in a row is so hard to watch. Okay. Gonna have you help. No, you're not. I need to keep pulling up the rice and all that stuff. And how much longer till you're rendered unconscious? 4 days. And then it goes back to a solo colony. On the bright side, we have gained a lot of levels. We do have pack animals. Transport pod crash Smelly. Alright, so Smelly here is a night owl who has a whole range of capabilities and has a peg leg. They can do plants, they can do social, they can research, they can fight. So Smelly here is a perfect person to join. Welcome to the team, Smelly. Because holy crap, I will take anything. Need more wood? They're working on it. They're cutting down the trees. Alright. So, if you would like to be our brand new contestant, Smelly, 26-year-old night owl, go ahead and get your name in the hat and all that. It was what, from 11 to 6 that you needed to... For now? Yeah, 11 to 6. So go to schedule here, put the recreation there. That'd be great if I could bring them on board. If I can bring them on board, they could take over the growing. Since Teddy's about to get knocked off by their stuff. Could you, like, go ahead and eat something? Oh, you can't. Cool, go harvest your berry bushes. Because I'll give Teddy food. Because this is all about to come up to be harvested and we'll be good for a while. I was going to tell him not to sow, just keep sowing, though. I was going to say, there's berries behind you. Go eat it, man. Major break risk because you're super hungry and your Go Juice dependency is just annihilating you. Of which we've got 4 more days. Which your manipulation and everything is going to get more and more penalized. Like I said, I fully expect Teddy's not going to make it. I just don't have a means of getting more Go Juice. If we're lucky, we'll get a raid that'll be able to help, but I'm not exactly optimistic. Contract helpers. Okay. This is going to be a little unethical, but we're going to say yes. I will send contract helpers to help you. And I'm sure there's people who's already caught on. So Teddy here is going to go ahead and go. Because they said they want 1 person for 5 days. Teddy here goes unconscious in 4 days. But we got our reputation, and it's not my problem for the time being. Alright. So for right now, let's actually schedule to keep you in the home zone for the time being. So that way you don't go and start pulling up a bunch more berries. We got rice here and all that you can deal with. Don't actually shoot that. Stop. Let it go, man. It ain't worth it. Okay. Alright, so let's go ahead and draw who's going to be smelly here. And that's going to be Cody Husky. So congratulations, Cody Husky. You get to be unconscious for a while. Alright, we'll close that queue. I was going to take a shower, but apparently, we were supposed to remain smelly? Absolutely. Alright, so if we can manage to hold out long enough for Cody Husky to get up, Cody can then take over plants and we can have Remain start working on the construction side of things. And then we'll have two stable things. No, Zomboid's still alive. I'm a variety streamer, I don't play just one game. So Zomboid's still alive. I just decided I wanted to take a day away from Zomboid. I've been going at it for like the last couple weeks. So, you know, I wanted to get in some RimWorld. Just trying to tell him to haul these out of here as able as well. But yeah, no, like Zomboid's going fine. We've been doing good. We actually are in a really good place in Zomboid. That we started pushing the secret military base, which by all means I know a lot of people are going to be excited to see that keep going, which maybe I should have played it there. This is cool. You're taking notes, but RimWorld is next on your list after Ambiotic Factor. Yeah, no, RimWorld's also excellent. But yeah, no, we'll, the next time we play Zomboid, we're jumping into continuing the push into the secret military base, which is a pretty cool and dangerous place to go. I'm actually not super sure, like, where I want to take that run. Man, this stupid lynx sitting in here just eating my alpaca is really causing me no end of grief. And unfortunately, Remain trying to fight a lynx by himself is going to be a little bit on RNG about if I hit the lynx first and slow it, I might be able to deal with it, or if I just one-shot it. But if I miss and it gets into melee, Remain probably just dies. So, with Remain being by himself. Organ Decay on Remain. It's fine, you're just gonna lose your lung. Okay. Screw you, game. For the record, Remain is the one we started with. That's not our creepy joiner. Our creepy joiner died of malaria. This is just RNG chance we got hit with organ decay. Which is a very low chance, actually. But I'm hoping we can get this perimeter built. Because I need more pack animals, not less. It's basically every time they're having an offspring, the lynx is killing it. There's a cougar over here. I got all the wild critters eating all my food, but if I ever stop to try and go after them, it'll just slow the rate the base will get built even more, meaning the critters will have more time there. That malaria screwed us pretty hard. I do wonder, me sending the person who needed go juice to work, I wonder if they'll give him go juice. I actually didn't think about that. Because it might be that, because they'll do a lot of things to take care of your pawns when you send them. Like, they'll do treatment on them, so it can actually be a thing if you know someone isn't going to be able to be medically taken care of on a tile you're on. It could sometimes be the play to try and go out with the other stuff. So I'm gonna actually switch you back to, Oh, construction already is set to 2. Okay. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast. I'm going to do that. I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in a few. Okay, and I am back. Alright, so let's get things going again. So Remain Nick is basically holding down the fort for literally everybody. Just naked brutality. Man, there's also a warg here. So we've got a lynx, a cougar, and a warg, all hovering around my alpaca, ensuring I have no chance to continue to build up the alpaca population. Meanwhile, Remain Nick is trying desperately to get things built, and to cook, and to farm. I'm really hoping Ted comes back, and that because I sent him away as a worker for a couple of days, they will have given him go juice. Otherwise, he's coming back unconscious. And there'll be nothing I can do about it. Also need to put... torch in both those rooms when we get a chance. Alright, so we can wait... Oh, it's 35 days. We can wait out the timer on Cody. That'll go a long way. What is your combat skills? Am I going to be double ranging? You can go either way. That's fine. Lynx is hunting Cody Husky. Alright. It's not my favorite. Come on. Hit it, hit it, hit it. Don't let it... Okay. Alright. Honestly, that's about the best we could hope for. So start tending to Cody. Because Nick managed... we basically used one of our very few... I think that's our only go of the flamethrower on that gun. We did manage to use that to stop the Lynx. We managed to do it without taking any injury, which honestly was not anticipating. So it's at least the one that's been killing all like the babies and all that. We did manage to save Cody from any serious injuries, though Cody got pretty close to dying. So if Cassie could chill the hell out for 2 seconds, that'd be great. Apparently the answer is no on the chill out front, in case anyone wasn't keeping notes. Come on. Come on. Thank you. Still managed to get away with no injury, and that's all of our flamethrower. So we had to use both of them just to scatter things off of ourselves before we took injuries slowing us down even more. Okay. Oh, that's weird. Even though this person joined and we shooed them away, it still shows the quest as accepted. Oh, right, because we get the neoformers, and I'm just not going to worry about. But we've almost enclosed a room. Yeah, I know, right? Okay. Why are you in minor pain? Oh, right. You have organ decay. That's right. We had that too to add to the pile. Could you feed them? Okay, we'll get some more wood. Alright. Well, there's no running away on this one. There's no enclosed space. So this is just a straight up fight. The good bad news is the birds usually take one hit, whether it's melee or shooting, to put down. The bad news is they really close in fast. Alright. Nice. So that's at least something. If Teddy comes back and it looks like we're not gonna be able to save him, we are in need of a lung right now. we might plan accordingly. Okay, let's get some more wood. Yeah, so in just under a day, Teddy will come back, and we'll find out if they gave Teddy go juice, and we get ourselves another 30 days with having Teddy be able to contribute, or if Teddy's just going to be downed, and you know, at that point, Teddy will not be helping us, and will probably die. I'm really hoping that actually that is a way to like cleverly get a little bit of go juice. And the good news of that is that also did give me some reputation as well. Unfortunately, it was the faction that will slowly turn hostile against us again, but we are going to have to work with it. Because once we can start getting a couple of friends, we can get trade caravans, and that'll open up opportunities. Please feed Cody. And there is a small chance that Cody wakes up early. I mean, not a small chance. There's a chance as time goes on that Cody wakes up early. You guys in the last run? No, we won the last run. We rolled credits. Went, did the mech hive, all that stuff. That was about a week ago. Alright. Now the alpaca won't, you know, start being eaten, or sorry, won't be eaten by random animals anymore because they're in an enclosed area. Okay. And Cody Husky came back. Oh no, Cody is... What's your deal, man? Nice! Cody came back having just consumed go juice. So Cody, or sorry, not Cody, Teddy. So Teddy can go back to contributing to construction, leaving Nick to keep working on growing stuff right now. So small blessings there. So now what we're basically waiting on is Teddy will work on getting this all opened up. I'll probably add you to plant cut as the... Well, no, I want you to keep research as the minimum. So we trading back and forth with Remain working on planting stuff and all that, and then cutting some of the trees around in the immediate area to keep the wood supply up. But that should be good. All right. Probably need to keep you on actually being able to craft at some point. Cool, so you got food poisoning. That means you probably have a set of 4 meals that aren't safe to eat. So people are going to get food poisoning abound. And then we got a raid immediately after getting food poisoning. With no movement speed penalty. Cool. We should be okay with that, because Teddy, being a Hussar, is going to be pretty solid in a fight if it's just throw down melee to melee. Okay, nicely done. And Teddy just got 1 bruise of the jaw. Alright. This organ decay and everything else is going to be rough. What I'll probably need to do is once we get a good doctor, or at least a competent doctor at all, I'll probably have to get whoever we manage to down and organ harvest them for a lung to deal with it. You're not gonna treat them with your doctoring 1? You have doctoring 1. Your priority is to treat them. Literally the only thing on your whole list that's priority 1. It's okay. Not that it matters. With the major food poisoning, you were barely able to move. Major break because you're food poisoning. That's understandable. That's okay. We'll chase your food poisoning with food poisoning. To quote Smurf, never trust doctors. In RimWorld, yeah. Like in RimWorld, if you don't babysit the doctors, there's no telling if they will, you know, do anything at all you need. It really is frustrating at times where it's like, priority 1 doctoring, middle shift. No, I'm gonna go cut down a tree. It's like, but it's priority 3. and for the record, there's reasons they do it and all that. It's just very annoying. That's like, okay. All right. Doctor, give me the news. We got a bad case of no-go juice. Yup. Just every time you just see the crows just close in and eat a bunch of food. All right. Okay. How are you doing on that food poisoning? Okay, so you're recovering. So good news is you don't get like extra food poisoning. So if you eat food poisoned food, like right after right after you get food poisoning, it's not that big a deal. That's actually one of the things I would do once in a while, is when you had the stack of 4 that are all food poisoned, to have my character quickly eat 4 of them. Like back to back to back, to just get rid of all the food poisoned food. You can also disallow it, but my habitual re-allowing everything on the map just means it end up re-allowing the food poisoned food, and then they get it going there. The steel club is probably better than the wood one. Because we can check. So it's 6.27 damage versus 5.4. Alright, so you'll be here in 10 days, right? So let's grab that club, because that's a fair point. So in 7 days, we've got that next attack. Which is a big bummer. We didn't even get our place in clothes because that malaria knocked us down for several days. And then we, you know, had one of the people die there, and then Teddy was pushing to the point where they're going to drop unconscious due to lack of go juice, and then we got our person. Alright, that's 14 days. $10 days. And we successfully enclosed only the area the alpaca are staying in. Multiple chaser? Yeah. Every hostile faction is chasing us, and we defaulted them all, well, the mod defaulted them all to hostile. So we are trying to dig ourselves out of the hole to get ourselves not quite as pressured. We'd also like to get the grab ship, and we did have, when we had a creepy joiner who got malaria, they were doing a lot of research for us for a little while, but then they got malaria and I couldn't keep them alive. Yeah, so 7 days, so you actually have a chance of getting those up. So we'll leave that in case we need to get like one last scoop of rice before we go. Cool, more food poisoning. Love to see it. It's gonna really, really help everything. At least you got it early enough, it's gonna be long since behind you by the time that swings back around. Don't worry about hauling these anymore, they don't matter. Like, I don't care if you research or you build or whatever, don't bother hauling the stone. We're not gonna be here this long. Eight days, 5 days. Alright, with that, let's tell them to stop sowing that field. Unrestrict you. Freaking warg. 11 days. We have a few enemies. And like we've been doing, when we get close to 2 days, that's when we pack it in and move to the next tile. So this tile, in some ways, we've got Cody who's going to be joining us, hopefully. The alpaca, we kind of broke even on that one. Well, no, we got the alpaca in this tile. Yes, the alpaca... No, it's not. We got an alpaca in the second tile. So this is the third tile. So this tile was kind of a wash. We really didn't get a whole lot of time to do any research. And we traded one person who was a creepy joiner who may or may not stayed with us, but died of malaria. And in turn got Cody, who's got a Paralic Abasia we're waiting to settle. Teddy did get a little bit more of a lease on life. We don't have a reliable source of go juice that is ultimately someday going to kill Teddy. But we did manage to go from where it was going to be certain death here in a little bit, that we did buy ourselves like an extra 30. Alright, so the mechanoids are going to be here in 5 days. Get back to cooking. Yeah, once Cody's up, we'll be in much, much better shape. Okay, so a bunch of the goodwill's moved. Some of it's gone down, some of it's gone up. At least you know if any similar missions come up, you have a chance of getting a chance. Yeah. 6 days, 12 days. That doesn't make our timeline any worse. 5 days is where it's at. Okay, so right now it's these 2 5-dayers that are the ones that are going to determine things of when we leave. Should be a big battle if you stayed. It literally will never end. 13 days. With these ones, when you get attacked, they'll send wave after wave after wave every 12 hours until you die. You cannot stay and hold. Because even if you use like a cheese like burn box or something that you guarantee kill them all, you're going to have to keep your people in cycle staying awake to keep the fire going kind of deal. Which means eventually you'll start running into mood breaks and all that kind of stuff that will result in your people either walking into the burn box and dying or just, you know, starting to have more and more mood breaks. Or if nothing else, the bodies will pile high enough that the bodies themselves will be a problem. Alright, 4 days, that's fine. That's the same timeline we already have. Hey, look! We just finished that one. 10 days. We just finished our break room. How exciting is that? Okay. Now, part of the reason I want to delay this as much as possible is if we can delay this long enough, it means there'll be more, like, less new places before Cody Husky gets up. Because when Cody gets up, they're going to take over the planting and also be able to do some research. Psychic Soothe on the women, that's fine. Yeah, because you clean and then you'll do the other stuff. Alright. I wonder if they'll blink red like the other ones. Let's see, to find... You do find it funny that you must have the entire planet being like, we must kill these 3 people. Look, man. There was that one time that one of our people went to the women's restroom and left the toilet seat up. It is what it is. It's just the way it goes. We parked slightly askant in a parking spot. But rolled in their common ancestor's mother's grave. Alright, so we still got 3 days. And they let you out of prison? Well, that's the whole thing. They've been trying to get me into prison. That's why they're after us. Alright, so we're down to 3 days. Like I said, I usually been trying to get out of here at 2 days, and the reason for 2 days is caravanning can get a little weird sometimes where it takes a while to actually get off the tile. What happened? Disease plague on Teddy and Remain. Screw you. Screw you, game, so much. So that's probably our colony dead, by the way. Because I can't stay here. In 3 days I have to leave. We currently have plague. I don't have good medicine. We don't have a backlog of food. Cody, unless we get lucky and Cody gets up here. And it's one of those ones we can't even count, like, if Man in Black could show up. Because the Man in Black would show up after this goes down. And we wait for that to go down, the colony's dead anyways. So genuinely what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to wait till we get down to, like, maybe 1 day on here, pack it in and caravan out of here, and just really hope we do enough medical to get us through to the other side. Because we're still in the first year, and we've had malaria, plague, organ decay, and it's not like we're in swamp or a tropical forest or someplace that have abnormally high disease rate. So, like, there is some bull going on. Oh yeah, you think that makes up for it, Cassie? You drop me a jade meteor that I won't get to mess with? You've got a very slight lead, and you're very slightly behind. Which, your lung failing is going to be a problem. Yep, so Teddy might make it at the way it's looking. Remain up. Well, Remain just had a mood break. There's a good chance Remain will be left behind when we have to retreat from all the stuff coming after us. And that means Remain would die. Oh, Cassie, you're being an absolute troll right now. So Teddy might actually get over this before all hell breaks loose. I have very low. Oh man, Remain's like already like 5% behind. You're ahead by like 2%, and then the moment you're immune, we have to leave. So take your Hellcat and rescue you. But yeah, now the problem is Remain's not going to matter. They're already like 7% behind. Like, that's just it. They're gonna just die of plague. Okay, so you're immune. So what we're gonna go ahead and do here... So you're about to die. Yeah, you're about to die. Oh, yeah. Strip, 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 strip. Fast, 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 fast. Go, go, go. Yeah. Good call on the stripping them right before they die. Alright, so... We need to go fast because we got 22 in-game hours before all hell breaks loose. So uninstall all of this stuff. Yeah, you got malaria and died, which was then followed by getting plague and remained dying. Aw, man, go. We're running out of time very quickly. Don't do that. Starvation on you? No, starvation on you. There's no food. What now? I don't have time for a mad squirrel. Go away. '07 is like a salute. I need you to eat now because we have to be off this tile. I'm running. Oh, please, for the love of everything, actually get some food. Before, like, you're gonna have a mood break any second because, oh my god. Well, that's the end of this run. The only way this doesn't end is if Cody pops up, like, right now, and we can walk him off the map. Come on. Okay. World map, do this, form caravan, get the hell off this tile, accept everything right now. Travel supplies, grab it, items. For right now, don't worry about grabbing anything more necessary. Research benches, don't worry about the tables, all that. Grab that. Grab the stove. Grab the silver, I guess. Go here, grab everyone out of here. Go. Go, 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 go. Load them up, get them out. We got 6 in-game hours before everything goes to hell. No, don't go to sleep. No sleep. I don't care how tired you are. Haul. I want to force caravan load up, not caravan departure. Alright, carry you. I actually can't make that do what I want it. It's fine, just go, just go, just go. Where are you going? Try this again. I need you to pick up the person and walk them off the map. Oh, you're frustrating caravanning. Form caravan, go here, accept, do this, grab everyone, do this, keep the little bit of food supplies. Just the stove and research bench. Don't even worry about anything else. I need you to do that right now or we all die. No, there's no sleep. Just haul the stupid thing. Because if you force it, they won't haul it. Schedule. No sleep ever. Work forever. Get out of here. Oh, we are so dead. Grab Cody. Run, 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 run. They're here any second. Now it's just a matter of... Are you just leaving without the animals? Force caravan departure. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. Keep running, keep running, keep... Caravan, so... Go to your setup here, assign... Run. Run, 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 run. To hell with everybody else. Run, 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 run. Yeah, now he's just gonna die. Yeah, we definitely got screwed on just the malaria and the plague and the organ decay. Literally in our first year, all three hitting. Oh, hey, a man in black. Alright, okay, man in black. You need to grab the caravan and you need to leave. Not butcher. We need to go to world. Form caravan, go over here, accept. Grab all of you, hammer, travel supplies, there is none. And honestly, we don't care about any of the rest of this. Just get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. Don't worry about butchering, just grab the animals. You've got... The next attack is gonna come anytime now. What? Stop unloading them, just go! I fucking hate this game sometimes. Caravanning, still to this day, is the just most aggravating mechanic. Granted, this... Don't unload them, just take the alpaca and leave. Okay. Alright. Cancel forming the caravan. Gear. Drop the gear. Okay. World. Form caravan. Go over here. Accept. Do this. Travel supplies, you're fine. The only things I care about, because you got seconds to deal with this, is grab those two benches and to hell with everything else. Are you even good? Oh, you're incapable of dumb labor. Alright, just... No. You're incapable of dumb labor as a solo thing. We just deliberately game overed that. Incapable of dumb lair on an only pawn? Abso-freaking-lutely not. Alright, so new colony. Alright, get that out of here. Alright. Smurf trick, starting the caravan with just the people, then adding the animals manually prevents unloading. Yeah, I mean, okay. But it's definitely one of those ones. What don't you want constant food poisoning from the dirty kitchen? Yeah, I mean... Yeah, no, I mean, but that's kind of my argument. Is if you have to go and kind of with all these, like, weird tricks to work around things, when you know it's like, as the player, there's the thing you obviously want to do. like there's just without question, there's the thing you want to do. I don't see us at an acceptable workaround. Like, if you have to, like, because the idea is I wanted them to grab the alpaca and just leave. Like, the alpaca were loaded, just grab the alpaca and go. And yeah, I'm saying, sure, you can go around and you can be like, okay, don't include them or add them to the caravan and all that as a workaround. But yeah, it's really infuriating. Like, that's not usually what gets me frustrated with caravanning. The one that gets me frustrated with caravanning is once you start getting lots of numbers, like 12, 15, 20 people, and you're trying to caravan off, they'll just start eventually going into a loop of forced breaks. No, I tried to do the forced departure, and they just left the caravan, or left the alpaca. You do think that you should have them just leave if they're unloaded or whatever? Gotta get the day started, though? Yeah. Why is this world so much water? What is this world gen? This world gen is like nearly exclusively water. Hang on, did I? No, I mean it's normal water. Okay, let's just randomize that. I mean, the name of the planet was Shaft. Yeah, I guess. And it changed to jockstrap? Yep. Shaft, then jockstrap. Yeah, no, it's like it pulled up the globe, it's like 80-90% water. I'm like, what am I supposed to do with this? About the only place that's meaningfully intact was like this one large island. That's the rare hidden 1.7 update map from the water DLC. This world gen's taking a while. Okay, that's not as bad, because it's usual that you do get a large ocean, but this is nowhere near as bad. Like, we got one large ocean here, but it was like one ocean that was like an island, and it's like, what am I supposed to do with this? I'm honestly tempted to be like, get rid of the oceans entirely, since this is effectively area not in play. Okay, so we got tropical rainforest. We do have random research, so we can't really do tropical rainforest. Okay. Man, this is a weirdly dry world. There is a lot of desert. World Gen's doing some trippy stuff today. That's fine. Alright, so this is a good enough spot. We're at Temperate Forest. What is that? Scarlands? Yeah, so we're at year-round, granite, whatever. That's fine. Temperate Forest, that'll do. Fluid ideology, ideological, prolicizer. We will set that to frequent. And remove the clothing requirement. Okay, so we got a Sky Lantern Celebration, which will potentially reveal an ancient complex. And another one, so we won't have a way of like getting a free recruit and all that, which is fine. No animal whatevers, that's fine. Okay, industrious, depressive, nervous and capable of dumb labor, so you're out. No dumb labor is a deal breaker. Greedy by yourself, incapable of caring, so you're out. Supermune meandrist, who actually has legitimate plant skill and all that. Misogynist who can't research or mind, you're out. Delicateness, my god, this... Okay, I'm serious, like, man, all of this is terrible. Jogger fast learner. Even if we don't have, like, the greatest passions. Jogger fast learner, sold. Really, like, that's genuinely a good pawn. Yeah, so depressive was awful. Greedy would be painful. Meandrous would be not terrible on the front, but worse on the end, and then these injuries would make you bad in a fight. Delicate is awful for a fight. Misogynist with incapable of research is terrible. Incapable of doctoring means one disease and we lose. Incapable of dumb labor means we're just doing food poisoning. So, basically we had one colonist in this entire group that wasn't wretched. But then it's actually like a really good pawn. Okay, cool. Jonger Fessler is someone who I would take even if I had 15 pawns right. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, is all of these were awful. Just terrible. And then the last one, they're like, oh, here's like a solid A tier pawn. So not S tier, but A tier. Like they're a good pawn. They're a genuinely good pawn. Like they're definitely a pawn that, yeah, exactly. Like you might be pushing how many people you want and be like, you know what? I'll make room for that person. How does it roll to 0.5 speed? Like in talking or whatever? Okay. A fast walker named Turtle, how ironic. Alright, so let's go ahead and we're going to start the queue. So if you'd like to be our solo starting pawn, go ahead and do your exclamation mark join and all that good stuff to get on into the colony. Alright. So I'll do that. And we'll start with this. So you can go here, zones, dumping stockpile. Below, allow any, but no rotten and no human-like. Alright, and now we need to go in here and start getting a bunch of this stuff sorted. Start with that. I think that'll be fine for right now. Okay. So what'll end up happening here is we are going to have to manually harvest a couple of berries just to have them on standby. Are we still universally hated? Yes, we are. So just trying to get the rice planted. Everyone hates this one guy. Yup. Just brain was like wanting to go through a whole bunch of different stuff. It's like, what do you do? Wear socks and sandals? I was gonna make the comment of something like, he's actually excited about generative AI on Twitch or something like that, and I'm just like, you know what? I actually don't want to open that can of worms again. For the record, I'm very against it, but it's neither here nor there with this. Alright, so we can go ahead and also assign before we forget everything. Get you set to that, change the defaults to herbal medicine, go to lavish meals, do not allow rotten, do not allow corpses, do not allow baby food. He likes the word moist. No tainted clothing. And we'll go ahead and put down a sleeping spot. Production will put down a crafting, a butchering spot. Serves to make a bow. Smash mechs forever. Make some basic clothes. Butcher animals forever. Make yourself a fire to cook on. That's fine. Eats beast with knife and fork. I do like the idea that like everyone on the planet hates him, over something that's utterly benign. Alright, so let's see who our new starting colonist is this time, and that's going to be Hypno Butler. So Hypno Butler, may your life be longer than the last one. Alright, and we kill the Q. Use pineapple pizza with knife and fork. Really profaned a peace ritual. Hating people for mundane things, so this is Twitter? Yes. He says banana in a different language every time he asks for one. To be fair, I'm with people being upset about that. Because that would be needlessly annoying and complicated. Yeah, Lardine. We would definitely need to become friends with him at some point. He just owns a Cybertruck. That's fair. That's a reason to be, you know, very hostile towards people. Yeah, no, you're probably right with the trade thing. Okay, so you're making a short bow now, so that's good news. Doesn't take his earbuds out when talking to people. Ooh, actually a good bow. Heck yeah. He's a person who gets on public transportation, and keeps this phone on speakerphone. To be fair, the only way you're getting hostile with the space faction is doing a mod list or whatever, or you're like butchering and killing them kind of thing. So it's kind of one of those things that's like, oh, I dislike that about it. It's like, but it's a self-inflicted thing. Are we talking about the person that calls you and then says hang on when you answer? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and talks to the phone as if it's a credit card. Yeah, they hold it like that. You can raid them with a grab ship. Yeah, that's the thing. To become hostile with the space faction, you kind of have to go out of your way to do it. To become allied with them, you usually have to go out of your way to do it as well. But they'll have a tendency to just be neutral with you. Let's see, you had them as allies, and then they got hurt on their own volition to drop a hostile and block all available trade you had. Well, that's just RimWorld's thing where it's like, they drop fire on a tile and then they walk in their own fire and then they get upset at you over the fire that they dropped in themselves. Like that kind of garbage. Like where one little animal goes Manhunter Pack and they throw a Molotov at it and then walk through the fire of their own Molotov and start raging out over it. I wouldn't even say it's an Odyssey problem, that's just a problem. Because we've had that well before Odyssey where we had a faction that we had gotten the full way up to 100 and one of them just walked into a fire and then slowly died and dropped me to maximum hostile, and I was pretty upset about that. Because, like, the hell do you want me to do? Like, it feels like them getting hurt kind of penalty. The worst it should be allowed to get is whatever the penalty is for killing a pawn. Like, it shouldn't be allowed to get higher than that. Yeah, no, absolutely. I see what you're saying. Not you when the royalty-ending cataphracts hurt themselves and then become hostile. Yeah, where they social fight and one of them kills the other. And then they all turn hostile to you and you fail the ending because they social fought each other. And then because they're Hussars, they're far more likely to do that than typical pawns. RimWorld could be an absolute troll sometimes. You gonna put on that mask? Perfectly good mask sitting there rotting out there. Okay. The old, plus the orbital system of passing traders has slightly cooler in your opinion? Plus the old orbital system. What's the old orbital system from passing? Because I was under the impression it was just like an RNG thing. Oh, crap. I missed that. Holy crap, it's 40 degrees outside. I can't do anything about that. Construction needs to be a higher priority. Start building the wall right now, because until it's closed, you're gonna die. For an all-year good temperature thing, where it wasn't faction-based or anything? Oh, I thought you were talking like an actual different mechanic versus just RNG, it shows up. Well, this is either going to get better on its own or it's not, because there's no... I'm like... It's not getting worse. I'm just surprised it's that cold. Oh, weird. No, actually, we're in winter. Ah, I see, because we went Southern Hemisphere. Which isn't a thing I even think about most of the time. I was just like year-round summer. Wait, no, it's not year-round summer. Did I actually hit a tile that had a winter? Okay, so it does have a winter, it's just growing season. Okay, so you're warming up. That's good. You got a good bow and actual skill. And it means nothing. Kill it before you get hurt bad. Good job. You keep botching the one thing that would start warming up the place. Oh, that low construction. Just trying to... Okay, there we go. Meanwhile, add cook meals. Do it until you have 5. Alright, because then we can get this enclosed. We'll need to get a couple of tiles of steel. Okay, and we're very close to getting our rice. We also need recreation stuff. Stop praying, go get food. Recreation. Alright. So that'll be good if we can get that done. Get that perimeter enclosed. Then we'll get a storage room. Then we'll make a little bedroom. And then once we have that, we can just kind of ignore most of the rest of the stuff. Okay. I would also need to go down here to furniture. Little 1x2 table. And some chairs there ought to do it. Okay, but yeah, we can get that last little bit sorted there. And hopefully we can get our second person here faster than the last time. Do we have any alpaca? We got some donkeys. It would be good to get them once we got some stuff established. Okay, we're gonna get the rice, and then we don't have to worry about that. What happened? We had plague that led to a mood break. So one person died. Oh, don't build the roof. Don't build the roof. Yeah, so we had, like, plague came up, and then we had a mood break, so we had one pawn who was downed, one died of plague, and the last one had a mood break. So there was no one to do that, and we were fighting with the trying to caravan off the tile because of stuff. And then ultimately we did get a man in black, but as a man in black, incapable of dumb labor, so I just went to hell with it. I'm not starting a new tile with one pawn who cannot do dumb labor. This is not a thing that's going on. And ultimately, basically what happened is things got bad, and I was trying to get the caravan to go off the tile, but just fighting with the caravan thing of trying to take someone off the tile and it not working until one of the factions arrived, and, you know, at that point, the jig was up. Okay, and that'll be the room for storing stuff. It's probably bigger than I need it to be. And then that'll be the room for, like, that'll become the bedroom, which is bigger than I need it to be as well. Okay, so we got... one dude is attacking, super immune, trigger happy, incapable of social or dumb labor, but really good at plants. Honestly, I will, like, I don't really have a room I could get. Well, I mean, we could put him in the main production room. I would not be against trying to bring this person into the fold. If nothing else, if we capture them and release them. Let's see, won't do dumb labor. It's usually something you won't take on pawns. Not because the trait is, that bad, but innately lazy and demanding for random RimWorld refugees. Okay, you go back home. Because they're gonna bleed out in 11 hours. We might actually get lucky, where before they even have a chance to raid, they might just get downed by bleeding. Because while these suck, we do have super immune trigger happy on them, and they're very good at plants. So I wouldn't be entirely against bringing them in, so that Hypno Butler can help out with other stuff. Or set them on construction, whatever. Basically, we can potentially get some stuff done here. Okay. I would like you to go to Sleepy Sleep. The good news is this is also helping us get that shooting skill up quite a bit. Okay, they did get downed. Alright, so it's going to be a little bit of a weird one. Because what I'm going to go ahead and do is do furniture. I'm out here. Prisoner. I'll let you eat real quick. Okay. Because even if we don't keep this person, even if I patch him up and release him, that could give you standings. And that's probably going to be a way we're going to become friends with a lot of the factions. Is just by patching up the people who attack us and then sending them on their way. Until they stop attacking me. This also practices a bit of our medical. Alright. Prisoner, start converting you. Yes, that'll give me 15 reputation with them. It honestly might be worth considering doing that. Mechanoid signal, we don't know how to use electricity or anything, so not yet. In the meantime, we can go out here and say normal stockpile right there. There. That way it's not in there just eating all my food anymore. Okay. Yeah, so you'd be super immune trigger happy, so not a bad fighter. And you'd be able to research. Which I think is honestly good enough. So I do think we are going to try and bring him along. The dumb labor sucks, the social sucks. But honestly, just having someone we could make stand at a research bench and research will be pretty good for us in this run. Okay. Because the asthma sucks. That's a pretty painful one. But it is curable by a couple different means. One is finding some organ donors to replace their bad lungs. Healing mech serum, unnatural healing, a bunch of stuff like that can all help. Considering what happened last time, Supermune. Yeah, that was weird, considering we hadn't even been there for a full year. And we had plague, malaria, and organ decay without a sickly pawn or anything. But just a simple organ transplant will fix asthma? Yep. In this game, at least. In real life, I don't know enough about the condition that is asthma to have any idea how any of that stuff would work. But in RimWorld, you just slap a new lung in there and you're good to go. You think in real life the rejection issues would make the lung transplant worse than the asthma ever was? Yeah, there's always that consideration. Because not only that, usually, even if you don't have rejection, when you get an organ transplant in real life, you get put on immunosuppressors to lower the risk of rejection, which basically means you are immunocompromised because you're medicinally made to be immunocompromised for purposes of having your immune system not attack the donated, surgically added lung or whatever. So yeah, considering you're basically making yourself immunocompromised, potentially having an asthma attack versus being immunocompromised just period. Oh, come on. So you considered escaping anymore? No, cool. The classic. So what I actually need to do is shrink the zone by the doors so that they don't leave stuff in the door and get you killed. Okay. Ah, right, so that door was open, then they saw a path to go out that way. What's the motif of this run? Everybody hates us, and we've got the thing called the Ruthless Faction Pursuit mod. So every faction that dislikes us has effectively the same effect that the mechs chasing you in Odyssey's scenario has. So it's basically that we're going to be ruthlessly pursued until we manage to get everyone to be not hostile with us. That said, the mechs will still continue to chase us. You can also, on the map, there will be some of the ones, I don't know how you can tell it, but there will be like a main base for each faction. That supposedly with this mod, if you destroy the main base for a faction, they'll stop chasing you as well. I don't know the details, I didn't do a bunch of testing with this mod. I hadn't planned like what it was doing today's stream. I just knew I wanted to mix in where it wasn't just Project Zomboid endlessly. So I decided I was going to do more RimWorld. And for those who didn't hear me mention earlier, so I can actually talk about it now, where I've been mentioning that Planet Coaster 2 is coming out with a free update. There's more to it, that there actually is a DLC called Silver Screen coming out for Planet Coaster 2 on the 19th. That announcement went out today, so I can talk about it finally. But basically, if you ever seen like Hollywood Studios or whatever, you can make a park that's very similar to that, or like have the big thing like at Universal Studios where you got like the big theater in the front and all that. But they're also adding through the free update where you can have like the queue times for the rides will actually have, you can put like a wait time on the ride and it'll actually show correctly on the sign and all that with Fast Pass and the regular ones. They're adding more food options so far as like different booths and all that stuff. Let's see, did the initial complaints people had about the game get better? Which initial complaints are you talking about for Planet Coaster 2? I'll need you to be a little bit more specific than that. Because, I mean, the building... Like, I remember there was some building stuff around, like, copy-pasting, that kind of thing, that was in worse shape when it came out. That's definitely improved. That's the only one I can think of off the top of my head is that, you know, people want to be able to, like, duplicate, drag, drop, like, a set and all that. That's all in now. Because, no, that wasn't in there at the beginning. Ride variety, every one of these updates has added more ride options, so that would be improved if that was a complaint. You think that may have been the bulk from what you remember? Yeah, there was definitely a couple things with the creation stuff that was missing, and that all got polished pretty quickly after it released. And I know that some people were unhappy that some of the themes from Planet Coaster 1 were missing. And I think a lot of those, if not all of those, did ultimately get added in. And most of those all came in as free updates, not DLC. Versus now we've got stuff like they've added parades, they've added restaurants like that. You can actually build out a whole restaurant versus just having like the little booth that people walk up to. They've got arcades now, like, you know, video game arcades, bunch of stuff, like even with like prize stands and all that. Instead of just having like, here's the little thing that you can get hats from, you can make like a full-on like gift shop with the, you know, the various shelves and all that. So they've definitely expanded a lot on a bunch of that different stuff. They're trying to bring Whale into the fold. If I can get Whale to be part of the colony, that'd be good. It's going to be tricky because I'm going to be doing that as we're trying to build and research and everything else. But it would be very, very good if I can get a second pawn, especially one who could be a dedicated researcher. All right. When Hypno wakes up, let's pick up this sleeping spot so that they can close that off. I was intending this other room to be basically our, you know, our break room or whatever, so we could get at least some kind of mood bonus for having a break room and a bedroom. Not expecting to get a pawn right away. Unfortunately, now that they're not as miserable from all the pain, they actually are holding up better under trying to recruit them. Okay. So we're getting there, little by little. Yeah, no, I've played Planet Coaster 2 on the channel a number of times. Very much have enjoyed it. The thing I've talked about wanting to do when we go back to play it again is we're coming up on the 5-year anniversary of getting partnered, the channel getting partnered on Twitch and everything. And so what I've kind of talked about doing is having a, sorry, I need to unhome zone this. I've kind of talked about doing a thing where you have effectively what I've been calling like a museum or whatever, that we like celebrate the 5 years by taking a bunch of kind of like memorable moments on the channel or whatever games that we played in the channel, that kind of thing. And then either in like Vintage Story or Planet Coaster, doing a thing here. Let's see, you're imagining the recruitment pitch. Okay, we're being chased by people that hate us, and if you don't help us, we're all going to die. It's like, why do they hate me? It's like, oh, by association. The fact that you're here makes you hated. But yeah, so it's like, you know, the idea of like having a museum, so like going where, you know, some of the characters we've had in Project Zomboid have like a little nod to them kind of deal. You know, like whatever games I feel like, so it'd be Project Zomboid and RimWorld would definitely be in there. Oxygen Not Included would probably be in there. Farming Simulator be in there. Even though it's one we didn't play a ton, but it was like a game I really enjoyed, was probably be like Keep Driving and Pacific Drive. And so like do theme park lands or whatever, so like have a land that is, you know, you just see a bunch of station wagons and all that, like on different rides or whatever, because you'd have the Keep Driving station wagon, the Pacific Drive station wagon. You know, as best we can. It's still Planet Coaster 2. We wouldn't be able to do like a one-to-one clone. Timberborn would be in there. But you get the idea. Just kind of a fun celebrate. Have there been any updates to Pacific Drive? Pacific Drive got a DLC a while back. That was a little bit more on the spooky, spoofy kind of thing. But they haven't had any, Whispers in the Woods. So it was like a very culty-like thing. That was in April that came out. But they have not revealed, teased, or anything, any DLC yet. But if they do it like they did their first DLC, they basically were radio silent on it the whole time until it was like, okay, it's coming out. you know, in a month or a week or whatever it was. I don't remember how much lead time we got on it. But, like, they didn't say anything about it until it was pretty close to being dropped. Actually, that'll end up being the break room, maybe. Oh, and random research with complex furniture being our first contestant. That's an interesting one to consider. If we get pack animals, that means we can load up some beds and all that as well. It'd be hard to use complex furniture getting bullied around until we have the grav ship, but that's still not bad. At least on some of these tiles, we could put down some shelves or something. Okay, I was gonna pick up Whale and tell him to go there. Okay, so if I delete that spot and I do this, yeah, it's going to consider giving it a pretty bad chance. Oh, excellent, you took care of it. Cool. So pretty soon we'll be able to get that done. Then we can go and get our stove over here. Okay, so we've successfully converted them, so now I want to recruit. It's going to take some time. And hopefully we can get this person in so we can get up to 2 colonists, because that, like, every additional colonist we can get at this stage we can build up fast when we get it to a new location is going to help a great deal. This also means I can now lock this door open to save me running through time. I'll be shipped the stars. Or no, goodie stash. I was just basically going, okay, it's taking a long time, it's generating something on the map. Which usually can be a strong indicator to ship the stars, because at this phase in the game, that's one of the ones that comes up. Oh, there's your asthma being treated. Okay, so you're mining that so we can get our stove online. We'll need to cut down some more trees. Meanwhile, reinstall you. Reinstall you. Reinstall all of these. Okay. That way this one gets considered the like break / dining room. Those get to be bedrooms, and that's a production room. So that we can hopefully get to reduce the mood penalties. We don't want to put too much time into the base building. I've already put way more than I should have. Because the more time I'm spending base building and not actually researching, the more we're not progressing our research. And we're going to be stuck on this like treadmill of running from place to place to place until we either befriend everybody, which, well, even then, the mechs will still chase us. But, until we get the grav ship where we can actually move with our base, which is going to be a while. We're definitely going to have to run around quite a bit before that happens. We're probably getting pretty close to the first wave of everything. It does seem there's, like, some variance to the timing of them doing the thing. Where, like, when they, Okay, so point 3 is going to be real slow. Like, there's some variance of when they trigger that, oh, hey, we're going to come after you. Disturbing vision, we don't care about that. That's the monolith. That'll be something we probably deal with later in the run once we're able to kind of settle in. But that's kind of one of those ones that the more we have to run around, the less effective it is. And because we have so many factions disliking us and each one independently being like, okay, I'm going to be 17 days, okay, I'm going to be 15 days, the sheer number of them means we're almost certainly going to get at least one. It'll be a short time frame. There's a very good chance I'm going to have to bring Whale with me to the next location. And that's going to be very hard to do that. If it does look like I'm not going to be able to bring them into the fold before we have to bail, I'll probably just end up releasing them for the faction stuff. Okay. We've got the donkeys on the map. How much can you carry? Let's see. Pack animal, yes. I don't see where your carry weight is, because it's been a while. That's fine, it's whatever. We can't, like, it's not a thing to be, like, worried about, like, we just need pack animals in general. Okay, so we got our warning of everybody coming. Okay, got 4 days. 5 days. So it looks like 4 days is our shortest one, which is pretty short. We'll try and hope for inspired recruitment. I'm not going to expect that. If we get lucky and get that, maybe Whale joins us. If we do start to get down to like the last minute, we will just release them, you know, again, as a means of getting some reputation. Because a good like 15 reputation, which does help. We're the Dasku Alliance? Who's the Dasku Alliance? Okay, so they're a gentle tribe. So it's not a bad one to work on. Because unfortunately, the reality is if we don't do that, I'm not going to be able to carry much with us. I'm going to try and tame some of the donkeys, if at all possible. Oh, we're only social levels 1? Wanderer Jones Marnia. Alright, we'll say yes. Alright, so you are a greedy, nimble psychopath. Not winning any awards with me, but you've got really good medical and decent intellectual. Did the mod set their initial relationship to -1? Yes. The mod did cause that. Alright, so we got a nimble, greedy psychopath who they have medical and a bunch of other good stuff. So what I'm going to go ahead and do in this case is we are going to release this person immediately. I'm not going to have time to get them. We've only got 3 days till badness happens. So I have to deal with that. We have the faction. We should get the faction name. So like the settlement is the first of many abandoned colonies. Alright, and then the faction name. Time to run. I can just do time to run, that's fine. And run. Yeah, but just the initial relationship, their natural tendencies will move towards. Yeah, the natural tendencies will move as you expect them, so the gentle tribe will have a tendency to move towards neutral very slowly, whereas a bunch of the other ones will just remain hostile. So release you, because then I can go over here and say you are for colonists. So as much as I wanted them, we're just not going to have the time. So meanwhile, while that's all going down, you can handle animals, so I'll take you off of that. You're going to be our researcher. As much as I want you to craft and everything, you'll be a researcher. Alright. And thank you, Ted Grashi, for the 75 stream streak. I do appreciate that. And Huguru with the 5 stream streak. I appreciate that as well. Yep, so we did get one little boost of reputation for that person. Did I already start the streak? Or... yeah, I was going to say is... yeah, alright. So do exclamation mark join if you'd like to be Marina. Marina is a joiner who is a psychopath who is nimble and greedy, so you're an absolute peach. You and this research bench here, you're going to be getting real close. You two are going to be very close acquaintances. Alright, so we'll let that run for a little bit. I'll put you as the melee pawn because you are nimble, so it does give you a little bit of an edge. Alright, and we'll have to... at 3 days, we got to get out of here. Well, less than 3 days. What happened to you? Did you... huh. That's weird. Because it didn't have a heart attack or anything, as far as I could tell. The only injuries on it... well, blood loss extreme. So, you got burned. So, paid heat wave for a bunch of relationship and some books. We are going to accept that before we leave. Hit by lightning, maybe. Young vagabond needs charity. You would like a medicine. I don't have a medicine. Do you have a medicine? That's fine. You can have the herbal medicine. Get out of here. So we learned where an ancient launch site is. And the research begins. Do not allow sowing. And you're ready to harvest, so when Hypno wakes up, they'll start harvesting everything. Which should give us at least some food. Well, we did get at least a donkey. The donkeys aren't what I want for my pack animals. But it's at least a pack animal. Okay. I basically told him, like, once you finish the field, just start harvesting everything you can. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and have you really fast mine that last spot so you can build the stove so you can bring the stove with us. Because I'm pushing my luck on this time. We're down to 3 days already. Alright, and our researcher's name is Will Shipley. Let's go ahead and get Will Shipley in here. Oh, nope, nope, nope. Wrong one. Hypno Butler. And then we'll go here, and it is Will Shipley named, and then we are closing the queue until we get the next person in. Cool, that should be enough where they should be able to build the stove. Ah, you're shy 5 steel. That is not what I was hoping for. Get back out there. Because I want to try and get it where we can just grab the stove and bring it with us. Because if we do that, it'll keep all the recipes on it, so you don't have to, like, build the fire, set the recipes, do all the configuration again and again. So we're down to 2 days. Minor break risk on you, because trees were ravaged. I see. And there's no trees nearby. You are going to have a real rough time here, because I am not stopping cutting down the trees. Like, you're just gonna have to take that mood penalty and live with it. Cool, we got a second donkey. That's good news. What is your ideology? That's not where we find that. Tree connection, prolicizer, supremacist. That's not my favorite. If they're also a prolicizer, it's likely we're going to have a stiff competition between them. You have no prayer of converting a psychopath. Yeah, not so to say. That's honestly, they have a better chance of converting us than the other way around. With the exception of the fact that they're absolutely freaking miserable. And that will very heavily penalize their stuff there. So it's going to take some work to try and get that sorted. Because I also can't make Hypno the assigned role moral guide or whatever. Okay. So, uninstall this. Uninstall this. Uninstall these. Just when you wake up, you don't start researching, you start uninstalling stuff. Nope, nope, uninstall. Don't try cooking meals, just uninstall everything. We got just over a day left. I really need you to haul the rice inside. Actually, we don't need to haul rice inside. I can go here and say, this is now a stockpile. Okay, let's give it a second to update. Alright, so with that, we need to go. We got about a day left. We got about a day left until all hell breaks loose. We gotta go. So bring everything, travel supplies. Bring everything. Items. Also, bring the wood, too. Alright, so we're bringing everything that isn't just chunks of stone with us. And it's time to go. So load them up. And get on out of here. We left the stools, but the stools could just stay here. And that's because in 24 hours, this place becomes a place to die. Alright. And we have retreated from where they found us to create our new location. Alright. So with that, what we end up doing is going to the world map and... yeah. Abandon that colony, and all this crap goes away. Cool, so we've got ourselves a nice little area we can grow some more stuff here. Okay. We're gonna want to go ahead and we can grab you. That'll be for this. That's fine. Actually, can I put a door in that spot? No. That'll be for the pack animals. Then go Misk. Put you here. And the caravan hitching spot. Alright, start all that up. Then go structure down here. Okay, we can put the dumping stockpile over there. Do no roof for the plants? Yeah, we're going to want to do that. These are probably big enough it wouldn't be a problem, but yeah, let's go ahead and do that. You'll need to be out of my way, which is fine, because that'll be more stone. We can go over here to have a door there out. So we got 2 doors out there. That's our storage room. Put a door over there as well. That's probably overly ambitious on a lot of this, but we can go ahead and start getting to work on it. We'll put you as a low priority on cutting plants and construction. And you have a decent priority on construction, which is a bit mixed. We do have a lot of the rice. It's going to rot outside. So let's see. So there's a research bench. We'll install that up here. There's the stove. Install that up here. For right now, we can go crafting and butcher. Smash mechs forever. Tribalware, mask. That's all good. Then butcher, animals forever. You can put the hoop ring in here. Grab all this. And then furniture. Put our sleeping spots right there. We're We can leave that for now, which is, again, probably too big for what we're doing. But at least it's all queued up. It's going to take him a while to get that done. We're going to let Will just focus on research. And Hypno's going to do their best to juggle between dealing with the food as well as dealing with the other stuff. Do we already have you set to make meals? Yes. Okay. Hopefully this time we won't have nearly as many things causing us grief. So obviously we're going to need to get the rice planted sooner rather than later, but I'm going to try to keep the construction moving. And it'll end up like toggling back and forth as I need to. One thing we need to learn from our lessons, do not have that. The exterior door, do not put that right there. Okay, so that's giving us a little bit of steel. Okay. Yes, I'll probably end up at some point needing to prioritize them back onto harvesting things and pulling berries. Especially with only 7 meals left that, regardless of if the food keeps, are only good for 4 days. And especially if we have random birds and stuff eating it too. But if this time I can at least get some walls up, that'll be good. That said, honestly good that we got a researcher pretty early. Not sure we're going to have to deal with recruiting people. Because neither of our ceremonies give us a chance of 50% of the same ideology, which means realistically at some point I'm going to have to imprison someone and like start working on that so I can start getting people converted over so we're not dealing with Will here is going to be absolutely pissed off at all times because we're going to be cutting down trees constantly. That's just the way it's going to be. Alright. So the good news, we're getting the rice planted. So if we're lucky, we'll get that there, and we'll start closing off this area, cut down those trees to take care of even more. Alright, complex furniture done. Tree sewing's next. Unfortunately, with tree sewing, that's probably not one to care about for us. with us having to move around a lot, the likelihood of us staying in one spot long enough for tree sowing to be relevant is pretty bad. Alright, so I need you two to harvest these. We went from 100% to 100%. Cool. The both of them are just gonna hammer away at each other and get probably pretty close to nowhere. It's ultimately going to come to likely imprisoning Will Shipley and trying to convert them. But the problem is just the odds, like how long it's going to take to grind that down is going to be terrible. They're going to have to manage to get someone else in here and start converting them. There's the ship to the stars. It's going to take several bases. I mean, realistically, what it's going to boil down to is getting someone else in here. And to work at converting them until we can get the, get things sorted. Okay, so grab some berries. And probably this much rice is overkill, but that's fine. We can deal with it as we deal with it. Overkill is underrated. Alpaca has self-tamed. Oh, hell yeah. No, there's alpacas on the map. Grab the other one. You got a female, be a male. Ah, they're both female. That's fine. That still gives me a small influx of alpaca wool for dealing with clothing and all that. Oh, crap. I was going to do this on the last tile for the Goodwill. No, it's a heat wave for 8 days. The Goodwill would have been good as well as the thing. We can't endure an 8-day heat wave. We don't have passive cooler or anything. I meant to do that in the last tile so we get all the benefit and just walk away before things go bad. Grab some berries. Alright, by the way, chat, I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Okay, and I am back. Alright. So if everyone's having a good evening and all that good stuff. For as a heads up, there may or may not be a stream tomorrow on Thursday. You know, it's the day I usually have off. Me and Toom have some plans for tomorrow. I don't think they'll go late enough that we don't end up having a stream, but, you know, it's one of those things, like, make sure to take time with loved ones, all that kind of nonsense. Alright. Okay, so there were berries left. I was just making sure that you weren't starving or whatever. Hey, Infinity, how's it going? Okay. Just checking something. Alright, so we do have everything planted finally, so we just need to kind of keep things up as best we can. We're getting our berries and all that to keep things going for a little while. We are now going to want to get rid of the trees in here. And there. And there. So we should be able to keep getting this stuff going. So surprisingly, it does seem like so far that Hypno is slowly chipping away at will. Which is surprising because they're both there. Temporary lakes. Okay. Because we're going to get asked to name a lot of colonies before this is over. Alright, so we are actually dealing with heat stroke as a concern. Which is not great. There's not a whole lot I can do about it. Hopefully we can get some alpaca wool. And then use that alpaca wool to make some clothing and whatnot. There's not going to see much action there until we start getting that built in. But we're getting there, little by little. Come on, you're below... Yeah, I was going to say, you're below 80. You're basically room temperature now. No more heat stroke. The Dusty Refugee. Done. Sold. Alright, so we got a refugee who's visiting us. A kind iron-willed refugee who has alcohol addiction. How long are you here for? Good. 15 days. More than enough time for that alcohol addiction to escalate into a real problem. So that's cool. I'm gonna appreciate that a whole lot. So for right now, we'll just do one of these. So it's 6 from there. So that'll be you. Get some recreation on your schedule. All right. So in this case, let's put you on construction and mining. And that'll free you up to focus on growing. And then crafting after that. All right. Cool, so with that, April's gonna run around here getting stuff built and all that, which I appreciate. Hypno can focus on the growing and cutting things. then we can make that into an ideology room or something. Okay, so Hypno's gonna keep the food coming in. That's good for right now. We got one person researching, one person dealing with food, and one person dealing with, like, construction and mining. So that'll go a long way. Okay. Just botching the doors and all that. Don't care about strange signal. Okay. Gonna make a replacement face mask since you are free up to do some crafting. So pretty soon we'll be able to harvest the rice, so I won't have to run around doing that. Okay. But yeah, so the rice harvesting and all that, that's going to be a lot of rice coming in. We've been doing the rice in this one, because normally I like doing the other stuff, but with the mechs chasing constantly and needing to caravan, I'm kind of focusing on just doing rice because I can get it done quickly. Just botch construction after construction. It's always like so ruthless and just also amusing of just watching someone go down, building the wall, and just botch like 3 out of 5 or something. Okay. Yeah, so you checked off your hat because your bowler hat is considered worse than the wood mask, which is interesting, but okay. Seeing if there's any more berries nearby, because hunger is becoming a problem. We're very close to being able to harvest the rice. We only need a little bit more berries. Okay, so you can go grab their berries, and there's a good chance by this time tomorrow we'll be able to pull up some of that rice. Yeah, everyone's getting a little bit of heat stroke, and we're just not able to deal anything with it. Okay, everyone run outside. Well, it's like in the 70s. Okay. So I had them run outside and get themselves a little bit of a break from the heat. Shambler approaches. A singular Shambler has approached. How long are you around for? 3 days. So we are going to want to fight that. We'll wait just a little bit. What is that? It's a Shambler. It's a zombie. It's effectively a zombie in this game. They're equivalent to it. It's from Anomaly. From that DLC. Just botching the same spot again and again and again. Okay. Alright, so rice is ready to harvest now. So as soon as the morning comes, we'll be good. So let's schedule everyone to stay in the home zone now. That way we don't wander around and get caught by that Shambler. We can probably fight the Shambler fine. They get a little bit of a movement speed bonus when they aggro, but there's a pretty good chance with a couple of arrows in it, we could kite it. But, we don't really need to. It's kind of one of those ones I'd rather just focus on keeping the research going, keeping the base going, all that stuff. Alright. So at the moment we got 3 different ideologies represented in the colony. Granted, one of them is just a guest. It does seem like Will Shipley is very slowly losing ground, which is surprising. Let's go over here. No to those sides of the bases. Yeah, most likely it's going to move over there. If it cuts over closer, there's a chance I'll have to fight it. Because it can aggro based on proximity. Okay. It's every time Will Shipley tries to convert Hypno, it goes absolutely nowhere. Got the Ancient Mechanator site. Alright. Okay, so with that we can build a copy of the caravanning point, and then delete it, and those animals will just stay there. Got just like 1 or 2 last sections of wall to build down here. Major break risk, because of alcohol withdrawal. You have alcohol. Okay. Oh, you waited until you were like at maximum withdrawal and then you sipped your alcohol. And you are at maximum rage because the trees have been ravaged. And you're just gonna have to live with that because that's what I got to work with the build, and I'm sure as heck not stopping. Honestly, as miserable as they are, Okay, if I try to have you... Let's see if we can't close it off. It might be a good time for me to arrest Will and start trying to force convert them. Because if they're royally pissed off, it actually makes it easier for you to convert their ideology. Versus, like, you want them to really be happy to recruit them. But we don't have to recruit them because they're already one of our colonists. A mad tortoise. Okay. Honestly... Tortoise on Shambler. Fight. Opening hit goes to the tortoise on the neck of the Shambler. Shambler managed to get back a right leg hit. Getting 2 solid hits to the torso, getting another hit to the leg. It's looking like it's going to be the tortoise at this rate. Getting a hit to the other tortoise's leg. All in all, the tortoise does seem to be holding down, getting a 3rd hit to the torso, dropping it to a 1/3 of its health. Got a little bruise to its tail. Taking the Shambler's leg almost off. Yeah, it's looking very solidly like the tortoise is in pretty solid winning shape. That said, the tortoise is, yep, so the Shambler's knocked down, but Shamblers don't necessarily die when they knock down. Alright, a lot of bleeds on the tortoise. It is going to die from bleed out, regardless of what happens to Shambler. The tortoise has bitten off the leg of the Shambler, and the tortoise wins. Tortoises can be surprisingly dangerous in this game. They're, like, really easy to kite and all that. Though very genuinely, they can be pretty awful. Alright, so we did get the Deserter, which is going to be Lisa, who has very, very high research capabilities. We are going to accept, because we're already enemies of the Empire. So they gave us a genie, who is a nudist, who is lazy, who is a body modder, who is a wimp and delicate. So holy crap, that's a big basket of awful. They do have extremely high research, though. And they also have good mining and crafting. So not exactly a bastion of pawn. But maybe we keep them around. Yeah, they do have combat, but delicate is going to be rough. They are a genie. So it's just normal for the genies to have those kind of penalties. There's Extermination Squad, who is actually a pretty decent shot and has a better weapon between the two of them. They're definitely going to try and get work done here. So what we can do is bunch everyone up back here. Let, are you going to come straight in right away? Yeah, they're attacking melee. So the plan here is we want to let Ropos get on top of us. And meanwhile, April and Will are going to just beeline into assaulting them in melee, and then Hypno and Lisa are going to roll in right behind to... Oh, go up, go up, go up, go up. Yeah. Get in there. All right. So all things considered, that did not go badly. You took 1 bruise, and you got a minor burn. And here comes that turtle, so very slowly. Alright, so I am going to go ahead and keep Lisa around. I'm not a big fan of Lisa. Definitely is not all good news. If we can just go ahead and not home zone those right now. I'd like to just let that body burn, actually, because that'll make my life easier. I'm trying to keep an eye on the turtle. I don't want to fight it. Because it's already bleeding out, I can just stay out of it. Because they usually just end up being tanky and just taking lots and lots of hits. We got severe blood loss. Okay. So you're unrestricted. Alright, so let's go back. So we got your stuff set up. So Lisa here probably should be our dedicated researcher and all that, which would open up Will to potentially be our dedicated crafter, maybe? Like, honestly, between the two of them, one could be the dedicated crafter, one could be the dedicated researcher, and that would be good. Which we did get a second research bench going in, so you could fill in the gap. And the turtle has gone down from all the bleeding. We now have 4 different ideologies represented in the colony. Oh, right, I don't have enough beds for everyone. That's fine. That's what you're dealing with for right now. Okay. You got a bandage, right? Yeah. Your minor burns and then your bruises. Okay. So, let's see. You leave in 10 days. Yeah, and that's the outpost with one enemy that would let me get psychic powers. I'm not super worried about the psychic powers thing. They can be very useful, but that means on my limited pawns having someone who spends a lot of time meditating. Let's see, patch it up when it collapses from blood loss, free medical training. Yeah, but I don't need, like... Yes, you'd get a tiny bit of medical XP. It wouldn't be that much, not enough to really care about. I'd have to go through a lot of animals that got downed. I'd rather, with our limited resources, I just have someone standing at a research bench progressing research than getting, like, 30 medical XP. Oh, here we go. We want to get those alpaca. If we get the alpaca, we can get rid of the donkeys. And then the alpaca gives us a source of wool that's mobile and can come with us while we're moving from tile to tile. Come on, Will. Do it. Do it. Nice. Well, actually, wait. I already have female, don't I? Well, it's still good. And we got a male. Alright. Hey, donkeys? I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not really. But I'm sorry, but we do actually have something I want more. Bloody hares. You'll send 2 man-hunting hares. Done. Schedule, restrict to home. Okay. Why do you look like a Pez dispenser? I mean, you're just wearing a wooden war mask. Okay, where are you at? Oh, I missed that April walked outside. I'll deal with the bodies. Alright, so you need to get over there to help April. Go around. Will, you just keep up with that fire for right now. I thought April was gonna stay inside. She went outside to put out the fire. That's fine. And how badly did you get hurt? Pods have arrived with a bunch of plasteel. I actually don't care about the plasteel. What I care about more is because we are currently hostile with everybody, trying to mend those bridges. Yeah, -1 to toe. It's actually -7 to torso, and -3 to arm. The rabbit actually got a properly good nibble in there. Okay. We can lock this door open. Lock these doors open. Extreme break risk on April because of alcohol withdrawal. Drink your beer. Get over your alcohol withdrawal. Okay. Bridges are for Burn Nation. If you find time, go ahead and take those apart. Get the steel for building that thing. Okay. And how are you doing? Trees ravaged, greedy for impressive room. Still hovering right around 72 for that. I was hoping we could get this enclosed here real fast and start working on converting you. Well, I actually had enough material for a second research bench. Or I did before we just failed. Okay. And we need to name Lisa here, or Genie. So we'll go ahead and draw that name. That's gonna be Sentient Cookie. Alright, get that out of there. So they're delicate and lazy, which is not gonna be a good time, plus newness. Definitely gonna be a rough time, but we can just have them be a dedicated researcher slash crafter. For the time being, that can be just dealt with. Later on, we'll want to switch them over to other things, hopefully, but that's fine. We're probably coming up due for the next time we'll be forced off our tile. Compact steel meteor. Not super worried about that. What are you at? So you're building. Insulting spree on April. You are not helping my cause, man. Okay. Like, just shy of 9 days till April leaves. Okay, we got tree sowing, so next is Psychoid Brewing. Major break risk on Will, because you went from just being -20 because ravaged trees to that, to also being 5 times insulted. Can I get you to prioritize? Tantrum, you're going to just break furniture, that's fine. Can you chill for a minute? I'm waiting for Will to be off of their break. Okay, if I switch this to prisoner, what are the chances? 68% chance we arrest you, 40% chance we arrest you. So April does have high social. So as soon as April stops being broken, we're gonna have April arrest Will so he could convert them. Because they're gonna be like maximum pissed off anyways. That's probably our best bet to like get Will flipped over now. Holy crap. Usually you break from your insulting spree once everyone goes to bed. But April is committed to this insulting spree. Okay, so April, can you arrest them? 62% chance, just go for it. Alright, so you rolled well. Good job, April. Prisoner, convert. Why is that unroofed? Oh, because we had our construction person do that. We just slapped the chunks of wall in. Alright, so that's going to take some while to convert them. But with them having that -20 trees ravaged again and again, that's just not going to recover unless we, you know, get that sorted out. Okay. Yeah, so it's going to be like 3% at a time, so that's a slow burn. Meanwhile, everyone's pissed off from having like 7 insults, 4 insults, all that stuff. Everyone's asleep, I'll just insult when they get up. Yeah, usually, it used to be a trick that what you do is when an insulting spree kicked off, is you would immediately turn around and just make everyone go to bed. You'd set their schedule to sleep, and then all go to bed, and then the moment that happened, the insulting spree would end when they couldn't find a valid target to insult. But sometimes it sticks now with the wait for an opportunity. Sometimes the setting anyone to sleep trick works, but it's definitely not as consistent. Okay, so we got the alcohol thing sorted for a minute. This reminds you of Ultra's 500% grassland disasters, where there was a no tree cutting guy and a no mining guy at the same time. Oh, yeah. And those two can come together. You can have a person who doesn't want to mine or cut, and you're just like, oh my god, please. That they're just awful. Alright, Fleeing Praetor. We're gonna say no to that. Okay. Alright, the alpaca are already making more alpaca. That's good for when we get bullied off, we can load up everything. Yeah, no, the grasslands can be a deceptively tricky one. It's interesting. Aw, come on. Alright, so don't sow for a minute. Yeah, you can do the convert, so drift. So yeah, more refugees have arrived. So let's see what we got. And 2 of them are children. You will not be crafting. So you can help with all that. And then the children can haul and clean. So schedules for the children. You get full recreation. And I guess we're gonna go over here in furniture. That just became a low-effort barracks. How much did the conversion attempt to? Oh, I missed what that one was. They've been going about 3% per go. That's because, keep in mind, Will is a psychopath, so they don't convert as easily. So we are just going to be slowly chipping away at them. The Hypno's going to pull up all the rice here. Psychoid Brewing. There we go, and allow sewing again. Blind Healer, who is delicate. I will absolutely be saying yes to that. Welcome aboard, Howl. We're gonna definitely bring you on board. Blind Healer, does anyone have any injuries to deal with? So Sentient Cookie has Frostbite. So April is a guest, so Sentient Cookie has Frostbite on their foot. So go ahead and just go ahead and have you immediately hit Sentient Cookie. Well, I probably should have gotten rid of the cube, but that's okay. We can just go and pull from that. And Sentient Cookie gets a flesh tentacle. Congratulations, Cookie, on your tentacle. Alright. So, let's... Oh, you started one? Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, so if you want to be Howl, you might be a temporary guest, you might be a permanent guest. We don't know your situation yet. Do !join for that. I will most likely be trying to keep you out of fights as much as I possibly can because you are an unnatural healer, so you are a very high-value pawn. You're basically a pocket healing mech serum. I'm going to tell you just go ahead and kill that thing. Oh, also... Oh, it's fine. We probably can't have a metal horror yet, because if we can, then this is really bad. Yeah, so you'll be your dedicated construction mining person, because April's not here long term. And Glasses is not here long term. Can a blind healer have metal horror? Yes, and if you use unnatural healing, it does have the chance to spread the metal horror. I believe we're way too early in the game for metal horror to pop up, but I don't know that for sure. I don't remember what the cutoffs were. There's a timber wolf up there. Yeah, no, we've had a metal horror and an unnatural healer before. There. Maybe the blue jay doesn't knock through one of her walls or something. So you are upset because why? I actually don't know. All right. Actually take you off of the wardening and let our other two people deal with it. They're better at it. Incoming Union people in 5 days. All right, so 5 days we have to evacuate the tile. Because we'll have the Endless Assault coming on. So we're going to keep going till it hits about 2 days, and then we're going to pack everything in and get the heck out of Dodge. Now, as we've been doing before, once we get that queue, start harvesting literally everything. In fact, don't sow the rice. The rice will take too long. You enjoying your stream while you play? And get ready. You have to go now to work? No problem. You have a good day at work. All right, we've got 7 days on the next faction trying to show up. Major break risk on you. Not actually having any specific negative, just a lot of negatives. Like a lot of teeny tiny ones. Doesn't someone have... Oh yeah, so it's April has the handling of 2. So why is that not causing that to be taken care of? Have an okay time at work. Betrayal. April has been planning treachery all along. You monster. Get in there, Glasses. And the children. And then you two are probably going to be late to this party. Alright, Howl. You're too valuable. Back off. Back off. Alright, and it is done. And you got a bruise. Alright, so meanwhile, let's go ahead and get Howl drawn. And that's going to be Ismphoria. There you go. Welcome to the colony. And you also took a bruise to the leg. And then one of the children will immediately bury Kelly, or bury April, who betrayed us. It feels weird to have a good time at work when most people may not enjoy work. Some do, but that's less than common than you feel. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. It's just one of those things that's kind of a weird feel. It's like, have an okay time at work. It's like, okay, I mean, it's not a bad thing. But also check out Treacle's another fantastic content creator who I highly recommend checking out. And if you like RimWorld, also plays RimWorld. So definitely good times over there. I recommend. We got Thrumbos, who I have 3 animal handling and require 10 to get. Yeah, we don't care about those. Okay. So if we're lucky, we'll be able to get some people converted over. Because we can get 3, then we can get a moral guide. And with a moral guide, we can, then turn around and get people converted much easier. Days on Will Shipley due to malnourished. Whose job was it to feed you? Insulting spree with glasses due to observing a corpse. 11 days and 17 days on the other two attacking. Okay, good. The insulting spree was very, very short. So small blessings there. So deliver some food to Will. 20 days for them. That's fine. So how far did we get to converting you? You're still at like 70%. I'm going to have to release Will. Because we're going to have to leave the tile in 4 days, which means I'm going to have nowhere near the time. And if I have Will still imprisoned, they're probably just going to make a break for it when we get to the next tile anyways. So it is going to be one of those things that we're just going to have to accept it for what it is. Alright, there's beer brewing. So electricity is next. It's the seasonal freedom time for Will. Yep. Shambler approaches. Let's restrict people to home zone for a minute. "13 days on you." That's fine. The Shambler will be done by about the time we get there. I need you to stop having a mood break. 17 days. Guess can't caravan, can they? No. Nope. So very regrettably... Oh, you know what? They are going to get out of here at the last possible second. If we're lucky, one of them might try and join us. The delegate teetotaler who's volatile, who can't dumb labor, is not happening. And then you are a cannibal. I can tolerate that. You are a volatile. That is... Ma'am. Okay. Let's go ahead and allow area 1. It's gonna be another turtle versus shambler. Round 2. The first round went to the turtle. Yeah, so it should get down here and then get close enough to aggro over to the shambler. Incoming mechanoids in 4 days. Nah, I don't want to wait the 5 minutes for a prediction to, like, go up and everything. It's almost certainly going to be the turtle. The turtle having the tankiness just holds it up so well. Disease flu on Kelly, Sentient Cookie, and Will. Okay. Do your best. Yeah, it's the exact same thing we had last time. Was like, all right, it's time to go. Plague. Also, Turtle, could you go to the other side? Like, you're doing a good job of avoiding each other. Get over here. I mean, the reason they're staying over here is Will's staying in his room, so it's keeping it on this side versus going across. Okay, so Will is starving. Alright. It is an extreme break risk because they're greedy for a nice bedroom. Oh, the tortoise did stop manhunting. Oh, I was trying to click on that. I wasn't trying to skip the track, sorry. My list of things going on here is too long that it's creating problems. So you're not doing too well on your flu. And then how's Sentient Cookie doing? Sentient Cookie is beating their flu by just a little bit. And I might get one unnatural healing ready in time to save one of them. Yes, it can, but the problem is it's on cooldown from replacing Sentient Cookie's... what was it, like a leg injury or something? So we're doing the best we can. Oh, I have a glitter world. Alright. So who's in worse shape? So you're at way behind. And you're relatively close. So we're going to use our one and only glitter world on Will. Alright, so our best luck for this one is probably to have Will self-tend. Because keep in mind, our other doctor is blind. 64 is not as good as I was hoping, but honestly, it's about as good as we're probably going to get. Because the other one's blind, so they're going to have a huge penalty. Okay, so you're about to go down. We got 2 days left on this. You've got 3 days left in that. There's a very good chance they're either just going to survive it on their own or not. But we will need to pack it in and leave very soon. Kind of waiting for the Shambler to be gone. That was weird. How's Kelly doing? Not good. How's Cookie doing? Cookie's hanging in there so far. That 0% tend is not doing anyone any favors. Alright, so you got 11 hours till you're gone. Then we gotta rip up everything, get off the tile. And it's gonna be the unnatural healer, probably dropping a heal on one of the two of them, maybe, if they live long enough for it to come off cooldown, which is a big maybe. %, 10. That glitter world wasn't enough. I don't think Will's gonna make it. So uninstall, 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 and uninstall. Tell them to harvest everything they can, because we need to be out of here very soon. Yep. Gonna be done in by disease again. Because normally what you'd do at this point is you would have, like, traded with some people, probably gotten someone good in there. So Senju Cookie is still holding ahead. If the flu can manage to stay not a problem for long... Where are you going? You shouldn't be allowed to go down there. You're all restricted. Oh, unrestricted. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so I need you to be fed, because we need to leave the tile very soon. I'm already pushing my luck by a lot. Good 10. 34% might be enough, so Cookie might make it. And then if we're lucky and we can get to our tile, then we might be able to turn around. Manhunter Pack. Alright, we need to deal with the Manhunter Pack as fast as we possibly can. Because we need to be out of here. Yeah, do you have it turned off yet? I do have it turned off, and I'm very much not in support of it. I understand the reason they made it opt-in versus... Or sorry, opt-out instead of versus opt-in, by their own words, was simply because no one would opt-in. And yeah, it sucks. Okay, we got the first one down. Okay, so with that, we're going World. Did you already pull the furniture up? Yes, you did. World, go here, form caravan, go 2 tiles over. Accept. Everyone couldn't go, goes. Trading supplies. Take all of the food items. Grab the leather, the wool, the metal, the plasteel. All the furnishings. I don't really care about that. Grab a little bit of wood. And get the hell out of here. Because we got less than a day, so we need to go. And to be clear, my expectation is that it wasn't even Twitch who made the determination. It's probably something Amazon kind of forced on them as the parent company, being like, you'll do this. And, you know, to hell with Twitch. It is usually a lot of those things do come from the higher-ups. Okay, so refugees are on their way out. So everybody is on their way out. It's time to go. Because we got 20 hours before all hell breaks loose here. We cannot afford to put up with that. Transport pod crash. Well, it's a shame you didn't arrive earlier, Fitz. Okay. Why has it not completed the quest yet? Nope, yeah, no, it's done. So we go out here to the world map. You're abandoning temporary lakes. And on to our next place. Oh, hey, that's interesting. If I abandon the settlement, I'm allowed to immediately settle right again. I don't have to go the 2 tiles over. That's interesting. That means I can massively increase the number of colonies we can go through in an area. Alright. So, 1 day still left on the cooldown there. Alright. I don't think I'm going to go... Oh, well, I mean, that's probably fine. Let's go up here. Plunk down our rice to keep that going. We can go here, caravanning spot, and the pen spot. You'll be the rice. And I'm mostly just duplicating our setup route here real fast. Okay. Let you start your work. Each time a bit bigger? Yep. Why learn lessons when you can continue to just do the same mistakes over and over again? Yep, P music for RimWorld's excellent. Okay. When you're spiffing up your old house, you looped P music? Yeah. So I've got the turkey over there. Let's grab everyone. Need to bring them all over here. Because they're still dealing with flu where people are in danger of losing their fight with the flu. So how are we going? So you are behind on your flu, and Sentient Cookie is winning on their flu. Let's deal with this turkey really fast. Alpaca, don't run off with all of my crap. I need a minute. Like I can't do anything until you give me a minute to get stuff done. So grab you, grab a stool, grab another stool. Grab the hoop ring. Grab the research bench. Grab the other research bench. Grab the stove. Grab you. You. So let them sort that out for a minute. We'll also need to go over here and go to production, crafting spot, butcher spot, butcher forever, smash mechs forever. Do until you have one, and so you haven't done one of 80% each. Okay. So you got a ton of work to do. So who's our best doctor right now? Probably, unfortunately, you. which is really bad considering everything. If this person was a metal horror, we're absolutely doomed, by the way. They shouldn't be able to be that this early. But if they are a metal horror, we're absolutely doomed. Because we got 2 people dealing with flu, and then they're having to, like, unnatural heal people and all that just to keep us from imploding. Come on, get at least some type. 0% tend. It's not helping anything with that. I've had it without poking the monolith. It can happen. It's pretty rare. You have to have a certain amount of wealth for it to even be possible. Or be far enough in the monolith where you have the advanced stuff. But you can get the advanced anomaly stuff happening in a regular run. No, 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 no. Stop. Handle. For right now... Have you assigned to handling? No, I don't. What? I don't. We'll deal with figuring out what you're assigned to. Don't get off my map. I need you. Yeah, no, it's a rare one. But like you said, you can end up having advanced anomalies. It's whether or not you get that advanced anomaly and that kind of stuff. Yeah, so Will's definitely going to need the unnatural healing. I think Cookie will be just fine. I'm trying to remember if you had any now. Maybe chimeras? Certainly nothing interesting. Yeah, and that's the thing. Without the anomaly on there, I think the odds of getting... Because it's... If you go at the start of your playthrough, you can choose your anomaly settings where it's like on the passive or the active. And you'll get the passive one. Like I said, the anomaly stuff is listed there as happening, even the advanced stuff. But like, the advanced stuff broadly is pretty low odds. Oh, you're feeding them. I was like, what's going on? Why is Cookie out of bed? Okay. So what did I accidentally turn up on you? Oh, I turned up Cook. That's fine. We don't want to do that. And you're bringing back all the animals for now. Oh, that ambient anomaly one, or this is the standard, but you never interact with the monolith. Yeah, the ambient one. Yep, ambient horror. Well, that's the thing. On your normal playthroughs, you'll have some level of ambient horror now, unless you go out of your way to either disable the DLC or to turn off ambient horror in general. But it's basically like how much toned down or up it's gonna be. Okay, so Cookie's gonna make it, definitely. I said Will's gonna need help, but Will should have enough time to get that help. You're at 75 or 73%, and in 7 in-game hours, unnatural healing will come up. We can pop it on Will to get rid of the flu at the last second, so we won't lose anyone to the flu. The only other anomaly thing you really got was Shamblers. Yeah, with the ambient anomaly, you're gonna end up getting a lot of your easier anomalies, more like Shamblers, Gore Hulks. Maybe a, what's the one I'm thinking of? The one that you can turn your people into, not the Shamblers. Ghoul. You can get ghouls. You'll see a lot more of that kind of thing, or just like regular flesh beasts. Again, this is not ambient, though. What do you mean, So when you start the game, there's just a setting on the bottom. Like, before you even hit the monolith. there's a setting where you're on passive or active kind of thing. When you hit the monolith, it massively increases the frequency of the anomalies, but even without hitting the monolith, you do have some percentage of it happening. I might be using the wrong term with ambient horror, but all that. But it is a game setting. Actually, can I look at that game setting right now? Because I know you can change your storyteller. No, it would be down here. Yeah, it'd be down here. You'd be able to choose your ambient horror at the beginning. And like I said, there's the active one where, again, like you're going to get primarily anomaly thing, and then the passive one where you still will get anomaly things, but at a much lower frequency. Ambient horror, you thought was like thing. Have you ever played Don't Starve? Yeah, I played Don't Starve in the past. Medical emergency. Unsentient cookie. I was going to say, don't you die because you went out there. Alright, so you need to go over here and heal Will as fast as you can. Okay, Will is saved from their flu. Yeah, I haven't played Don't Starve in a very, very long time, though. They haven't, at least till last I checked, they weren't updating it. Don't Starve together. Come on, let me get through my flu. Give this one dude with a pistol. Are you attacking immediately? No, you're going to prepare. Then I'm going to let you do that. Let's see, ambient horror has no monolith or any anomaly threat. It's fair game. That opened the golden cube to me. Yeah, so one second. Let's actually double check this. Because now I'm, curious about it. So let's we don't really care about any of this stuff. So anomaly settings. Oh, sure. Let's try to survive. Anomaly settings. Yeah, so you have the stuff here. You have oh no, yeah, so ignore this. Down here, so anomaly threats inactive, 8% rare, anomaly threats active, 30% balanced, and all that stuff. I'm pretty sure under this, okay, only a certain anomaly events can, okay, so that's actually saying certain ones can't. Interesting. I'm pretty sure I had, like, Chimera. I don't think I've had the heart on the other one, or the murder ball. I thought I did have metal horror, but to be clear, it came through a creepy joiner. Just to be entirely clear, I'm pretty sure it came through a creepy joiner, which is a creepy joiner that can come with the... Was that them attacking? Yeah, I think it was a creepy joiner brought a metal horror in. So not just like you're walking around, so it's like, oh no, metal horror. Creepy joiner metal horror is tier 2 monolith, regular one's metal 1. Maybe I'm just misremembering. I mean, it's very, very possible, because usually I activate the monolith because I like the anomaly content. Once I hit a certain point in the progression of it. Alright, so Ascension Cookie in the clear. They're about to be. Because all in all, what I'll probably do is if we get a chance, I'm going to try and run down here when Sam comes in. Run Will in to get into melee. I really want to keep our unnatural healer out of it as best we can. They can betray us, they can do all sorts of stuff. Okay. So unfortunately, I think, yeah, they're in a position where they get there first. Let's go over here. I don't really have anywhere we can get to any meaningful cover. So my hope is that we'll be able to run around here. They'll go to burn my crops. Oh wait, are you coming after me? If you're coming after me, that'd be very convenient. Oh yeah, this is perfect. And honestly, you stay out of this. You're too valuable. Nicely done. Meanwhile, I guess I'll give you the machine pistol. Okay. Yeah, no, I never really did the ambient horror. Because again, for me, the ambient horror thing was mostly people wanted some anomaly, but they didn't want to actually go through the whole monolith thing. Which is fair. I think that's a reasonable thing to have set up. Alright, so do your best to get all that sorted out. So the good news is no one died to that flu, even though we had to relocate in the middle of it and a whole bunch of other garbage that was going to make it more dangerous. So small blessings on that one. I thought it was going to be like how you played with the inactive monolith, minus the monolith. Yeah, and I've only messed with it like one time when they first introduced it, and I'm like, I like the anomaly stuff, let me turn on the monolith. And then never kind of circled back to it ever again. Like, genuinely in my head, I forgot that it was a separate mode versus like the monolith active versus inactive. So the good news, that means I can all get back to work. Yes, Ascension Cookie can craft and research. So you're our construction mining person, you're a growing person. You handle. Honestly, in this case, you're gonna become our cook, Will. Alright, Ascension Cookie's throwing a party. It's the We Survived the Flu party. And our doctor immediately got food poisoning. Imagine you've got a good surprise golden cube right now in this run, and that's ambient horror. Yeah. Well, that's kind of the thing. There's like, even with the monolith inactive, and just random crap will happen. I do know there's stuff that is gated. I was under the impression, and this is going on memory as well, I was under the impression when it came to, like, the monolith, when you cracked the monolith to stage 2, it opened up everything. But I thought it was that, like, at stage 1, you could have everything, but the odds of a lot of the events were just really, really low. But I mean, I don't remember. I've made it active so many times, I just don't remember one way or the other. Oh, we also need a place to dump the bodies. Okay, that way this body that's just laying in the middle of all this, we get it out of here. Oh yeah, food poisoning. I was like, why are you so slow again? Haul that body out of there before everyone gets mad. No monolith to activate. Stuff could just happen. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm well aware of that, like, the ambient horrors, like, everything just on the table. It just, you know, it'll just happen. Versus the monolith, like, you have to, like, stage it up to, you know, make it so you have more advanced anomalies versus regular anomalies. And all that kind of nonsense. Makes you wonder stuff like how the raid points were the question mask. I actually don't know, because I know there's certain ones that's straightforward to see how the raid points work. Stuff like Shamblers, it's like, okay, well, you just get more of them, based on the raid points and yada yada. Okay, that'd be rescuing a person. And you know, same with stuff like the Devourers and the Hate Cultists and all those. Pretty straightforward. That's like, yeah, they're just going to be more enemies to deal with. But as far as, like, the Flesh Mass Heart, I don't know how it decides that. The Murder Ball probably doesn't necessarily... I mean, it might just have a static point value that it, you know, uses. So instead of, like, okay, it's going to use this many points and it's going to have so many enemies based on it, it might just be, like, a static thing that you deal with. They're getting lots of food poisoning because they haven't had the benches and all that moved. They'll get it done. Surprised no one's putting on that mask. It's going to be better than the stuff they're wearing right now. But never really paid attention to see like when they change their clothes, other than like when I switch outfit types and all that. Okay. You need rescue? Is it food poisoning? That it is. Okay. Minimum wealth, basically? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You'd have to hit some threshold, and then it'd be like, okay, this event costs 1,000 points. And that's just it. Like, it wouldn't scale or anything. It's just like, that's 1,000 points. That'd be my guess for some of those, like the murder ball and the golden cube and stuff like that. If they do trigger off of points or anything like that. Some of those events I don't actually know how they work on the back end, because other than wealth management to keep your points up and down, the exact calculation I'm pretty not fussed about one way or the other. Okay, so your flu is all cleared up. As soon as you're recovering, you'll be able to go out there and grab your gun. Okay, but at least having some dedicated people is going to go good. So go grab your gun before it rots out there. Cool. And we'll need to get that brought over as well. Just all the throwing up constantly. Oh, food poisoning. Yeah. So, Ism here, they're blind. Because they're an unnatural healer that's, you know, a blind healer or whatever. And they're my construction pawn, so they're going to have a real rough time. But it is what it is. At least they can work on it, even if not well. But that's fine. The good news is, despite being blind and having lots of botched failures and everything else, they're still getting it built way faster than the last one. Because it's actively being worked on versus trying to split attention and just hoping for the best. Yeah, we got people hauling. That's a bummer that apparently each time we switch tiles it will reset my rules. Alright. Home of the flu. Because we arrived with flu. I don't know. We're going to be naming a lot of colonies, and I don't want to get caught up spending 20 minutes each colony coming up with an appropriate name. Do not put a roof over this. The good news, we're getting electrical. And if we can manage to get electrical and chem fuel going, then we have a good chance of being able to do the grav tech. Should have done Hoem of the Flu. Sadly, I can't change at this point. Might ask what you're drinking. Mountain Dew. I'm drinking El Soda. Alright, so we got Psychic Soothe, so that's good news. Okay. Yeah, so they're grabbing all the berries and the herbal medicine and all that they're hauling around. Soon they'll run out of stuff to haul. And then they'll jump in and start moving the tables as well. Or they'll just haul it all so that Ism just runs around building without spending any time with the other stuff. That's because they can't stop and research until those benches are put in place. And that's a construction task. Interesting that despite the wood being up here, you're putting the furniture up as a priority. Okay, and as far as our ideology goes, we're still split between everything. We'll need to get that sorted, but I think we're gonna kind of endure and just hope the prolicizer stuff helps us get things fixed up. Alright, so like 3 tiles from that getting enclosed, 1 tile from that getting enclosed. So we're honestly getting pretty close to having everything enclosed here. We're also starting to get our alpaca wool clothing and all that set up, which will be good. I don't have anything set to manual, right? Okay. Oh, another thing is herbal. Everyone should carry medicine. Because once we enclose this, we can let the alpaca just breed. Then they can become a source of stuff. Alright. That's going to be one that we're going to need to have. Oh, you don't need to do that anymore. Hey. Yeah, we got Will able to do that. Okay, and with that we can duplicate the caravanning point and remove that one, and it's all enclosed. That turkey needs to be murdered. So Senshi Cookie, if you could do the honor. Thank you. Otherwise, eventually I'd not be able to get a hold of food and it'd smash a hole in the wall. And then this turkey needs to be murdered. Please stop shooting past Hypno. Okay. So we're down to the last little bit to be constructed. Oh, did we not? There we go. Looks like I didn't have the table set. Okay. Cool, so we've almost got all that set. We'll probably want to go and have them haul all the chunks of stone out of here. And it might even be worth it for our people who aren't going to be busy doing other things to work on putting down flooring to get mood bonuses. That'll be a whole thing. It'll probably end up being mostly wood, which has its own drama. Did I actually get tree sewing in this one, or is that the other one? I don't fully plan to actually utilize this. Actually, you know what we can do here? Let's not do that. what we can do is once the building's done, we can go over here and tell them to make the fire break. And the fire break will cause them to cut down all the trees for a bunch more influx of wood for doing flooring. Okay, so honestly, let's jump that up to potatoes. Because we got more than enough rice. If we go for potatoes, that'll be a bit better overall. I don't feel like with the having the the attackers show up and bullying me off, that corn's gonna be a reliable thing we can do. But with the potatoes, I believe that lasts longer than the rice and gives us more benefit. So you want 6 herbal medicine. We can take care of that. Okay, so we can hold this door open, hold that door open, hold this door open, hold that door open, hold you open, and hold you open. You apparently... Oh. You're not finding any medicine. Where's some more heal root? It's pretty unlikely we'll get that all there in time. I think what's happening is because I told him to carry it, that as I'm getting it in here, people are putting in their inventory to be ready. There you go. Forced weather for a bunch of goodwill and a glitter world. That's pretty annoying. A gear. Drop. There you go. There's a chem fuel refinery. Alright. Yeah, so you do the forced weather. It doesn't tell us what it's going to force weather us. But that'll give us a lot of faction towards getting the Empire to be neutral, which is one of the ones we probably want to get neutral first. Because they're going to roll in with actual armor and guns and all sorts of stuff that I'm not ready to handle. So if we can get them in there, that'd be good. One downside... Oh, let's also go to requests, manage reward preferences, and I do not want honor. Did it say Raining Thunderstorm? I wasn't even paying attention. Yeah, okay, Raining Thunderstorm's fine. I was reading it too fast, and I was like, I don't see what weather it's causing. Alright, so we did get a glitter world, singular. But the important thing is that it's almost got the Empire to neutral. Okay, put the stove there so we can start cooking. Alright. Mad squirrel. For some reason, the person who's blind and using a very low accuracy weapon, not a great shot for some reason. Real shocker, that one. Okay. Yeah, it's a mystery. We'll have to have someone do a code dive and figure out why that is. Major break risk because trees have been ravaged. Alright, well... Who has our highest social these days? 0, 1, can't, 3. If I draft you and I attempt to rest you, 83%. Alright. Prisoner. Will, I'm gonna need you to not throw a fit about this. Cool. Are you not afraid of the wooden building? I mean, what other choice do I have? Because we don't have stone cutting, and we are moving map to map to map as they're being chased by others, so I don't exactly have the time to run on the tile, start cutting a bunch of bricks, only to have to leave in like 30 days. So this is the reality we live in. Yeah, you're all good. So for wardening, it's just going to be bad. Because we wanna work Will down so they're not holding you prisoner, disfigured, holding you prisoner, conversion attempt, holding you prisoner, psychically unsightly. Psychically unsightly. Interesting. So you attack immediately. Dude with bow, who is delicate. Oh, physically. That makes way more sense. I was just misreading. I was like, psychically. Alright, so you get up into melee. No, actually, you don't have to be the same ideology to convert someone. It is a weird thing the way that works. But anyone can convert that person. It's just a weird thing. All you have to do is choose the target ideology, and then you're good. At least as I checked. Days because trees are ravaged. I'm okay with that. I'd rather you have had a loss of faith kind of thing. Okay. You'll be back in your feet in a minute. Because we can get Will flipped over. They're the ones who were having the hardest time with their ideology. Meanwhile, the Commune of Loyalty, that's not too bad. They're getting that flipped, though. And the Creed of Harmony, yeah, so the other two are pretty neutral. Will's pretty incompatible. The warden that is doing the conversation has to be the target ideology. Gotcha. It makes sense. That's fair. Yes, that would mean if you had a colonist, that you took your first colonists in naked brutality, and they had no social, then you wouldn't be able to do the conversion at all. Like you would just your ideology would be effectively dead on arrival unless you got lucky, had someone break and just randomly switch to it, or you had a ritual that, you know, had a 50% chance to recruit someone when it's, you know, unforgettable or whatever. All right. Okay, so construction's done. He was trying to cause a crisis of faith, never got the lucky roll, eventually had a random joiner save it. Yeah, that's kind of one of the things, is like, the crisis of faith happening, where it could choose any of the ideologies, and you just look at this, and each one of these ones is going to be one of a handful of ideologies. Yeah, like you look at how many ideologies have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So that's a 1 in 16 chance per crisis of faith of getting you what you want. Well, I guess it wouldn't be a 1 in 16, it'd be a 1 in 15, because they can't convert to their own ideology. Still horrifically bad odds. Alright, so no one's idle. Yeah, so it's 3% at a time, with the occasional bonus just from Prolicizer and all that. And that's going to be recovering like a percent or two a day. So we'll probably knock him down about 5% a day, because you get about 2 to 3 conversations per day, give or take. So that's pretty rough. Oh, we don't have... Oh, right. We had a guest. You cook. Because I think I had Will cooking, and then we arrested Will, so clearly Will's not cooking anymore. Yeah, you could just casually have a 50% crisis of faith. That'd be amazing. Oh, right, you're a psychopath, so you don't care about deep talks and all that. So literally we can't get positive moods on you. You're just gonna hate us the whole time, since you're imprisoned. Cool, man. And you got Catharsis keeping you good. Okay, so I could probably do, and this is not a smart move. Yeah, it's gonna be terrible is what that's gonna be. I doubt they're gonna get done. We're gonna put a fire break around this, and that's just an excuse to get a bunch of trees pulled up. And that way they can start working on that floor. I don't expect that to get done. Mostly I'm just leaving it so, Ismphoria continues to level up their plants and level up their construction and all this other stuff. It's RimWorld aren't good and bad moves. There's just morally ambiguous ones. No! Don't let him go! 68% chance. 40% chance. Hypno, do your best. You're probably going to be way too late. But do your best, Hypno. And Cookie, just run along. Oh, you've got way too much of a lead. Alright. I'm not going to get in range to try and shoot at you. Well, that sucks. Alright, well that's our construction pawn gone. That's fine. That's pretty sad, because I like having an unnatural healer. It's always those things. And if you try to arrest them before they do that, they'll still just depart whenever you let them free, even if you go through the whole recruitment process. I've done that before. So in this case, cancel all of that, and just ignore all of this out here, because we no longer have the extra bandwidth to consider that. So genuinely, it might be worth her while to piss you off even more. We can make them take off all their clothes. I see. There. So we took all the clothes off of them because that gives them another mood penalty, uncovered groin. Because basically what I'm trying to do is make them very upset. If they are very upset, they have a lesser recovery of certainty in their ideology. You can get rid of the roof too. Oh right, so they're considered as outdoors. Alright, raid being attacked immediately by dude with bow who is a recluse. Are you any good of a shot? No. So same plan. Hypno's gonna run up. Okay. So meanwhile, you are going to capture this person, because whether or not we keep them, if we patch them up and we send them on their way, are they a builder? That is an important question. We'll deal with that later. That's us. They're recluse. They do have a passion for construction. Honestly, all things considered, we can start working on converting this person with the potential of bringing them in here. And they're a rancher ritualist. They're going to hate it here too. Do you have any particular goal for this colony? So, right now what we've got going on is everyone hates us. Well, other than the temporary faction, because they're a temporary faction, so they don't have a standing. And we are being actively hunted by all of them. So if you think of, like, the Odyssey start where the mechs chase you, it's that, but everybody. And so our goal here is basically to pretty much get ourselves to not be actively hunted anymore. So that does include the mechs as well. So we will need to do the Odyssey ending. But for the other factions, we can either become friends of theirs and they'll stop, like, well, neutral of theirs, and they'll stop hunting us. Or we can destroy their capital. Which an interesting consideration is, since almost everybody is enemies with everybody, if I wanted, I could choose one of the factions and just start bullying them. And as I took out their places, I would get a boost to my standings with their factions that are enemies to them, which has some interesting considerations. Alright, so we're letting... Hypno is slowly gaining some social skill by endlessly harassing our prisoners. Yeah, we just want to be friends. Willing or otherwise. At least that one's going down by a decent amount, like 7 per go. By any means necessary. Right. You will be our friend. This is non-negotiable. Oh, interesting. I didn't realize I'd give you rescued you even though we roughed them up real bad. Little by little. Let's see, will the rations stay neutral or do they fall back into hostile? It's the exact same as normal. Factions that have a predisposition towards tending to be hostile to you will slowly degrade back to hostile. And then factions that have a predisposition to being neutral you will slowly, degrade back to neutral. For those who don't know, I want to say it's 70 is the cutoff where they go hostile. Sorry, minus 70. So if I get them up to 0, they become neutral, and they won't go hostile again until they get all the way back down to minus 70, if I remember correctly. Just like when you get up to is either 70 or 75, they become allied. I'm pretty sure it's 75. Might be minus 75 as well. So Cookie here might get converted just by Hypno harassing them endlessly. Do we have anyone taking care of the animals? No. Dark Scholar. Psychopath who is depressive with void fascination and can do twisted flesh. They're also 57 and they have an artery blockage. I'm gonna say yes. But that's pretty bad. Alright, you can say, Kenta. I shouldn't let you. But you can stay. On the plus side, you can be a dedicated researcher. Void fascination means they don't have another downside? I don't know the rules with that kind of thing. I also just realized the other creepy joiner we had walked away with our other gun. Alright, so if you'd like to be Kenta, who may or may not stay here long term, and is depressive psychopath with void fascination, you can get that done. And then they have an ideology around supremacy. Of course they do. Why would I expect anything less in this game? We'll give that a couple minutes to go through and all that. But the good news is that does give us someone to do research here. Yeah, Cookie would do that. We could put... For right now, I'm going to leave Cookie... Well, no, Cookie can go to this, which will free you up. Alright. So we're slowly getting people converted over. Okay. Yeah, so we got people focused on researching, which is good. Because we want to keep that moving as much as we possibly can. Another thing is because everyone hates us, we're not going to get trade caravans hardly at all. Tantrum. You can go bang things on your room because trees got ravaged. Please don't successfully break a hole in your wall and make a getaway for it. Alright. So we got 11 days before the first faction coming after us. Needless to say, Will is not going to be converted by then. And Squid is probably not going to be recruited by then. Oh man, Resistance 22. We're going to hold out that we might get lucky and get an inspired recruitment. It's pretty unlikely. But if we do that, I might be able to snag Squid. Otherwise, Squid's not going to stick around. That's kind of the big challenge of what we're dealing with right now. Is they don't really have much ability to keep and recruit the prisoners, kind of deal. As you can make them slaves. I think you need to carry school, just need to make the new selfers. We could try. Yeah, I mean, well, if we knock them out, they only stay out for about a day or so. And so we have to caravan them over and build things. We could definitely try and see what we can make happen. Like, for the moment, we're just going to keep things going, keep the research moving, see how far we can get. Alright, incoming 14 days. So hopefully we keep those longer days. Hey, Patsy, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. Alright, 16 days, that's fine. 10 still the shortest. But I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. Can we get a shout out for Patsy, by the way? I'd appreciate that. Thank you so much for that raid. Playing some Path of Exile. Nice. I'm a big fan of Path of Exile. I've not played in a hot minute. Definitely a game I recommend checking out, all that good stuff. So if you're looking for some Paths of Exile, you can find that over there with Patsy. But welcome in, Raiders. Hope you're all having a good one. Another thing is if we can convert them, even if we don't recruit them, we would potentially be able to work towards getting a reformation. 6 days. Alright, so that cut our go time down to 6 days, unfortunately. $15 days. 16, 17. So 6 days is still the shortest. Let's see, you just had all the faction rep raise you to natural goodwill. So you just need to survive a year. No, not all of them went up. We had 1 or 2 of them that went up because they had a tendency, like... So we look at this one. This one has a tendency to be neutral, that one's a tendency to be neutral, and that one's a tendency to be neutral. This one will go towards minus 100, and all of these will go towards minus 100, and that one will go neutral. So most of them are going hostile with like 4 or 5 that are going neutral. You're loving the current league a lot, but you also like RimWorld, so you came here. Yeah, I've missed the last couple leagues. Alright, so we got 6. Path of Exile, I believe, is still my most played game on Steam, if I'm remembering correctly. But I missed the last couple leagues, because it's very hard for me to find time around streaming, because it just hasn't done well for me streaming. It's not a good fit for my channel. It's a great game, a game I love, but not a good fit for the channel. And Path of Exile is one of those games I definitely find you either play or you don't play. It's pretty rough to try and do like casually kind of thing. There's a lot of games like that when you're talking anything that's got like a time-based anything like the leagues. That if you can't put in enough time, it's just it can leave you not with FOMO, but it can leave you wanting to be able to do more, but not really being able to do more. And this is not meant to be negative in Path of Exile. I love the game and all that stuff. It's just been tough because I've tried to play it along stream and very, very struggle to make it happen. Hey, Dread, how's it going? I don't even know what the current league is. I used to keep up with the leagues even when I didn't have time to play. Alright, and you have a good one, Patsy. Thank you again for the raid and all that stuff. You take care. Curse of the All-Flame. Okay, so the All-Flame being, the Pirate Captain's thing. Whereas trying to achieve immortality, and it was not the best experience. You playing for the Path of Exile for the first time in a year? It's great. Yeah, no, Path of Exile is excellent. Like, that's the reason I kind of can't play, is I want to play way more and I don't have the time. And, like, you know, if I'm going to play, I want to get into, like, the late game and do the bossing and get into all that. Like, having to, like, duck out in white or yellow maps because I just don't have the time to play just hurts. And I know I could play Standard League, but I don't want to play Standard League. Standard League's where we get the not broken stuff. I wanna play the Temp League, Challenge League, so you can get like before they water down the mechanics. All right, got another one coming in. The one good news is as we start friending some of these people, these buzzings constantly going on will wind down. All right, so how long? 12 days. So we're still good. We're still on track for 6 days before anyone shows up. And for the record, we can't stay when they show up. They will endlessly attack. And they'll send a wave every 12 hours, endlessly. Is this a mod challenge? Yes, we are using the, what was it? The Ruthless Faction Pursuit mod. So basically, it'll make anyone who is hostile to you work in the same kind of way as the mechanoids in the Odyssey start. Path of Exile, solid and glorious. Also hacking potential serious time sink. Yeah, no, that's exactly it. Is absolutely love it. Just you got to be ready to sink some hours. There's a lot of games like that. I imagine games like Diablo are probably no different these days. Alright, we're down to 5 days. When we get down to like 2 or 3 days, we just get out of there. So I think what my plan is going to do is when we get time to leave, I'm going to release Will. We are going to try to bring Squid with us as a prisoner. I fully expect them to make a break for it before I manage to get a prison cell for him. But then when we get the room set up, we're just going to re-imprison Will on the other side. Ambrosia Sprout, that's fine. Nine days, that's fine. Okay. But yeah, no, absolutely. In a lot of ways, Path of Exile is like, hey, Diablo 2 came out. What if they just kept making it for, like, the next decade? Not, you know, kind of went back to a starting point with Diablo 3 and then went back to a starting point with Diablo 4 to, like, make a new game, but just, like, kept adding and kept cooking and kept expanding on it. To be fair with Path of Exile 2, that one gets sort of weird in that it's kind of that reset, but not that reset, because they brought a bunch of stuff forward, but not really. It's in this weird middle place. Yeah, well, I mean, technically I have a fourth one. We've got them arrested right now. But to do that, to be fair, we did take a game over earlier. So I've had one loss today where, between Plague and a bunch of stuff going on, I wasn't able to get off the tile before things went down. And thank you, Dread, for the 205 stream streak. Catch the last 205 streams without missing a single one. I do appreciate it. Okay. And if nothing else, even just keeping this up will give Hypno a bit more social skill. And if we can get a couple levels in that, that will make converting people easier. Yeah, so you're getting close. So we'll probably get Squid converted before we get out of here. Very, very, very doubtful. I mean, actually, it might not even get him converted. We only got 4 days, and I don't want to wait till the last second to get out of here. That's a good way to die. And we're just going to let the alpaca population continue to explode. Like, the moment you get 3, everything gets easier, because you get a moral guide, and you can keep using the conversion ritual, where even if you have someone who just does not, like, who just, like, heavily resists any conversion attempt, you can just keep using the ritual and hope for a masterful. And usually it'll get to be, like, 18% chance, which is not too terrible. That's like a 1 in 5. Drug production. Okay, they rolled Go Juice next. Cool. Not going to really help our cause. Alright, so we're still at 4 days. Yeah, because it's going to be the Orbital Cartel, which will be the first one to potentially show up. So we need to be out of there before they kick off. Now, the worst thing that can happen is if Will here has a mood break too late for us to get over there. Honestly, even if Will had a crisis of faith and switched to something less awful, that would be fine too. It's just, with that mood the way it is, and I'm having to rip through all the trees every map, it's just an endless cycle of mood breaks on Will, which is why we're resting to try and fix it. So potatoes don't have super long till we can pull those up. Man, that puts so little social on that. Do you have a specific reason to have no roof? Yes, I've been trying to make them super pissed off. Because if you know that, so it goes change rate based on mood. If they're at 3% or higher, or sorry, if they're at 80% or higher, they recover 3 of their confidence in their ideology per day. If it's 50% or higher, it's 2. If it's 20% or higher, it's 1. So they want to keep their, overall mood pretty trashed so they can't recover, because they're, in this case, a psychopath, so it takes twice as long for me to convert them. So it's kind of one of those things I'm really trying hard to get that sorted. Normally I don't do that. Okay, so we could accept nomads here. We're going to wait till we get to the new tile. Because if I accept them here, I won't be able to have them caravan with me, which means I'll be bringing them here to die. And that doesn't do anything for anyone. So I want you to have your mood break right away, Will. And I'm hoping it'll be a crisis of faith. That'd probably convert you instantly to another ideology. But that might help me get something more manageable. Alright, cold snap, which means all of our stuff here is going to go bad. And we're going to need to go here and go temperature. Put some fires down for a minute. Do not sow. Alright, so at this point, prisoner... Will's gonna have to be let out, or Will's gonna freeze to death. Because it did steal Will's clothes and all that, and that's gonna be a whole big problem. Because also, in 3 days, things are going to go to heck anyways. Alright. Okay, you're going to have a party. Honestly, that's not bad timing. If we have a party right before it's time to leave, means we'll be in about as good of a mood as we can. So uninstall, 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 uninstall. Yep. Disregard that. I'll even uninstall you. Okay, so we're uninstalling everything because in 2 days we gotta go. So everything's uninstalled and being hauled where it needs to be hauled. Okay, so just giving a minute to get all that over here. Because we gotta go soon. I'll be able to get squid converted before we go. Or alpaca. Okay, so as soon as they have that conversation with Squid here to get them converted, we leave. That way, at least at a minimum, we're going to get the ideology points, but we don't want to stay here too much longer, just because if we do, we'll most likely run into hypothermia on who? No, Butler. Why? Work at the campfire as fast as you can. Could you not botch that? You're going to die. Okay. So I can convert you. Cool. So you've got them converted. Prisoner, you're going to switch to recruiting them. And what was the new text thing? Party conversion. So get you patched up really fast. Okay, so world. It's time to go. Form caravan, go here, except everyone's going. Travel supplies, don't take just whatever you can. Everything goes. Items, grab everything that has any remote value to us. Just load them on up. That's the reason we got a small army of alpacas. So that if it's anything worth caring about, we bring it anyways. The rest of that can all just die in a fire. Yep. Cool. Get everyone together. I love how it's like, okay, it's time to go, and it's like, the prisoner's just like, okay. That's chill. Because we got 1 day till the orbital cartel arrives, and then bad things happen to us. So pack it in and move it out. Squid just runs off way ahead of everyone else. Prisoner, by the way. Alright. And since we left that, we now abandon Home of the Flu. And we got our new colony. Okay. There's an ancient danger right there. I'm not seeing any particularly amazing soil nearby anywhere. That's okay. So zone, I will tell you to go ahead and plant a nice big old zone here. But the very first thing we're going to do, before we get too far into all of this, let's see, 7... is get that built as fast as you possibly can. Oh, and caravanning spot just over here. It doesn't matter. At some point, you should not try abandoning it and just watch them fight after you leave. I mean, I could. It'll just start lagging the game out really badly, though. Because, again, it'll just keep attacking again and again and again. So who's construction? Yeah. Plus, weird things can happen when you have multiple colonies. So I'm hoping you won't try to break away, because I don't want to go through have to reschedule everyone's stuff. So 60, 98. Move. Cookie. Close it off. We're gonna have you get ahead of him. So that way you can try to... Alright. So, prisoner. Okay, so we got him before they could get away. Alright, so now let's worry about trying to build the rest of this. So we can go over here, structure. 7 to 7. This. The furniture. Okay. Who's the new pawn? Oh, it's not a new pawn. This is the one we've been arresting and letting out as we've been trying desperately to convert them. I'm actually plan to re-arrest Will here in a minute. So what's Will do around here right now? So Will's cooking at the moment. So Sentient Cookie will go back to that. And before you get all re-established here, we're going to go ahead and re-arrest you as well. Because they've still got your ideology pretty low. So let's go ahead and keep... Oh, Kenta. Yeah, so they're a creepy joiner. We'll see if they stick around. I don't know if they will. So you are getting converted, and you are getting recruited. So in the meantime, we need them to keep working. So right now, Sentient Cookie will cook and construct. You're growing, and you're researching as able. So for the time being, put the game of there. Put that here. Put the chairs there. Put you here. So that'll be the bedrooms for the moment. It's actually not really a good spot. Oh, I should have set this to rice. It's fine. So you work on that for a minute. Cutting down a bunch of trees all over the place. I want to get that out of the way. Okay, so get the bedrooms all built. This will be our break room and all that. And then we're going to need to go in here and get some other stuff sorted out. Ambrosia Sprout, that's fine. Yeah, so probably just go and like cut across here and all that. Bosses and infants for untamed U-Hauls. It's a college town and the main roads in a city as low clearance overpass. Oh no. Yup. I can see where that goes. Festival opportunities. I was gonna put this on the other side, but let's go ahead and go. Like this. That's another way we can go out here and go to storage, dumping stockpile, low, allow all but no human-like or rotten, and regular stockpile there. Start grabbing a bunch of these benches and all that. Okay, so we're gonna have all that over there, so we can go to production, crafting spot, butchering spot. Okay, so we've got all that going on. So working on getting all the people recruited and all that. That's fine. It's gonna take a minute. We already know we're gonna need to cut down all trees in here, so we'll just tell them to cut all those down. The thing we still need to do is get a place for the alpaca, and the problem is all this stone around here is not going to help our cause. So I'm going to probably do in this case is not something I think is the right idea. I'm going to bring that across. That could stay that way. Why did that get brighter all of a sudden? Okay, now we can grab you and just plunk you down in here. But I come to realize that every city has infamous bridge like that. Ours just gets unusually messy in September. Yeah, well, it's kind of like you have, that's fine, they can have a break. You kind of have, like, everyone will be like, oh, we have the worst drivers, you know, yada, yada, yada. And it's one of those things, it's like, well, everyone has some bad drivers. I'm like, oh, yeah, well, based on this statistic and that statistic. And like, don't get me wrong, somewhere out there, I think you missed an area, what? I think you missed an area on the bottom of your pen. No, there's a gap here that's in the mountains, so I don't need to worry about that. It's just stone. It'll be a weird shape, but I don't care about being a weird shape. And murder that wreck if you don't have a child. Shambler approaches. Just keep doing your thing, man. If it comes this way, we'll deal with it. Let's see. Alright, you returned. Windows are closed, and you have an ice drink container, and you can't decide what to put in it. Already melting. Yeah. So something happened with my side light, and it just suddenly like went brighter. And that one doesn't have much of a configuration. It's just like low, medium, or high. And it just randomly toggled to its brightest. Like, don't do that. We do actually have the highest crash rates, but among the lowest severity, just non-stop fender benders. Let's see. Europe needs to forbid the heat dome above it. Yeah, we could just regulate against the weather. It'll definitely work. I'm down for them trying anyways. If anyone can make that stick, it'd be the European Union. Oh, you were born and now you're walking away at that. And that wasn't meant as like a negative thing either. There's a lot of times where I'd be like, you can't make laws about data storage. And the European Union's like, bet. GDRP is the thing now. I mean, how many movies have you seen with city center domes? It must be possible, right? Alright, we're trying to get rid of the dome. Of the heat nature. Okay, so I got the potatoes pretty much planted from the looks of it. You're thinking more like make a dome, control the temperature inside the dome? No, that doesn't seem... That seems weird. So no, it has to be a continental European to make it law. Otherwise, it cannot... Let's see, I cannot partake anymore as the UK based. Well, you remain German and thus European citizen. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I was not paying attention at all. Alright, so we got a Shambler chasing. So you go over here. Hypno, you get involved over here. I don't think you could use that on that, can you? You just can go ahead and... Run cookie. Ah, it's too slow. Get in there. Okay, you two get right on top of it. So unfortunately, people got a little scraped up because I wasn't paying attention. That's so they're mentioning like dumping heat into space for cooling. That's if you look way back, there was a article, and we're talking, when I say turn of the century, we're talking like 1800s to 1900s. That was going around about the World's Fair, and they were talking about like what we would be capable of in the new century. And it is a fascinating article to look at, because they're like, we will be able to get from New York City to Paris in under a week. Also, we will be able to make the, like, pretty much anywhere you want to be on the planet a nice, comfortable, temperate climate. And it's like, okay, well, we did one of those. You could definitely get from New York to Paris in under a week. Well under a week, in fact. On the other hand, the idea of, like, being able to control the climate of the entire globe, not really the R1. And we're definitely working on it in a wrong way. It turns out that controlling the weather's a lot harder. Yeah, it's one of those things, because you never, like, you know, in the 18 to 1900s, they weren't talking, like, geoclimate change. Now, in the particular article, you got to keep in mind this is the age of, like, Nikola Tesla. Electricity is the new fandangled thing. All that kind of stuff. We're in that time frame. And so you had, like, these ambitions that, you know, power could be given to anyone free, that you'd be able to talk to anyone to anywhere else using wireless signal, which did eventually come true, but not for basically another 100-something years. But, like, is the idea is, like, these macro-scale projects, which, to be fair, as cool and awesome as Nikola Tesla is as an interesting individual, he did have some pretty outrageous things that he was like, oh yeah, you know, we'll be able to transmit power from one plate to anywhere else on the globe. And you're like, you know, back then we didn't know any better. We were learning this technology. And then nowadays you look and go, no, the only way we would be able to accomplish that would be to incinerate to the point of things turning into plasma because of how ridiculous much power you'd have to force through. It would be a life-ending event that would ignite the atmosphere to transmit a single power source all the way from one side of the globe to the other. Especially in the technology where he was talking about being able to send it through, or extend it through the ground and all that, and not like on cables. Is a similar thing he had with his radio stuff, where he was going to be like, yeah, we'll be able to transmit this ridiculous distances by sending it through the Earth, which weirdly actually had some correctness to it, but there was a lot of physics they didn't understand yet that makes it non-viable. There was a small town that had wireless electricity for a bit. Yeah. A lot of his really wacky stuff was stuff he was making up later because he was broke and needing an investor. Yeah, he's broke and he's needing an investor. And later on in life, Nikolai was, like, really mentally struggling. You know, and it's understandable he got to that point. He got screwed by so many people he trusted and everything. Like, there was there was like one person after another who was like, I've got your back, who just kind of turned on him. Like, yeah, JP Morgan had basically promised him the moon and the stars, and then when he was like, whoa, this Tesla guy's talking about free power, so I got this monopoly I'm working on over here on coal, and like, I really already got like the power companies kind of in my pocket right now. If he's gonna make power free, hold up. Hang on, wait a second. That's gonna hurt my bottom line. And so he just roped Tesla along for a while. Had the same thing with like the radio broadcast type stuff where, you know, came to realize that he'd be competing with himself. So he's like, all right, never mind. And again, roped Tesla along, you know, kind of promising that he would, you know, he'd give Tesla support and everything. And then, you know, it never happened. So Nikolai got pretty jaded and messed it up later in their years. Right, and we got the 2 people who are refugees coming to help. They're both adults, so we're gonna go ahead and drop their weapons. I enjoyed reading about Nikolai. Very fascinating person. Probably fine. Okay. And you'll need a second bed, but that's okay. But yeah, I know he had the idea of the death ray. He was going to make a little thing that would just like make a little bump on the ground again and again. It could shatter buildings and all that, and all sorts of wild claims he was coming up with. A lot of the more wild ones are all along that same concept of taking something that seems small and then like through timing and repetition having it escalate again and again until it became this like insurmountable thing. But yeah, no, it was his thing. Like that was one of the tougher times, like that time frame. Like back then, if someone wasn't taking care of you, very genuinely, you usually kind of just eventually got evicted from your home and kind of just, it was a really hard time for old people. Once you stopped being able to work, that was kind of it. No one was going to take care of you. Not unless you happen to have a family who had your back. Yeah, he's on your list of people you wish you'd grab from history to have a conversation. Yeah, and I imagine he'd be a fascinating one. Like, he got screwed by Edison. Hey, Sui, thank you for the host over on the YouTube side. I appreciate it. Okay, so that's all enclosed now. And thank you for the raid over on the Twitch side, too. If we can get a shout out for Sui, I'd really appreciate that. I hope you had a good stream and all that stuff, playing some Project Zomboid. Someone I definitely highly recommend checking out. But playing a bunch of Project Zomboid recently, also been doing some Pal World as well. Fellow member of the Household Frequency stream team. The stream team I'm on and everything. Definitely a solid person to check out. He done some collabs and all that kind of stuff in the past. Good stuff. Which I'd be down to do more collabs. I don't think we've had a game that's overlapped that I've been doing multiplayer. Because, like, I've been playing Project Zomboid, but I don't do a lot of Project Zomboid multiplayer. But yeah, no, we did, like, American Truck Simulator, a bunch of those. We'll have to get one going. I'll look at the radar of stuff coming up and see if we can't find a good fit for a multiplayer game. Alright. So hopefully we get this all built soon. And hopefully we get Will brought in. Yeah, so Will's getting close to being converted. Temporary holding cell 1. Okay. Please do. Just note you're busy with work, so it might be like once a week. And that day won't be consistent. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Absolutely. Like I said, if there's something that comes on my radar, it's like, that's a game that, you know, I would like to do multiplayer. I could definitely reach out and make something happen. Like whenever you have availability kind of thing. So Vaughn is getting pissed off because you're a cannibal supremacist and you're unhappy with your barracks and you ate non-cannibal food. Okay, well, I'm not loving our refugees that we are helping right now. They seem pretty awful. Murderous rage bomb, and Vaughn is gonna try to kill sentient cookie. Vaughn, you're gonna want to reconsider that, friend, because I'm not that bent on keeping you in good shape, buddy. I think Sentient Cookie has earned the right to defend themselves, in fact. And just gonna keep on stabbing. There you go. Good job. We got a little bit of a bruise. And what have we learned, Vaughn? We have learned if you come after our colonists, you get the stab. The best part is the medicine I couldn't take from him, he dropped. So we were rewarded for stabbing the crap out of him. Yeah, for those who are like new to the community and all that, I don't have a problem with like cannibalism being mentioned. We have a bot that replaces it with taco. Anytime there's a reference to cannibalism, and that's just strictly because it became one of those things that was so ubiquitous in the channel. I was like, I need the jokes to stop. So you're good, like you're absolutely fine. It was when I was playing other games and it kept following me everywhere. There's definitely a point where it's like, well, if you're gonna give me a cold snap anyways, fine, I'll take this. So we're double cold snapped now. But yeah, it was the one that got me was I was playing City Skylines. I don't remember what happened in it. But you know, it's something like minor, like, oh, the budget wasn't in great shape. And people were like, oh, we're gonna have to do some. Hey, the Exodus Empire is no longer coming out after me. That is one group who is now not actively hostile. Royal Ascent is now available because they're not hostile. Yeah, so we got one cold snap from just RNG happening. Then we got a second cold snap that was me accepting a quest that caused a cold snap. Okay, so who is our construction person again? Good. It's the two injured people. The two people that are injured are both the ones there. Oh, you're super slowed. Do they last the same time? No, so all these things like heat wave, cold snap, all that kind of stuff, those are RNG on how long they are. They have a range of how long they can last. And then the quest will sometimes have, like, an extra time or whatever. Let's see. Is that part of a graveyard keeper? Wait, what? Did you know you can throw bodies in a river? I mean, you can, they just don't go anywhere. They'll just sit in the water and rot. Goodbye, all of the stuff there. Close your walls so you're not freezing to death, Cookie. Okay. All those fires going, and it's still very keeping. Vanilla or modded? We have one major mod. The major mod is the Ruthless Faction Pursuit, which basically means any factions I'm hostile with will ultimately chase me in the same manner the Mechanoids do in the Odyssey run. That's any and all hostile factions. Okay, we've almost got Will converted. We also have the semi-random research, so I don't control my research. So if it seems like I'm making really weird, suboptimal choices on research, that's because I'm not in control. So it is genuinely making bad choices that I'm stuck dealing with. And thank you, Phantom, for the tier 1 sub. That's 2 Munchbit sub to the channel. I do really appreciate that. So thank you so much for that. And I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. Cocoa Trees in Winter? Yeah, we can do that. So you're offering me a Masterwork Nerve Spiker and a Masterwork Recurve Bow, and this is Glasses. This is the refugee we helped out earlier in the game. What's the logic behind that mod? Basically, if they're hostile, they hunt us down. I don't know what to add to that. While they're hostile, they hunt us down. If they're not hostile, they don't. So basically, I'm forced to retreat from my place again and again. Oh no, the random research? Basically what it'll do is any research I'm eligible for, it will randomly choose one and I'm stuck with it. And I do that because it forces me to adjust how we're going to play and all that kind of stuff. Like now we just need a mod where colonists randomly decide to plant drugs and you can't destroy them. Yeah. But I like the random research because I found historically I'll fall into patterns where I'll go after certain researches under certain conditions. And that my runs can get kind of samey that way. With a random research, sometimes you just don't get a research you tend to lean on that you just do without it. And that's just the way it's going to be. As just a difficulty and convenience thing? Yeah. No, we're not doing it, like, literally nothing we're doing is because it's optimal good or whatever. Prison break. That is not what you want to see. You two, stand at the door. You three, get back here. Do not fire at will. Well, crap. Alright. You may fire on Kenta. Okay. Would you stop not... I need you to fall down. Go sleepy time. Okay. No, don't hit the person that's downed. Stop hitting Will. Back off. Okay, punch squid. Alright, there you go. So capture that person. So you got Sight Stealers outside. We're just going to disallow that door and disallow this door. We're basically going to trap him inside. What is my least favorite DLC? Royalty. And it's mostly just like, there's a lot of shortcomings it has. Mostly just because it was the first DLC. But it doesn't really add much to the game. Like, it adds the psychic powers and a couple of okay weapons. But, like, the actual royalty mechanic, I really don't care for. You could use the fresh coat paint. Yeah, no, I think if they did, like, a pass and they kind of brought it up to speed with what the other DLC are like, then it would go a long way. Disease infection on Kenta. Not looking good for you, Kenta. You don't know, like ideology, too much micromanage? Interesting. Usually a lot of it you don't have to even worry about micromanaging, you just kind of leave it. Here's Anomaly because you're a wimp. Anomaly's my favorite one. Odyssey is a close second, but Anomaly's my favorite one, just primarily because prior to Anomaly, almost all of your, like, raids and all that were kind of very samey. You know, like, who was fighting and what weapons they would have would vary and all that kind of stuff. But with Anomaly, you had fights, it's like, okay, this one is time on target, that one is, you've got to, like, fight through this different thing. And it's just kind of one of those things that there's just a lot there. Sadistic rage because you're ravenously hungry. That's fine. I mean, you just had to eat. Alright, well, Kenta died. It credited with malnourishment, but is mostly the blood loss. They're probably going to die to their infection anyways. They're still trying to bandage everyone up. Why was it C-word? Do you mean cannibal? I just have a thing set for the bot. Whenever someone mentions cannibalism or whatever, that it just replaces it with taco. It's not that I have, like, an actual problem with the word. It was just one of those things where it kept being like, coming up again and again and again and again outside of context that made sense. Like, for all means, we're playing Kenshi and RimWorld where it's a mechanic or a faction where, sure. But it'd be like, I'd play Stardew Valley and someone would bring, people would bring up cannibalism, like, oh, I guess we're just gonna have to eat her. Hey, no, and then we'd have another one where it's like, oh, all that. And it was definitely to a point where it's like, okay, it can be fun, but holy crap, get a second joke. So it's kind of one of those things. Obviously, where it's a mechanic in the game and all that, there's no problem. But it was definitely one of those things that it wasn't even that the joke was bad, it was just so overused that no matter what I was doing, that is just kind of like, alright, I really need you to get on with other things. Okay. So the first cold snap is over. We have at least a Sight Stealer outside. We're going to need to deal with that. So we're going to allow this door. Get Lips in position here. Get you two behind that. And Vaughn's still down, and I honestly don't care. But yeah, so it's just kind of the problem of, like, it was following me everywhere. Okay. Do you want to outsource and we can get another great bow and all that? We probably won't do that. Haul the Sight Stealer out of there so it doesn't just rot in that door. Oh, and then also haul them out of here too. Crisis of Belief Squid. Don't switch your ideology now. Okay. Oh, we're having a party, that'll be good. Alright, so we had... You leave in 3 days. And we did the paid cold snap, which is for 7 days. And we took it about 3 days ago. Okay, we've almost got you converted, and then we can let you out. Vaughn being a hired thug and constantly fighting everyone checks out. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Yeah, so trying to keep all this area nice and warm. So we're trying to recruit Squid here. Because we can manage to recruit Squid. Man, you are the worst, Vaughn. Because if we manage to recruit Squid in here and get Will back, we'll be in pretty good shape. Blight on the potatoes, that's fine. They're probably going to honestly just die from the cold snap anyways. There you go. They'll probably take care of itself. So what the challenges are, we're having our pen animals are going to get hungry. And there's like no grass around anywhere really because it's all died in the cold. You're gonna let them all scatter to try and get themselves some food real fast, and then we're gonna go ahead and put that back up. Okay, and allow sowing again. Fibrous Mechanites on Vaughn. You know what? I'm okay with that. Because you're gonna go away soon. Okay. We're getting pretty close to getting our pen fully enclosed. Alright. Ancient Danger is fine. So now our pen's enclosed. And they're down to 10%. Naked Brutality is a mod? No, Naked Brutality is just a scenario. When you start RimWorld, you can be like Crash Landed, Naked Brutality, Tribal Start. Those are all just different scenarios you can choose from. And mostly they're determining like how many pawns you get, what items you get. And Naked Brutality is considered like the hardest one, where you start with absolutely nothing to your name and just one pawn. Like no clothes, no weapon, no food, no nothing. We're gonna be attacked immediately from down here. An Optimist Night Owl who is kind. I would be down to get this person in my colony. So give him a chance to start running up here. Alright, grab everyone. We're gonna try and get Vaughn and Lips to just run up and put him into melee. And the rest are going to run in and get back up. I'm not going to go out of my way for it. Like, a Masterwork Nerve Spiker is, you know, a good call. But not something I'm going to go out of the way. Have you ever played with the Saber Ship mod? Yeah, Saber Ship 2 as a mod, I never really, like, it was a cool idea. But the balance was always just a hot mess. That, you know, it was hard to really kind of enjoy. Because you'd have, like, your second raid would run in, and the second raid would be just a full-on army because of how much wealth you had and all that. And there was things you could do to make it not quite as rough. But I just found in practice, they never really got a good balance between the storyteller and all that. Either the storyteller was basically non-present or just absolutely ridiculously over the top. And then now that we have Odyssey, that kind of gives you, you know, what was effectively Save Our Ship, but in a fully fledged and balanced and baked out way. Okay. We got about 2 more days of Cold Snap to deal with. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I think my side light's going. It's been flickering occasionally. I have to go through and see if it has a problem there, because we had a set of 3 of the, or I think it's even 4 of them that Tomb got me as a set. And I had 2 that burned out really early. Did you just do... We had Will just about to convert, and then they had a crisis of faith, and then converted to a different ideology. Oh, the classic. But for the record, I generally don't run much in the way of mods. Like, I tend to run extremely mod light. So, a lot of times, if it's a big sweeping mod, the answer is usually no. Or if I end up playing with it, it's probably I do it for like a stream or 2 or 3, and then probably don't touch it ever again. Is it at least a good ideology? It's better than what they had. I don't think it was actually good, because it's the actual other one. So it's Rancher Ritualist. So they're going to have a lot of problems with the Rancher side of it. The Ritualist side will be fine. But Rancher, they're going to be miserable. to see what I have to do about that. Might have to go and get myself another light. On the good side, if Sentient Cookie successfully gets converted, and then we get Squid into the colony, that'll be the 3 I need to make a moral guide. And with the moral guide, we'll be able to just bully. I won't need to keep Will imprisoned. You only add improvement mods, basic UI stuff. You haven't tried so either. Yeah, no, I've tried a bunch of different ones over the years. I generally tend not to enjoy, like, overhaul mods and that kind of thing. I usually find the balance is really a mess in so many of them. And, like, lots of bugs, lots of issues, bricked saves, that kind of thing. I've gotten a lot of games where I've gotten burned by messing with overhaul mods. Like, we did Stardew Valley with the Stardew Valley Expanded and the Ridgeside Village mod, and we had the Ridgeside Village mod soft-locked. And we were, like, at, like, 95% of the way of the game. We're on, like, the last part, and it's soft-locked, so I couldn't finish out the story. And it was pretty infuriating. And it was, like, we even had people from the mod group who gave us, like, all sorts of commands to try, and tried to, like, open up the save file and change things to fix it, and just couldn't do it. You know, and then we came back a number of months later, and we reattempted it after it had a bunch of updates, and we actually did manage to play through the whole thing. Because I did enjoy it. Like, I did really enjoy the Ridgeside Village mod and all that. Okay, so they're out of here. But yeah, no, it was buggy as all get out. But you're souring on a lot of vanilla expanded. So many balance issues keep making runs easy to enjoy. Yeah. Yeah. And that's not uncommon. They'll have, like, a lot of your vanilla expanded that they'll go and they'll take a lot of the friction out of the game. And don't get me wrong, some friction's bad friction. There's lots of bad friction. Like, RimWorld has a ton of bad friction. Like, back in the day, dealing with blights was a bad friction where you had to, like, zone them into the area, assign them to one uncut, you know, don't let them sow, don't let them do a lot of stuff. So we're getting stone cutting next, which normally I'd be excited about, but with what we're doing, I'm not going to stay long enough to cut stone. So in this particular specific run, not super useful. But still. Alright, so we got another raid coming immediately. Dude with knife who is neurotic and really good at, you know, that. So it's good it's a dude with a knife versus on this one. You don't have any penalties, right? Yeah, you're fine. The weapons are mostly fine, but now, now the rate of unique weapons is drastically increased. Like, every other quest has a unique weapons reward. Yeah, and you get why it's popular, because the unique weapons are really cool. But at the same time, the unique weapons can be totally busted as well. I like the unique weapons, but yeah, they need to be something that you gotta be a little sparing with. Like, I don't mind building up to having a whole bunch of them, but, you know, you gotta earn them. So how's this coming along? You're about halfway to recruited, so neither of them's coming out anytime soon, unfortunately. So one of you's gonna have to step in to handle. It's probably gonna be you for right now. Yeah, the bulk of that mod is just slightly different vanilla-like weapons for variety. Yeah. Oh, what happened to you? An alpaca built the crap out of you. What? Why did an alpaca wreck you? Oh, did you have like a mood break or something? I can only assume he had a mood break on the edge of the map, so we'd either got the success or the fail of the quest because we didn't betray them, Lips got off the map, and then Vaughn, for whatever reason, ran up to an alpaca and started punching the crap out of it, and then bled to death. So that's a life decision, I guess. Okay, so both cold snaps are finally over. Yeah, it happened as they were leaving, so like I wasn't in control of them at all anymore. That's a bit annoying. How goes your social? Well, at least it's up to 2 now, almost 3. That's just RimWorld. RimWorld always be like that. Bond died how he lived. Misdirected violence. Yup. He didn't even have, like, as I recall, I don't even think he had any traits that gave him... Yeah, he didn't even have any traits that gave him a predisposition for violence either. Like, he wasn't Hussar, he didn't have, you know, Psychopath or like, any of the other ones that have a tendency to cause that. He just kept choosing violence. We're definitely not sending one of our 2 colonists away for a period of time. That won't be good for us. Yeah, so Squid lost a toe in their fight. And Senju Cookie's getting pretty close to being converted. Mad Badger. So you don't know, RimWorld seems more enjoyable than Product Zomboid. You tried it, you're tense playing it, you learned a bit about no power after a week. It gets way more complicated after, and you just start used to surviving for a few days. I mean, I would say they're just very different games. Like, obviously, if you enjoy one more than the other, Badger, don't do this, just get the hell up here. Badger, all the things you want to come after on the north side, we're already outside standing there for you. You just gotta come get some. Why won't you go? Like, it's almost like it was deliberately avoiding a line right there. So weird. You know what? It's fine. Go back. Go back. No, don't go that way. I said no, don't go that way. Just go back inside. Now go zones. Area 1. And we'll just restrict people to that for right now. Okay. Yeah, the Badger knows. Yeah, no, I definitely say, for me personally, there's more variance when I play RimWorld, because the game, you know, you actively have the storyteller screwing around with you. Versus when it comes to... Sorry, when it comes to Product Zomboid, you are fully in control of what's going on in the game. Like, when you die, that's something, like... I mean, other than, like, at the beginning, if you turn the populations, like, stupid high. But generally speaking, when you die, you as the player, at some point, made a mistake that led to that death. And it might be you fat-fingered a key. It might be, like, you just made a judgment call that was bad about how you're approaching a building. There's lots of different things. But you control the whole thing. Like, the only variables you have is, like, meta events like the helicopter, and the, sorry, the helicopter and, like, the gunshots. You know, arguably the alarms as well. But broadly speaking, it is a thing you can fully control from start to finish. RimWorld, on the other hand, the events are all randomized, and you could do everything right, and the wrong combination of events comes in and just makes a mess of everything. Imagine they're going to hang out up here. At which point, then they have nothing to offer me. If they were to go down here, it would pop the Ancient Danger, but over there, it's probably not worth my time. Let's see. Your most common product Zomboid death is swinging the wrong way. Yeah, so there's a couple things that can help with that. Like, one thing, there's a new player habit you run into Product Zomboid, is you want to put the cursor on the zombie, and that's not how it works. You want to aim your cursor past the zombie. But when you have it, like, right nearby you on the zombie, it's so easy to actually, like, whip your character, like, 45 degrees, 30 degrees. I died so many times early on playing the game because my character's just, like, snapping this way and that way because my cursor's just way too close. And it's one of the things that's kind of a mixed bag when it comes to now we have the ranged weapons where you can put the actual cursor on the zombie and it matters. But yeah, no, generally when you're using melee, you want to aim way past it. And it really helps mitigate that. You almost died to that today? Yeah. You suppose Zomboid meta events are kind of randy vibes? Right. But honestly, most of the meta events are pretty snoozers not. The worst part is you know all that from other games? Yeah. Project Zomboid's got some, like, weird control jank that you could definitely learn and get past. But it's definitely a thing that's like, this is a weird, weird choices on how to handle this. Does your character manage to block with the axe? And you guess you heard the bite sound? That also could be your clothes saved you. When you have your clothes protecting you, a zombie will make the sound like they've bitten you, but just your clothes will get torn instead. Because no matter what with your injuries, a lot of times it will make the bite sound. That's so strange to you as a Steam Deck Zomboid player. Right stick just aims your nimble stance. No cursor, that part is honestly better. Yeah, that's generally the thing I've heard. I haven't played on controller. The thing I've heard from controller people is the fighting in the game is, broadly speaking, better on controller. But the inventory management on controller is appallingly bad, which is not even a problem with Product Zomboid. It's just a normal thing. That when you're playing a bunch of those kind of games, that quite often navigating menus on controllers can just be obnoxious. Because you can't just, like, click on the item you want. You gotta, like, scroll down through them all one by one. You don't really need to go outside, so we're just gonna stay in here. Because we got a bear outside and a whole bunch of stuff. Inventory management is bad and you're scared to try build 42. Yeah. I like the additions to crafting in build 42, but the UI changes in build 42, a lot of them I'm not a big fan of. They've been leaning more and more into that giant cover up 90% of your screen, crafting everything. That's like, man, you just need to, like, for on keyboard and mouse, you just need to let us right click and do stuff contextually. I'm down with there being a controller-friendly way of doing it. I think it's good to have that. But yeah. Yeah, you gotta pause, look at the crafting screen. Oh yeah, and it's really frustrating. Allegedly they're focused on controller more now, so you're gonna give them time. Yeah. So your last Product Zomboid death was trying to sneak to kill one zombie in a corner. Got jumped by 5 right there. Feels like a race to beat it. Alright, so we got 20 days in the first of the factions showing up. You don't need to race to beat the blackout. Like, genuinely that, like, the power going out, the water going out, there's no real time pressure there, because there's so many places to get water that you can live pretty much what's effectively indefinitely just going house to house to house and drinking from their sinks and toilets and all that. And if not that, you can just go to the river and drink straight from the river. As long as you don't bottle it, it's fine. And as far as power goes, all these sustainable types of food you don't need refrigeration for. You can forage and you can fish. You can trap. that kind of thing. That's the thing that Project Zomboid gets you, is you feel like there's so many things that are urgent in the game, and almost none of them actually are. Like, it's one of the things that becomes, And thank you, Rambo, for the tier 1 sub. I do appreciate that. And I do hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for that support. It means a whole heck of a lot. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things that, like, it can kind of spoil the game after a while, where you start to realize how little is actually, you know, urgent, important, or whatever. And you probably see me when I play Project Zomboid that I'm walking slowly everywhere and pretty much never run. I'm never in a rush to do anything. And it's because you come to realize there's a false urgency with so much in the game. And, like, once you can peek past that veil, there's no going back. But, like, it's a tough thing. And I've demoed it on the channel where, like, literally I started with nothing, just walked out in the woods, and then we survived. I think we only survived, like, 3 or 4 months before I got bored. But the point was, you know, I was surviving just fine with, like, no prep, no generator, no magazine, no any of that. We just walked in the woods, started foraging, and built up from nothing. We built, like, this whole... We were starting to build this museum, and then we eventually went into town to, like, peel up the floors to make it look like a, the 50s diner. But, yeah. But what if the blackout is urgent for you? The loot goblin with 84 bags of chicken nuggets? Well, right, that's the thing. You create the urgency for yourself. The game doesn't create the urgency. You decide you want to do a thing. The main reason you run out a lot is usually start with unfit. And you're trying to fix endurance. Oh, if you're running, don't use that to fix your endurance. Running is not an effective way to gain fitness stat. 15 days, and we got 5 days, unfortunately. Honestly, if you're trying to do that, it's like in the evenings, do sit-ups. Because running, yes, you'll get some fitness, but it is very inefficient in trying to work on that. And yeah, like in the thing. For the other thing is actually the best way to gain endurance from a practical standpoint is just fight zombies. Every single time you hit a zombie, that's 1 XP in your fitness. So it's going to be a whole thing. You saw Project Zomboid gameplay and you felt some disdain towards it, because the interface is old and outdated looking. Now that you played it, the attack animations seem random, too close, and you push by accident. So, the attack animations and all that they're fine. Like, once you learn to keep your mouse farther away, you can mostly predict them. There's only 1 or 2 really not great scenarios involving crawling zombies, and zombies on the ground, where the target priority is funky. But, like, you can pretty reliably hit the zombie you intend to, and all that. Like, so far as that, like, once you learn the way the game works in combat. As far as the UI looking dated, I mean, I guess. Like, it definitely looks dated considering, you know, a game for, like, the 2010s or whatever. To me, it doesn't bother me that much. The crawling zombie attack after the hop fence is janky? Yes. Yeah, the attacks aren't random, they're distance-based. Yeah, they're distance-based with a prioritization consideration between crawler on the ground and standing. It's like when they're in the middle of getting up and down that things get a little funky where you'd rather hit this zombie, but it actually hits that zombie. But it is predictable on what it's going to do. Like, it is a thing you understand what it will do, even if you don't agree with it, because I don't agree with the prioritization. When a zombie is in the action of standing up, hit the one on the ground. Or just the same as when it comes to the zombie on the ground and the zombie standing up walking towards you, the zombie standing up walking towards you should be prioritized a little bit farther than it is, because you can get into weird stuff. You can hold Alt to priority hitting the crawler instead of standing. Yeah, no, I'm aware. Like, I'm aware of that, but, like, that's just the thing, is we had the other thing I was just mentioning where you don't want to hit the one on the ground, you want to hit the one coming at you, but because it's slightly farther, you hit the one on the ground, and it overtakes you in the meantime. So there's a little bit of jankiness there. That could be just fine-tuned. And plus, you don't always know that the zombie's going to start standing up as that happens. You can get a distance just right. With a small blade, you can one-shot zombies. Oh, it's, there is a little bit of a damage bonus for hitting that the exact right range. It's not as considerable as people would think. Usually you won't one-shot zombies with the short blade until you start hitting higher levels, with the exception of the execution animation, where you gotta kind of get pretty close to a zombie. If you watch your character when you go for the short blade, you'll see them lift the hand not holding the short blade. That means you're in the good range for executing. So when you see that hand come up, you can execute. There's an RNG to executing and as well. How Zeds equal zombies? Zeds and zombies, those are just different words. I don't actually know where the Zeds thing was. That Left 4 Dead that brought Zeds in? It's just a whatever. I actually don't know why they put a D instead of a B for it. Alright, so how's this going? So you're getting pretty close to being converted, or recruited. You are almost converted, because this person's already one of our colonists. We just have to convert them. So I'm hoping we can get that sorted. And then the other one's coming along fine. Oh, it's just Z, Z. Oh, right. Yeah, because Z is what Z is called in other places. Yep, that makes sense. Yep. Checks out. Right. So the real problem we're going to have here is these potatoes aren't going to be ready in time, and we're just about out of food. What I need to be doing here is, where are our berries? Yeah. Well, I mean, only a couple places we'll call ZZ. So being like understanding English, you know, you would also potentially just call it Z. You never notice the offhand? Gonna make execution so much easier? Yeah, because you just like watch it come up. And it's still an RNG thing. Like, you'll still sometimes just hit. It's also a thing with like the short blades. If you're aggroed on more than one zombie, like more than one zombie has aggro on you, you will not execute. But if you have just one zombie aggroed to you, then, you know, maybe execute. And the way you can tell if that's not happening, if your character pushes the zombie away, that means there's a second zombie aggroed on you when you're using a short blade. Otherwise, that would have been an execution animation. Not when it's hitting you, but like when you go to stab it. So I'm hoping in those 5 days, I don't think we'll be able to get you brought in, but there is a good chance that will potentially get brought in. You carrying the garbage bag? Yeah, you can have something in the offhand and it will still let you execute. But yeah, like if they have the garbage bag where they hold it down next to them, you won't be able to see it. Once you get the range figured out, then you'll be good. It's kind of the same reason why I recommend people having the melee outline in Project Zomboid, is then you get a much better feel for like, oh, I am in range, I can hit it now, and all that kind of stuff. Because while some of the weapons are fairly intuitive, like where the range feels, there are some weapons that where the range actually is and where you'd expect the range to be, there's enough of a difference that you will whiff them thinking you're just not, like thinking you're in range, or you'll be like really kind of choking up and hitting them way closer than you really necessarily need to get. Alright, well the good news is at least one of these we've taken off the list. Nothing feels good. Long Blunt is a very satisfying weapon group to do. Long Blunt has the highest chance of knocking zombies down, and there's definitely something about getting like the shovel or the spade and then whacking the zombie and knocking on the ground. How do you manage both in these runs? I don't usually worry about that. Opinions on multi-hit. Multi-hit to me is a little bit of a trap. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but you'll have a tendency to get greedy on your hits, trying to get that second or third zombie, getting way too close and being way too risky. At least that's what it is for me, is I get greedy when I'm running multi-hit. Multi-hit is also one of those ones that can kind of mess with a lot of the game, such that you can get away with a lot of stuff that you probably shouldn't be allowed to get away with. It's not bad, though. It used to be the default, even. Up until build 41, like, went stable. It was somewhere in unstable that build 41 switched it from default multi-hit on to default multi-hit off. Because you hope they had a mod where you get, like, +1 multi-hit at max skill or something. Yeah, my thing with multi-hit is I feel like the fact that you can, like, hit 5 zombies with a blade, like, some of those smaller weapons and all that, that always felt broken. It always felt like it just needed a balance. So, like, if you're using, like, a big old shovel or something, it's like, okay, you know, maybe you hit the first zombie for full damage and the other ones get very little damage on them, but they get stunned. That seems reasonable. But then when you walk up, you hit something with, like, one to, like you hit them with the, what is it, the rolling pin. So you hit them with the rolling pin, and you see, like, 4 zombies flinch. You're like, I'm sorry, no. You're not taking, like, a little claw hammer or rolling pin and just knocking aside, like, 3 or 4 zombies at the same time. Are you still restricted? That's why. Okay, that's bad. What is the range circle? I think you said something about range of the weapon. The range circle. I don't know what the range circle you're talking about is. There is a thing where you can have the enemies get outlined. With melee, it's under your settings under, I believe, cursor. And it'll put a little outline around the enemies to mark when they're in range. You remember correctly, the tooltip says it only applies to large weapons. Yeah, I've had it apply to things, and granted, I haven't run multi-hit since build 41 pretty early on. And there's 2 days. That screwed us. Alright. Well, Will here. I'm gonna take a little bit of a risk. Oh, one more conversation, Will. One more conversation. We're gonna hold out hope for one more conversation with Will to convert you, and then we go to the next tile. I think multi-hit should be added, but then realistically, the attack losses on power after each hit makes more sense. Yeah, no, it's definitely Will's ones. I do feel like multi-hit, there needs to be like a multi-hit light. But yeah, it says it only applies to large weapons, and maybe it's improved with like build 42 and all that. But there was definitely weapons that it would certainly not call large. All right. So you didn't have to actually talk to him, you just went in there. So let this person out immediately. So go grab the knife. And get your stuff sorted. Alright, so we'll want to get out of here. But before we do that, chat, I've already gone a bit over. I need to go ahead and, yeah, that's because of this mod we're running where everyone hates us. It's warning me that they're all going to attack us. Basically, on this whole list, the only one I care about is whichever one has the shortest one. So we have to leave this tile in 2 days. But we at least finally got Will back on the team. And on top of that, with Will being back on the team, if we, actually, let's go ahead and, do that. If we keep Will on the team here, we can get Cookie converted. They're very close to being converted on their own. But we can get Squid brought in. We'll be good there. So with that said, in your opinion, multi-hit should only apply to edged weapons that might cut through a sledgehammer, not passing through? Yeah, and that's the thing. I could definitely agree with like the katana and the machete being able to multi-hit. And I can get behind like the really bulky weapons like the wood axe, the fireman's axe, the sledgehammer. But like then again, I would have it so the first zombie that gets hit gets full damage, and then all the ones after that get very little damage by comparison, but you get the advantage of the stun. Because you know that would make it so like the big heavier weapons might have some utility viability. Either way, it definitely felt like that multi-hit on was too strong. Multi-hit off, I don't have a problem with it. It's what I'm used to. But I could go for just a little bit, like a little bit of flavor on that one. Because that's what they could do to balance some of the weapons out, to give them their own identity, is maybe a couple of the weapons are more endurance hungry like the axes are. But then they get the benefit of being able to do more damage to more one target. So that could be definitely a thing where on the balance consideration, like, yeah, a short blade you cannot multi-hit. Yeah, a short blunt you cannot multi-hit. But maybe the really big axes and all that, maybe you can. Maybe the swords, that's one of the benefits, is where maybe they don't have the durability, but you can multi-hit. You get the idea. So with that said, though, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find me right back here in the future. There may or may not be a stream tomorrow. For Thursdays and Fridays are technically my days off, but I just tend to stream on them anyways. But me and Tomb got stuff we're going to do. I don't know how long it's going to take. There's a chance it might go long enough that we don't end up streaming because, you know, I'm doing that. If we do get back early, I'll probably stream. But with all that said, if you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly over there because I do not have a host ready, but thank you so much for tuning in. And for everyone over here, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop a